we're going to be getting tonight. We don't quite know what is on the agenda. I don't believe WWE have really put anything out at the moment in regards to what it is that's on this show. I'm just going to jump over and have a look, see if there's any sort of preview, but normally there is not. No. There is no preview on WWE.com, and for good reason, to be honest. It's because this is one of the most anticipated Raws of the year. People know that this is where we get call-ups, returns, Wrestlemania rematches. This is the reason why we're starting so early as well. Obviously, we've started a good couple of hours earlier, and it's because there's so much to talk about. Obviously, we've got full reaction to Wrestlemania, what went down on both days. And not only that, but we've also got lots of other little bits of news. We know, for example, that at the moment, Cody looks like he's not going to have to relinquish the belts. They are monitoring him, but at the moment, it looks like Cody is going to be hopefully okay. I mean, that's what the streets are saying. They're hoping that Cody will be able to just take a little bit of time off and recover, but they are going to be monitoring him and seeing how that progresses. So obviously a lot for us to talk about, a lot for us to get our teeth into. Make sure you get your comments in, the things you want to talk about, and we will get to those right now. Zippy, hello, said Daze. Thank you for all you do for us wrestling. In fact, Zippy, shout out to you, my friends. You don't have to thank me, buds. I am very, very grateful for you guys. I've said before, like, for me, this was so fun to spend the weekend just chatting with so many different people, getting different perspectives and seeing what people were getting excited about. And I think as well, like, when you've kind of watched wrestling and you haven't had people to talk about with it, like how I've kind of spent most of my life, actually. Most of my life, I've been a bit of a closet wrestling fan. Not many friends in my friend group were into wrestling. And so to kind of find myself in a situation now where I've got so many of you to kind of share thoughts with and chat with, it's really, really cool. So no one ever needs to thank me. It's me that very much thanks you guys. Hence why, I wanted to start early to dig more into people's thoughts, see where people's heads were, see how they're feeling today after a pretty manic weekend. Big weekend. Lots of talking points, from Bianca being pregnant to Brock seemingly retiring. Lots of things to us get our teeth into. And of course, that main event, which has been so well received. So, yes, again, get your thoughts in. Keep the Dream said, where do we rank 42 against 41 and 40? For me personally, I've got 41 at the bottom of those three. I think that's an excellent question, by the way. Sometimes you get people like, can you rank every WrestleMania? And they just go a little bit too big with the question, right? But to just focus on the most recent three, I think is really good. So for me personally, I would say that 41 last year would be at the bottom. There was very little about the shows that I found kind of enjoyable. I think that in the middle would be 42. I think that the main event was fantastic last night. Really, really fantastic match. I mean, I think actually that main event was the one thing that was missing, really. I don't know if we'd had that match. I don't know if we'd had that match that was definitely 4.5 stars or above, right? I think people are giving that match 4.5 stars at a minimum. And for me, if you can get a main event of WrestleMania, or really any WrestleMania match, into that sort of territory, then fantastic. You've got a match there that you can go back to and watch again and again and again. Would have been nice, obviously, if we had not had Pat derail the night one main event. Maybe if we'd been able to get the main event we wanted, and not having that celebrity stuff, maybe we could have had 2 of those matches. But to be honest, I mean, night 2 obviously doing the heavy lifting. Night 1 was bad. Night 1 was WrestleMania 41 bad. Night 2 was good, really good. It's funny, actually. I feel like WrestleMania 41 was bad, but it did have a couple of amazing matches on it. The rest of it, I would say, was largely bad. In regards to WrestleMania 40, I think we had two really good days from WrestleMania 40. Both the main events of 40 were fantastic. You know, you might remember that tag match with The Rock. It's still The Rock's last match, was that tag match at WrestleMania 40. And then, of course, we had Cody finishing the story, which was absolutely fantastic. And both days, I mean, the women's matches at 40 were also incredible. So, I mean, we ate good at 40. And I think both days were very, very strong as well. I think WrestleMania 41 was disappointing. And I feel like WrestleMania 42 gave us a bit of each. I feel like day one was WrestleMania 41 and day two was WrestleMania 40. So that's why, for me, that one goes in the middle. So not sure how it's going to shake out on Cage Match. Obviously, it's still quite early to tell. But I do have Cage Match open, actually, because I was just looking... we can jump over. I was just looking back at WrestleMania 25 because I was just interested to see how well Shawn and Undertaker had scored. And Shawn and Undertaker, 1,300 votes, got 9.6 on Cage Match. 9.6, 1,300 votes. Dave Meltzer gave it 4 3/4. So that's, you know, my favourite match. I mean, I feel like that should have been 5 stars. Dave Meltzer went 4 3/4, and you sort of hear about this all the time, the fact he never gave that 5. That WrestleMania got a 5.9 rating. WrestleMania 25, it got a 5.9 rating. Obviously, we can compare that to the WrestleMania that we got last night. That got a 6.6. So... what we saw, which some people would say is quite low, actually, 6.6 for day 2. That's not WrestleMania overall. That's just Sunday. 6.6, 226 votes. So still more votes to come in. At the moment, Roman Reigns, CM Punk, 8.96. So it's so close to clicking over into that 9 sort of range. It's had 364 votes. So... I don't know. I mean, I keep thinking about, like, I've said before, a 5-star match, I always feel like you just know and you go, yeah, that's 5 stars. And I did not feel that with Roman CM Punk, but I keep thinking about how good it was, and I keep thinking about different parts of it. And that's why I went back to look at Undertaker Shawn. Undertaker Shawn got a 9.6 on Cage Match. This is at an 8.96. So at the moment, it is below that sort of level, but not by loads. Honestly, not by loads. So it's in that neighborhood. It's in that range. So yeah, I was just sort of looking at that and, you know, just giving it a bit of a thought. I mean, I would imagine a lot of you have kind of done those type of things today, thinking back on the Danhausen moment, thinking back on that main event, thinking back on, you know, the different sort of aspects of the Ober against Brock and the Brock retirement, maybe that ladder match that was so well received. It was actually the second best match. So 8.06 for the ladder match. The opening match, too short to score. Little bit disappointing that these 3 clock in at being like in the 5s. People have got those matches quite low. Trick Sammy, Finn Dominic, even Rhea Jade, which I actually thought was fine, good. I quite enjoyed it. That clocks in at 5.9. I personally would have that higher. I do think these were the 2 low points. And yeah, I think as a result, we kind of end up... I mean, Finn Dominic was good, but I think we can agree it could have been better. Trick Sammy was the match that kind of lets it down. But really, outside of that, I mean, that was fantastic. That was fantastic. And added to that is the retirement. That is fantastic. That I thought was way better than I was expecting, so it exceeded expectations. And the Danhausen thing I really enjoyed. It was just a really, really solid show. I feel like that is a bit harsh, honestly. I feel like it's a bit harsh. But a lot of you had your scores in the 7s and the 8s. This definitely gets into the 8s for me, as I said. My gut feeling was 8 8.5 is where I settled. 8.5 is where I settled. We had a big conversation last night about, what does it need to be a 10? Well, I definitely think that match needed to be better. I think there was room for that to be better, although the demon entrance and the body paint was sick. I mean, that match benefits from that as well. The presentation was fantastic. But I think when the bell rings, it was fine. I mean, it was acceptable, but I mean, it was not anything like mind-blowing match-wise. So, yeah, we're at 6.6. Feels a bit harsh, that, to me. I think this definitely deserves to be in the 7s at least. At least. But 6.6 for that. And if we look at night 1, that's got 427 votes. It's at 2.7. 2.7. Cody Randy is currently 3.9. Liv Stephanie, which I've heard both were carrying injuries, which is why it was so short. If they weren't both injured, like carrying little injuries, they would have gone longer. So apparently there's a good reason for that being only 650. That clocked in at 3.3. So, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, I think we can agree that this was just not the day that people were looking for. 2.7 on that one. So yeah, there we go. That is kind of where we are with Cage Match at the moment. And as I said, I know people aren't really too bothered about Cage Match, but I think it's just good to kind of know what's being said, what's out there. So it's a good question. I'd have it in the middle of the recent ones. I suppose actually what we should do is just go back and look at 40 if we're saying that was better, because off the top of my head I actually don't know what that scored. I mean, I know that the second night will have done well because I know that Cody finishing the story was so well received. So, I mean, I'm expecting that to have got a good score. I never know the exact dates of these WrestleManias, so I never quite know where I have to go for them because it's just all done by date order. Was it a little bit later again? Nope. Nope. Is it later again? No. Bear with. I'm sure there's a quicker way of finding WrestleManias, but I ain't found it. When was it? That'll help me. When was WrestleMania? WrestleMania 40. WrestleMania 40 was 6th and 7th. I'm at the end of April. I'm well out. There we go. Oh, zippity-doo-dah. Look at that. I mean, so we got Drew, Seth. You might remember then we got the cash-in at the start. The Logan Paul, Kevin Owens, Randy match was well received. Bailey Io was well received. I mean, you can see we got some green scores there. The Pride versus Final Testament was probably the letdown. But yeah, it's this, innit? I mean, this right here. Meltzer gave that 4 3/4 Cody finishing the story. But Cage Match has gone 9.2. So 9.2 from Cage Match on that. So look at that for a score. I mean, that just blows away the scores that we're seeing for this year. So there we go. Anyway. Okay, let's go over here. Bobby said night 2 was the better show, but night 2 was still lacking, says Bobby. Bobby, fair. Cage Match at the moment would agree with you. 6.6 for night 2. I mean, look, it's one of those. Can you make those matches stronger? Yeah, I think there's a couple in there that you definitely can. I'm really pleased with the ladder match, though. I mean, I think that's a really strong match. I think that Oberbrock was what I wanted. I could have done with a couple more minutes, but whatever. So that's a big tick. Certainly with the shock Brock retirement. Then you got the ladder match, which for me is a big tick. Main event is a big tick. Jade Rhea over exceeded my expectations. So I ain't got no issue with 4 of the matches. The other 2, I definitely think could have been a bit stronger. The demon stuff definitely helps Finn. I mean, if that had just been Finn Dominic and then they had put that match on, I think we'd be more down on it. But the fact that he had that amazing presentation and look, I mean, I feel like I spent the first part of the match just sort of looking at his body paint, really. And then, fair play, they changed it to a street fight and we started having like tables and chairs and we started to have some weapons involved. I think that definitely helped, rather than it just being like a normal match. So, you know, that to me was acceptable. I certainly did not find that a challenge to watch. This is why I finished on like an 8.5, because the question obviously gets asked, well, what could have been better? I didn't find myself having a massive list. I didn't find myself having a list of stuff where it's like, well, this and this. I mean, it was just bits. But I think those bits do add up. And we can't ignore the fact there was no hype packages. Like, that was a problem on night 1, and I still stand by the fact it was a problem on night 2. The lack of hype packages, I just don't understand. And if I am going to get really picky, really annoying, it would have been nice if it had been darker. Because, to be honest, even the main events were happening, and it was sunlight. And it just didn't... It kind of affected the feel, I thought. I mean, obviously, we were in Vegas. If we were over in New York, it would have been darker. And, you know, even when people were walking out, it was still, like, light. Even when they were doing the post-show, it was still light. And, don't know, that to me just takes a little bit away. I think it just, everything just looks nicer. Well, you know, the lights can sort of pop more. The entrances can carry a little bit more aura. I mean, Undertaker coming out in, like, you know, at nighttime in a stadium is obviously way better than him coming out in bright sunlight. We experienced that with Sting at WrestleMania 31, but I wouldn't really use that as like any significant reason that the score's got to be marked down. But it's just it is stuff like that. It's like bits, really. It's bits. So, Huddle Talk, thank you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Santino said, at this moment, I can't think of a better main event than last night. Maybe 20 or 40 night 2 could be a contender. Your thoughts? I think as WrestleMania main events go, it is up there as being one of the best ones from a in-ring point of view. I think WrestleMania 26 comes to mind because that was Shawn and Undertaker's rematch. So, I mean, that obviously comes to mind. WrestleMania 40, finishing the story where we get that amazing Avengers type moment where you've just everything comes together. You got The Rock coming down and you've got Cena and all that, you know, kicking off. And of course, within there, the emotion of Cody finishing the story. If I'm going to have another grumble about that main event last night, I'm just going to say that because we weren't all on the same page, because it was face versus face, because we like both guys, I think one of the issues was a lot of us didn't mind who won, which sort of hurts your emotional investment. And I've really been trying to think about today, like, why was a match that good? Why did it not just go, that's 5 stars when it finished? Because it was good. I mean, it's really in that neighborhood. But why did it not hit me? And I think I'm reaching a bit of a conclusion that because it was face versus face, because it was CM Punk versus Roman Reigns, and I didn't mind who won, I think I was a little bit of a passenger for the match rather than having that deep emotional connection where I'm really willing someone to, you know, like how I would have been willing Cody to finish his story. And I would have been very invested, and every near fall would have mattered. I didn't have that with that match because it didn't matter who won. If Punk won, brilliant. I like Punk. If Roman won, brilliant. I like Roman. I ain't got a problem with Roman. I know people were down on the fact he was going to be a part-time champion, but he was a part-time champion during the Bloodline, and that's one of the best periods of wrestling that we've had. So I was like, okay, if he goes part-time, hopefully we get like a bloodline reunion. That'd be great for Sammy. The Usos are a bit lost at the moment. I know they're tag champs, but Jay certainly is not in the place he was a year ago. So I sort of was looking at that and I was like, listen, if they go Roman, fine. He's the most popular star. He's their biggest star. And we could do something there with the bloodline. If we go CM Punk, then, well, that's fine, because I like Punk. And he's a great promo. And he's around a lot more. So I think because I was a bit of a passenger, that affected. So I think that hurts the match a little bit. From my perspective. I can't speak for everyone. But if we're going to just look at like what they delivered, it's time for the WrestleMania main event. 2 men come walking down to the ring. The bell rings, and this is the action, yeah? Digging deep, on their knees, back and forth, reversals on the submissions, which was really, really nice, like that whole kind of Anaconda Vice spot, and, him trying for the sharpshooter, and all these kind of moments, and Roman obviously constantly trying to get that guillotine. That spot where he took the wrist tape off, threw it at Roman, which just felt in that moment like Punk was shattered, and he's like, I'm just going to throw this at you now. I've got nothing else to throw, right? I'm just going to throw this tape at you. And it felt like that. Referee's like, come on, picks it up, and then bang, out of nowhere, low blow. It was not, I'm shattered, here's everything I've got. It was, I'm still thinking, I'm still planning, I'm still coming up with ideas of how I'm going to get this job done. Big commentary table spot on the outside. Big superplex, which I seem to remember being like a moment where things kind of really clicked. I think there was a period where it was finding its feet a little bit. We did a little bit of stuff in the crowd. I remember like them going in the crowd and Roman taking his time. By the time Roman kind of went over to Punk, he was just sat on a chair. There was a couple of bits in there. I was like, I might not have done that, or I might have made that a bit tighter. I think the whole thing could lose 5 minutes. And I think when he starts using the stairs, a few of us were like, not crazy about this, because obviously that's going to have to come down to ref discretion. Ref ain't going to DQ anyone in the main event of WrestleMania, so I get it. It's not too hard to believe that, him using the stairs is, not going to result in a DQ. I can vibe with it, but that you just go, I don't want too much of that. Like, this is not a no DQ match. And Punk's the champion. It's a bit silly of Roman to be sort of taking these chances. Because I want there to be the believability that, I know it's the main event of WrestleMania, but you can get DQ'd for those things. So that to me was like, oh, please don't do too much of that. And they didn't. So, I was nervous, but it was okay. So you see, these bits, the little bits I've just been saying, shave 5 minutes off, concern about the stair moment, little bit on the outside that I think was just a little bit lost. Few moments where I just felt they could have picked the pace up, but if you took those 5 minutes out, I mean, there's just bits. And I think the bigger thing that hurts is the face versus face dynamic. It meant that I just wasn't as invested. But if you're just going to look at 2 people fighting, I think it's right up there. I think it's absolutely right up there. If you look at what them 2 people went down to the ring to deliver in a high pressure situation, the whole world is watching. It's the main event of WrestleMania, and they went out there and delivered that. Yeah, it's one of the best Mania main events. I mean, for me, it was the best match on the shot across the 2 days. It was the best match. So yeah, they absolutely delivered. Absolutely delivered. But maybe there's a couple of main events that I can find. I'd definitely put Undertaker Shawn from 26 above it. Because Undertaker Shawn from 26, I remember the conversation being, was that like just as good as 25? And the consensus was no. The consensus was that it was just below 25, but it was still absolutely incredible. And 40, that obviously comes to mind as well. But yeah, I think you can find some. But I mean, no, that is in the conversation. It's absolutely in the conversation. It was an incredible piece of work. It was an incredible main event. It is a match I will go back to and rewatch again. And I got to tell you, the entrance, oh my God. That CM Punk entrance with the AFI Ring of Honor music. I've watched that video 100,000 times. I mean, I had it on a few times watching it. I wish he had not broken into Cult of Personality. I wish he'd just kept that vibe going. That vibe, there's a bit, right, where the music plays, the FI music. I can't remember the name of the track, right? It's like something Minorta Kazana or whatever. But he's walking backstage, and he looks like he's bringing the end of the world with him. Like, the music is so big, it's so cool, and he is just walking with a purpose, staring at the camera, and it's just like, oh my God, this might be the coolest man in the world. This might actually, and you've just seen a video of him as a kid getting into wrestling in the, late 90s, early 2000s. We all know the journey that he's been on through Ring of Honor. It was really emotional, actually. Really emotional when you think about everything connected with CM Punk. Everything you have ever heard about CM Punk. Him being in AEW, him being with AJ Styles, him leaving WWE, the pipe bomb, his match with John Cena at Money in the Bank where runs off with the belt. Him being in the Straight Edge Society. Think of anything and everything It all led to last night and him having a singles match in the main event, night 2, no one can take that away from him, of WrestleMania. And that video package with his Ring of Honor music playing with all those images of him throughout the years, pictures from the pipe bomb and all the different things. And you think about, imagine when he walked out in 2014 and, was done for nearly 10 years. Imagine, thinking that some of us didn't think he would ever come back, but not only did he come back, he's main evented WrestleMania twice. You get people online saying, it was night 1. Well, he just did night 2. And not only did he just do night 2, but he also proved why he is one of the best in the world right now. I mean, I don't know what more Punk could have given in that match, actually. I mean, he was busted open. He was working hard. You've heard criticisms of, he's old now and all this kind of stuff. I don't know what more he could have done. There's not anything about his performance that I would look to criticize. I thought that his performance was just, he gave everything. I heard Dave Meltzer saying as well, what more could he have given? This clearly meant so much to him. Roman sort of wrestled like you expect Roman to wrestle. I didn't feel like Roman was kind of pushing himself further than he ever had before. I think Roman just matched the level of Punk. And I think he put in a Roman performance, which is good. Roman on the big stage, he shines. And I think he shined last night. But CM Punk, I think really this meant a lot to him, and I think he gave a lot as well. It's a wonderful, wonderful main event. This is why I think the conversation around the stars saw it. I won't be shocked, I'll tell you now. I won't be shocked if Meltzer gives it 5. I won't be shocked. That won't surprise me. But I'm just trying to analyze why it didn't hit me that way. And I think that's what I've settled on, is the fact that because I wasn't as emotionally invested as I have been for other matches because of the face-face dynamic, I think that was the reason why. So, yeah. Santino, shout out to you, my friend. I agree. It was wonderful. Jono said, this weekend has been pretty decent. Saturday was not the best, but Sunday was pretty good. I got a feeling that Raw is going to be one of the best Raws of the year. You put in a lot of hours working. Jono, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you for the support. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it doesn't bother me. I just love chatting wrestling, talking and thinking about things and exploring what people want to talk about. So, I mean, honestly, I would if I could, if I could get enough sleep in and make sure my voice didn't pack up, I'd do even more. I love it. So, yeah, I mean, here we are, like 4 hours, I think it is, before Raw starts. We always start 2 hours before, but here we are 4 hours before, just because we want to kind of, explore things, dissect things, talk about the news, whatever it is. So, no, I just love it, mate. Love it. So, Jono, thank you. Doc Holliday said nighttime entrances were never going to happen this year. It's true. 5 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. start on the West Coast, making it end at 6:30. Can't wait for Raw, says Doc Holliday. Doc Holliday, shout out to you. I agree. Can't wait for Raw. I'm looking forward to seeing what they've got planned, how they're going to follow up on stuff. I don't know if we get some SmackDown people like Sami Zayn, or people like that, or if it's just gonna just solely focus on Raw. But to be honest, in the past we've had whatever, sometimes there's been people really banged up that just can't quite make Raw, and we borrow some SmackDown stories and we have it's just chaos. So I don't know, I just don't know what to expect. Could be anything and anyone, right? I mean, they're all in town, obviously. So we don't really do a SmackDown after WrestleMania. I mean, obviously there are stories we deal with on SmackDown that won't be dealt with tonight. They don't tend to be massive stories. They don't tend to be like huge thing. I mean, it might be like, I don't know. I mean, you get Rhea tonight because we got a situation we got to sort out there, haven't we? Rhea's a Raw superstar. She just won the SmackDown women's title. So we're going to have to sort that out. Obviously, we're going to be dealing with Roman and Punk. And we're going to get some follow-up in regards to Brock and Oba. We are going to get an update, I would imagine, on Cody. I don't know if we'll see Cody. I don't know. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. I don't know if we see Randy. One person I'm not expecting to see is Pat. On his show today, he said he is done with wrestling. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't trust anything he says. I mean, what I will say is if ever, at the very least, if ever we go to Indianapolis, I can't see any way that he's not going to be making an appearance. I mean, do we believe that we're not going to get his music playing ever again and him walk into a ring? I mean, I can see him being in a future Rumble. I can see him making an appearance whenever we go to Indianapolis. I don't know. He on his show today, I only saw a couple of quotes, but he said, turns out wrestling doesn't need saving after all. Cody was great. And it's just that, oh my God. Just when you think that this can't annoy you anymore, it finds new ways of annoying you. So now it's like, that's it. Wrestling, it turns out I was wrong. Wrestling doesn't need saving. Thanks, everyone. That's what today was from Pat. So, I mean, what about the 5'5" guys that you had a problem with that are still wrestling? What about the fact that this is not the Attitude Era and it's exactly the same as it was 2 weeks ago? What about the fact that night one was so badly received that actually a lot of people are now saying wrestling needs saving? There's a Ariel Helwani clip doing the rounds where he's going off on TKO saying about how there was too many adverts during WrestleMania and, it kind of felt a bit soulless at times. And the lack of hype packages and, the reason they seemingly dropped those was so they could get more adverts in. So, actually, the whole wrestling needs saving thing, there is something to that, but it's not it's the 5'5" guys that are the problem. It's not that we need to go back to an Attitude Era. It's that we need flipping saving from TKO. And there was a clip doing the rounds today from Ariel Helwani that was kind of saying that. I think Big Time tagged me in it. So, for him to now turn around and go, oh, actually, no, I'm wrong. Turns out I was just wrong. You know, all that stuff I said. Turns out I was... turns out Cody's great, and it turns out wrestling doesn't need saving. So, sorry about that, everyone. Sorry. I just want those people that said, why won't you let this play out? Yeah, I need a handwritten apology from each one of those people. I need every one of those people that was like, I don't know why you don't just let it play out. Wrestling fans are the worst. Why won't you just let it play out? I just need those people to just write me a letter. They should write us all a letter. They should write a couple of thousand letters directly to each of us just saying, I'm sorry. I really thought and believed that this was going to end up being good. And maybe I'd accept that. Maybe I'd accept that because it was awful. It stayed awful. It ruined WrestleMania main event night 1. Took away excitement and hype going into that show. Definitely affected the score of that first night. Only for Pat to turn around today and go, sorry, I was wrong. I was completely wrong. Turns out Cody's fine. And it turns out wrestling doesn't need saving. So I suppose I'll go. Yeah, brilliant. Thanks, mate. Thanks. You did. What a job. What a job. I hope history remembers exactly what you did. I hope history does not forget or diminish or change what has happened in any way. I hope this is perfectly preserved. I hope that exactly what we had to go through and what played out is just perfectly kept, preserved, in mint condition. We should get one of those protectors. You know, when you got a figure that you care about, you get one of those plastic protectors. We should get one of those for what happened so that no one can mess with it or retell it or try and put a spin on it. We should just keep it preserved exactly as it was in all of its awful glory. And for the rest of time, we just teach our kids and tell our kids about how horrific this period was. These few smackdowns that we had to suffer and why night 1 of WrestleMania 42 sucked so bad. So, Chris says, what a waste of an appointment. The doctor I saw was useless. I got to wait another 4 weeks. Oh, really, bud? You got to wait another 4 weeks? I'm sorry to hear that, man. I can't imagine, say I'm too surprised. Doctors in this country, in the UK, can be a bit like that. So, yeah, hopefully you get it all sorted soon, but Wrestling Little Rye said Trucker Ted might be needed to protect the voice. Well, my voice actually feels okay today. It might be shot by the time this stream ends, but I did the opinions video last night for WrestleMania. And there was a couple of times that it sort of kind of went, and so I had to just edit those bits out because like my voice just sort of packed up a little. But then I just kept reading people's comments, and it was fine. I mean, I got through it. I must admit, I woke up today thinking, what's it going to be like? But no, it feels good. Feels good. I feel absolutely fine. So, I mean, I must admit, I don't think it would be great to do another couple of days of 10-hour streams, but I feel good. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to this show. Really looking forward to this show. I just hope it's going to give us what we're looking for, which is just keep that momentum going. You know, when we started yesterday's stream, it was all doom and gloom, and it was all everyone was down and everyone was struggling a bit, and like, oh my God, you know, is TKO just ruined wrestling? And don't get me wrong, those conversations can still be had, but I think we're all feeling so much better after yesterday. I think yesterday just really picked up the moods. I think the Danhausen segment as well really helped because I think we needed a bit of humor. I think we needed a bit of fun. We didn't really get that on night 1. You know, if you remember, that segment with John was Bianca announcing her pregnancy, right? Nice to see her back, and then shock news. But we didn't really get any humor. We got what a really fun segment. I loved all those little Danhausens. I thought they were really funny. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that segment was really well received. Obviously, there's no scores doing the rounds for those, but just the general consensus of, how good yesterday was. I think Bleacher Report gave it an A- grade. The same people that said that night one was D+. I think they gave yesterday an A-. So, it's not just us saying it. Bleacher Report are saying it that night two was much, much better. Doc Holliday said SmackDown needs shuffling because Raw just got arguably better with Roman being champion and Oba being on Raw with his new notch on his belts. Yeah, well, we need a draft. I mean, not only do we need a draft to just, freshen things up, but I just don't even think the rosters are right, and we've said that for a long time. I think, there's, the heels and faces are not quite in line. If we look at the numbers, I think if we look at the women's divisions and the mid card, I think it's off. I think we could move some stuff around and just breathe some new life into the tag divisions. I also think there needs to be a conversation, and I don't know if they'll have the conversation, but there needs to be a conversation about should we just have one tag division, because they cannot seemingly get both tag division plates spinning at the same time, right? We're either focused on SmackDown doing really good stuff, or there's a little focus on Raw trying to do some stuff. We cannot get two tag divisions firing at the same time. So if that's true, why not just have one tag division? Why try and have a Raw and a SmackDown one? We don't do that for the women. We don't have a Raw and a SmackDown women's tag division. So why are we so desperately trying to have a Raw and a SmackDown men's tag division? I think it's okay. I think it would be great if we had one tag division and we just permanently booked it well and we cared about it, and we got the plate spinning and we kept it spinning. Rather than, we'll try and do SmackDown for a bit, right? Okay. Oh, we forgot about Raw. Judgment Day have been tag champs for God knows how long, and they haven't even defended the belts. Should we put the Usos back together and, do something there? And it's you do a little something over there. I mean, the Usos, we didn't have either of those belts defended at WrestleMania. I have to seriously think who the hell are the tag champs on SmackDown. It's Damian and R-Truth. And you go, oh yeah, okay. So that's where we are with that division. And then over on the other, and it's just, you got Johnny doing whatever Johnny's doing. You got Motor City and Fraxium just messing around. It's just in a bad place, isn't it? I agree. We need a draft. There's so many things that just need to be fixed. That we just need that reset as well. So I'll love it if they announce a draft is coming soon. Obviously, we won't do the draft tonight, but if they could tell us one is on the way today, flipping now, I'll be over the moon. Brandon said maybe Road Dogg wasn't the problem with SmackDown's writing. I don't know that he was the problem, but I don't think he's the solution either. When he was on the team, it was still not great. I think this is where I struggle a little bit with the Road Dogg conversation. We've been watching throughout 2025, and that year was not a good year. 2025 is looked on by quite a lot of fans as being a very underwhelming year, and people were hoping 2026 was going to be better. And I saw some green shoots. I mean, I said this in January and February that I saw some green shoots. But March, what happened was Raw kicked on, I would say, and actually delivered some good shows. I mean, I think that Raw has been good. I'm going to go on record and say that I think I've given shows in the 7s for Raw, which for me is great, But honestly, SmackDown just absolutely fell off a cliff. It absolutely died a death. SmackDown was getting I gave it one of the SmackDowns a 2 out of 10. Me, I'm a big WWE fan that hardly ever goes below a 6, and I gave one of the SmackDowns this year a 2. It genuinely might be the lowest score I've ever given to a WWE show. And I think the week after it was still not much better. And we were 2 and 4 and those kinds of scores. SmackDown, and we were not alone. I mean, again, I can just refer to Cage Match. And if we go down, you can see that the SmackDown here, which I believe was the Go Home SmackDown, Cage Match has given a 4. If we go a week earlier, which I think is over here, we've got a 1.5. A 1.5? I mean, again, we're not dealing with loads of votes, but it just gives you a snapshot. I mean, this to me just gives you an idea, just a rough ballpark. How was it received? You know, was it a 4? Was it a 6? Was it, a 10 out of 10? This is where we were with SmackDown. A snapshot, just a snapshot. 1.5. It was bad. It's been bad. So, yeah, I think that it got worse after Road Dogg left, but even when he was there, it was still not good enough. It was 5s, maybe a 6. I think it needs a shake-up. The creative team needs to be really looked at by Triple H, seriously looked at by Triple H. And I do find myself worrying the longer this goes on that Triple H is part of the problem. I think when he first came in, he kind of had loads of ideas, like we all would. Like, if I was to take over creative, I'd have loads of ideas. Okay, yeah, this person's not been used well. That person's not been used well. The fans like them. The fans like them. Right, we're going to do that. We're going to do that, right? We're going to get behind this person. And we're going to, move this around. And you just kind of go crazy a little bit with all your plans. You do that. But after a couple of years, you've sort of done all that stuff that's got you quick wins. I mean, I'm going to say they're quick wins. For example, if I go in and start giving the Wyatt Six interesting backstories and QR codes and actually digging into that group and making them try and build their aura, I know that's going to play well to a lot of people, certainly in this community. And, if I can make it credible and, all that, hopefully I can win over some that were not really on board with them anyway. That would be what I would say would be a quick win, because that I know would land and I can do it, and that will get me through a good few years. But what happens once I've done that? Then all of a sudden I've got to start coming up with the new stuff that's next. I've got to start coming up with stuff that I haven't even thought of yet. And, all the while I've got injuries to deal with, got people being called up. I suppose what I'm saying is there probably is a honeymoon period. There probably is a period where you go in with all this enthusiasm and fresh ideas and excitement, and you have a great few years. But then once you've got through that and it becomes relentless, show after show after show, issue after issue, I wonder if things settle down into a bit of a groove and it becomes harder at that point. And I find myself wondering, is that what's happened to Triple H? That he came up with enthusiasm, excitement, quick wins, had a good couple of years, and now here we are really in the grind. We're really now in a groove where this is where the job really becomes the job now. This is where being head of creative becomes harder. It's relentless. It never stops. It just keeps going. And you got to keep coming up with ideas, and you got to keep entertaining. It's hard, isn't it? You got to keep entertaining. I mean, that's what it comes down to. Entertain me. I'm going to tune into your show, entertain me. But you got to do that on a Monday for 2.5 hours, on a Friday for 3 hours every single week, and build to PLEs, and, integrate new stars, and make sure that you're treating all the talent fairly, and the people that are fans of, whoever, they're going to moan if they're not on TV. Why are you not using Julia better? Why, I can't believe the way they're using the women and all this kind of stuff, right? Tag team wrestling, as we just said. Why are they not using the Wyatt Six? Blah, 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 blah. And I could imagine it then becomes a bit of a grind, So I think I do find myself having some concerns about Triple H. He might be in that headspace now. And I think if you are in that headspace, what you need is really vibrant, exciting, like creative teams. You need creative teams that are just popping and are just, do you know what I mean? Just like coming up with all this stuff. Because if you're feeling a bit mentally exhausted or creatively sort of bankrupt, you've hit a bit of a brick wall, you can come through it, you know, you can bounce off them to get ideas, but you're going to need some good people in your creative teams to sort of, you know, get the conversation going and make you think about things in a different way. And I don't know, man, every time I saw the creative rooms on WWE Unreal, it was a load of guys sat around a table flat, just like, do you know what I mean? They were just sat there, just thinking, but I didn't see that. I didn't see that energy. I didn't see that vibrancy. I didn't see that. And again, we might be looking at hour 6 of a 10-hour meeting. So, I mean, it might not be fair to say that. But if I was in Triple H's shoes, I would want that energy. I would need that energy because I would bounce off that energy. And so, you know, the clips we saw of Road Dogg weren't great, to be honest. Him going, should we put the belt back on Chelsea? Triple H was like, well, you can do that, but who's she going to feud with? And he was like, I don't know. And again, it's unfair editing, isn't it? I mean, he might have a million great ideas. He might be brilliant. But all I can tell you is that when he was in the team, the show was still not great. And the stuff we saw on Unreal didn't fill anyone with confidence. There was plenty of people saying Road Dogg's got to go, man. He's got to go. He's got to go. He's not got it. And then he goes. The show stays bad, gets worse. And now it's kind of turned into a, we need Road Dogg back. But all that does is just get us back to where we were. Like, what I think we need is we need some really exciting young writers in that room. We need some people that, you know, there's some kids that watch wrestling, that know wrestling, that watch other products, that know what is working, but know WWE as well. It's no point watching New Japan and AEW and thinking, I'm just going to bring that to WWE, because some of that stuff won't translate. It's a very different demographic, certainly different to New Japan. So, you know, you can have dreams of, you know, these incredible wrestling matches, but WWE has always been about the superstars. It's always been about like the aura, you know, it's always been about Andre the Giant and Hulk Hogan. You know, it's always been about, this is why we spend so flipping long on entrances. This is why we worry about catchphrases. This is why we have like nicknames and stuff like that. The Beast Slayer or the Architect, you know, the Visionary, Mommy, yeah, Dirty Dom. Like, this is why we mess around with all of those stuff. This is why I don't know why we have Def Rebel. I mean, I don't know how many times you have to complain about Def Rebel. I mean, if the music was better, it should be better. That is one of their problems as well, right? No One Needs Trouble by Liv Morgan. That's what I'm saying. But, like, if you're going to come in and just focus on trying to make this, like, incredible in-ring work, but yet sacrifice the character stuff, I don't think you understand the WWE audience. You know, people weren't loving Bray Wyatt because of his in-ring abilities. He was a world builder, you know? So, yeah, for me, I want to see some vibrancy in there. I want to see some great ideas being generated and some excitement. I think I'd like to see a few risks being taken, but I'm a bit concerned, to be honest, because if you take risks, it might lead to what we just saw with Pat. You know, shoving Pat into that feud, you could say, was a risk. I mean, it was a risk, and it did not pay off. I mean, it flopped big. So I must admit, like, it's easy to sit here and go, why are they being so comfortable? Like, why aren't they being a bit edgier? Why aren't they taking more risks? But I don't know. You then look at, like, the Pat stuff and go, yeah, no. I want you to take risks, but not the ones that don't work. Take risks, but they've got to be risks that work. Yeah? So it's a good conversation, that. It's an interesting one. I think there might be a few people that feel a bit different about things we've said there, but that's kind of how I see it. I think that I do get worried whenever I see the creative stuff on WWE Unreal. Stephen, hello, my friend, says, I feel for Triple H. Having to book within that TKO framework, his hands seem to be tied, trying to get some stories out there, with the TV time being eaten away. What is he meant to do, said Stephen. Well, I think you can have a little bit of sympathy for Triple H when it comes to WrestleMania, but a lot of what we've just spoke about is the weekly shows. And to be honest, the bulk of those have got nothing to do with TKO. I think Triple H has got a problem. Look, Triple H is responsible for content, right? He's head of content, right? So that means, obviously, the storylines. But it does also mean the match quality. Like, he is responsible for the show, basically. So, yes, his main thing is to make sure that he's telling good stories and getting, you know, like the crowd reactions they want and all this kind of stuff. He can't just set that up and then let the wrestlers go out there and then have awful matches. And there are way too many bad matches that have got absolutely nothing to do with TKO. I mean, if you look at, like, even our community scores for Raw and SmackDown, I mean, we are now seriously getting to the point where even just getting a good 90% is not happening. I mean, we're seeing a lot of good 89s and good 85s. And I mean, it was a given before that you'd tune into a show and people would be like, oh, I enjoyed that. It was good. I think it was good. It's probably good 95, good 98. Because the way our system works is you've got bad, good, great, all time. And most matches will be good 90-something. And a couple of matches, maybe your main event, maybe your opening match would be great. But what we're seeing now is we're in good 80-something for the whole show. The match quality is getting worse. And I that's nothing to do with TKO. The only thing you could say is that there's a lack of house shows. But then I see Bayley going to AAA and fighting Flammer and putting on a really fantastic match. And I go, what's that about? Like, how has she gone to AAA, gone to Mexico, somewhere she never goes, to a promotion she never wrestles in, facing someone, I don't know, that she's ever met before, and they just put on a great match? I mean, was it just a fluke? I don't know. What I do know is that when we put two people in a ring on Raw or SmackDown, something's going wrong at the moment, because the match we end up with is just not that interesting, and actually at times can even be clunky. I don't know if there's a lack of accountability. I don't know if no one is getting good feedback. I don't know if, how do people improve? How are people developing? I think there's a whole conversation to be had there. I just, from top to bottom, I've got worries, concerns, because you've got TKO that are trying to shove Pat into the WrestleMania main event. So, yeah, okay, that derails Randy and Cody. But TKO aren't telling Pat what to say. So, you know, all the nonsense that Pat was saying about, I want the Attitude Era back. Why am I having to watch 5'5" guys wrestle? We're going to save the business. You know, he's just coming out with all this stuff. Randy's going to save the business. I mean, don't forget, Randy has been a 14-time world champion. Randy has been in WWE during 2025. Obviously now during this period. So Randy is part of the machine, if you will, that Pat is seemingly got an issue with. And also Randy won Elimination Chamber, and so he's been advertised for one of the main events. And tickets have not been selling. So when Pat says we need to put the belt on Randy because that will sell tickets, you kind of go, what do you mean? Because Randy's already being advertised for the main event of WrestleMania and we're already not selling tickets. So how does him being the champion rather than the challenger, how does that sell tickets? How's that going to sell more tickets? Like, that doesn't make much sense to me. The fact that he wants to go back to the Attitude Era, which was not a PG product and we're a PG product now, that doesn't make sense to me. The fact that he's going off on 5'5" guys wrestling Iron Man matches, people are like, I don't even know what he's talking about with that. I suppose the point I'm making is, shoving Pat in was obviously a TKO move. That's what we've been told. But how he was used, what he said, how he fitted into the story, was that TKO or was that Triple H? I don't know the answer to that, but I can't imagine that TKO scripted what Pat had to say. So what if they say we want Pat to be involved in one of the main events because we want to use his show and we want him to be promoting, we want him to be there and all this kind of stuff, does it then get passed to Triple H? Triple H is like, okay, I don't want to be doing this, but okay. Is it then his responsibility to get Pat in? And if it is, he has to take some of the responsibility for how awful it was. Because if I was a booker, head booker, and they said to me, you've got to put Pat in, obviously I'd moan and complain about it. If they're like, shut up, you're doing it, I'd have to do it. And then I'm going to have to do it in a way that is the most palatable way possible, right? I'm going to do it in a way that I'm going to have to try and, make it work. I think in regards to that, yes, his hands were tied to a degree. But there are so many problems when it comes to WWE's booking that just even on Raws and SmackDowns, you go back to last year and the John Cena heel run, and the way that played out, the vision, the way that played out, the decision to have John tap to Gunther, and the backlash to that. I mean, obviously Gunther winning was the right call. Gunther putting John in a sleeper hold, fine, but it's John's decision to tap. It's John's the one that chooses whether he passes out or whether he taps, and he tapped. That's not really something Gunther did. He put John in a submission. It was John that chose to tap. And, I think this is where a lot of fans had a problem. Like, you just made the man who says, I'm never give up. You just made him give up. And it doesn't really benefit Gunther so much. Because I know Gunther can say, I made John tap. But all he did was have him in a sleeper hold. It was John's choice to not just pass out. It was John's choice to tap. So, I don't know. That wound people up as well. The fact he keeps saying it's a new era, and look what he said going into WrestleMania. He said things were going to over-deliver. I mean, again, if you're going to say that, and then we get to WrestleMania and you give us night one, the night one that we got, you're either lying to us, which is obviously not great, or you believe it was going to over-deliver and it didn't, and that's also not great. Either way, it's not great. So I am with you. I do agree that he's not being helped by TKO sticking their noses in, but I think that only happens a couple of times a year around WrestleMania. The rest of it, everything from now, whatever goes down over these next few months over the summer, I don't think TKO really care. Because for them, WrestleMania is the Super Bowl, and that's the one where they really wanted to squeeze every penny, I don't think they're getting involved as we're heading to Clash in Italy. Or I don't think they're really getting involved as we head towards Backlash, They just want an update as to how things are going. But really what they're going to be focused on is, SummerSlam. They'll care about SummerSlam because that's a 2-day stadium show that's got lots of potential for money and sponsorship. It's obviously a much bigger event. So, maybe they stick their noses in as we get towards SummerSlam. And the thing is as well, like, because we as fans are very dedicated, very loyal, we don't really cause much of a backlash. I know we make noise on X, but what we just found out was that TKO loved that noise. What we learned from what we just went through was that TKO love the noise. Doesn't matter if it's good, doesn't matter if it's bad. Your complaining was welcomed by them. They welcomed it. Because Tony Khan said, I only care about 3 things. I care about revenue, some money. I care about ratings, so viewership, and I care about relevancy, noise. Yeah, being out there, being relevant. Doesn't matter what the conversation is, doesn't matter if it's good, bad, whatever. Just care about being the conversation. Just care about being relevant. just care about being the topic of conversation. So those are the three things Nick Khan cares about: ratings, revenue, and relevancy. So, you know, we as fans, we are potentially sleepwalking our way to a very scary looking future. Obviously, we're feeling better today after what we got yesterday, but let's not forget what we got yesterday was still a hell of a lot of commercials. It was still a show that didn't have hype packages because we needed to fit those commercials in, you know? There's still, even with yesterday, there's still things that are concerning. And then, of course, if the action didn't deliver like it did on Sunday and it looked more like it looked on Saturday, I mean, you know, it was bad. Saturday night, Sunday morning was bad. Looking around at how everyone was reacting, it was bad. So we're kind of a little bit out of the WrestleMania woods, and we're very excited for tonight, but the TKO problem has not gone away. So, yeah, I think it's a very interesting conversation that Triple H definitely does have, certainly around the bigger shows, some problem with TKO. I think, though, he's also got a problem with just the general creative, which is not TKO related. So, Stephen, thank you. I think that's really interesting. Your question was, what does he do? Well, I think what he has to do is he has to find a creative team. He has to do a draft. He has to shake things up. He has to find some momentum. He has to find a product that the fans are really passionate about, with shows that are connecting. And that then, if that momentum is working, it should lead to more goodwill. It should lead to potentially more ticket sales. And then maybe it leads to TKO not feeling like they have to get involved. Part of the problem is they feel like they have to get involved because they're clearly not satisfied with what Triple H is delivering when it comes to those big shows. If they didn't feel like they needed to get involved, they wouldn't get involved. But they feel like they have to get involved. And so that just goes back to the creative problems that he has on a weekly basis. Doc Holliday said, I would probably put Ethan Page and Ricky Saints with Cody to maybe tap into Cody's leadership with a group. You would put Ethan and Ricky with Cody to tap into. Well, wouldn't that make him a heel? Because there was no heel turn at WrestleMania. Obviously, Cody got punted by Randy afterwards. I think the eye looked like it was damaged anyway, but I don't know if that was the straw that broke the camel's back. I actually don't know when the orbital injury occurred, but yeah, he got punted, didn't he, by Randy? Clearly, Randy is still the heel, Cody is still the face. So if you bring up Ethan and Ricky, put them with Cody, unless you're turning him heel, then you're ending up with like them as baby faces. Ricky can do it. I haven't seen Ethan doing it, though. I think Ethan's very good as a heel. Some people are thinking Ricky and Ethan with Randy. Santino said maybe some new generation-like characters could give some variety. The era that gave us Mankind, Rock, Michaels, everyone felt different, says Santino. Yeah, I think part of the issue with WWE is not one that you can fix, and it's one that's been around for a while, and it is that it's so much bigger now, and we are trying to find that great talent. You know, we're really trying to find those superstars like Oba, like Trick. We're trying to find those people that are... I mean, the thing with Oba, look at Oba, he's took no work whatsoever, has he? I mean, he's just got that Nigerian heritage. We just got good epic sounding music, and he's got the strut. Yeah, it's that simple. I mean, it's that simple, and right now he's one of the biggest stars in WWE. So for me, I sort of look at Oba, and I look at the simplicity of the character, and you go, and look how over he is. I mean, Roman Reigns was sat at that press conference after the WrestleMania night 2, and the fans behind were chanting, Oba's gonna kill you. And Roman was like looking around all shocked, and you know, a little smile came on his face, because I think he's excited by the fact that there's someone out there. The fans are like, oh, this is the next one. This is the one we're excited about, Roman. This is going to be your next challenge. I mean, it won't be. Apparently, Gunther is the next challenge, but Ober Roman is coming, definitely, right? I think Roman's excited by this kind of fresh blood that's around. Don't forget, he's been feuding with the likes of Cody. He's been feuding with the likes of CM Punk recently. Obviously, Seth in the main event of WrestleMania. And so, you know, they're trying to get Braun over. They're trying to get Bronson over. And that's work that they're trying to do. Like, they're having to work at that. That's work. You know, it's not hitting straight away. Braun's been on the main roster a few years. His aura is growing. But it's a work in progress. Ober, straight out the gate. The walk. Yeah. The music. Everything's just... Everyone's gone, oh my God, this is him. This is him. And I think, like, you know, it can be that simple. But where it's so challenging is because we bring in so many people, we just have to run with a lot of very generic names, you know? We can't really go so much with, like, you know, people's jobs like we could in the new generation, where we had the taxman or we had the policeman or the prisoner, and, you know, that was kind of end of golden era going into new generation. And I mean, we had a priest, we had Friar Ferguson, didn't we? And whatever Bastion Booger was, just discussed him. We had a sumo wrestler in Yokozuna. We had the Brutus the Barber Beefcake as well. You know, I mean, we just had all those kind of gimmicks. And I love gimmicks. I mean, I love that time period. I love collecting the figures of those, and I love, like, how they've got such strong identities. It's just so hard now. The company is so big, and we are bringing in new people all the time that there's just, you have to exaggerate these people's personalities. So, you know, what are you about? What's your interest? Let's exaggerate it, and let's, you know, go big. So with Ober, he's got Nigerian heritage. We've gone big with that. Yeah, that's his background. We've exaggerated that aspect, and there's Oberfemi, right? So I like, but it's hard because you've got people like Sami Zayn. I mean, what's Sami Zayn? You know, I mean, what does he bring? Johnny Gargano. What does Johnny Gargano bring to the table? You know, Carmelo Hayes. You know, how do these people sort of stand out and shine? You know, how can you make them feel different from someone else? It's hard when there's so many people around and so many people coming and going and so much churn, and it's very, very difficult. It's very, very difficult. There's an argument to be had that we do need more character depth. We do need to sort of dig into backstories more. We do need to sort of see these characters out in the real world. There's an argument for that. Whether that is the core problem, I think we need to just keep it relatively simple. I think we need better matches. I think that would definitely help. I think we need some more interesting storylines. I sort of feel like a lot of the storylines that we run is, you know, people attacking each other and just leading to a match. Like, or someone wins a tournament, you know, Elimination Chamber, Rumble, and they get a title opportunity. You know, someone will win Money in the Bank and they'll tease cashing it in. Someone will win King of the Ring, they'll go to SummerSlam to fight for the belt. Someone won the Rumble, they fight for the belt. Someone won Chamber, they fight for the belt. Someone will win a number one Contenders, they'll fight for the belt. I mean, we do a load of that throughout the year, which is not wrong. But, you know, there's a lot of stories that are just, I won this, so I get this opportunity. And then there's a lot of others where it's like groups or tag teams that split up. Like we saw with Sol Ruka and Zarya, or we saw with Judgment Day. We probably will see with Alexa and Charlotte at some point. You know, those kind of things go down. I feel like once you actually break it down into the different stories, I feel like there's a lot of very just similar stuff that goes on all the time. There's not much new or like really out the box thinking, or, you know, I mean, it's not like we're getting affairs or anything like that. Or I mean, I think the Theory Maxine thing was a bit interesting because that's not something we tend to see. So that was kind of where's that going? That's kind of interesting. Don't hate that. See what kind of comes of that. But I think this is why like the Liv taking Dominic away from Rhea the other year was good. Like and it worked, didn't it? I mean that story was so well received because I think it was a bit different to what we normally see. Of course, you can go back in history and name stories like that have happened, but like it's not the kind of thing you see year in year out. So I think like keeping it simple, give us some different stories, give us a bit of character depth, give us some character development as those stories go on, of course. And, I thought the good thing that worked with the Bloodline was a lot of backstage conversations where we knew how people felt about each other. I'm always surprised we don't have storylines sort of crossing over, and, that would be kind of nice. To see some storylines sort of interacting with each other. We don't really get loads of that either. Everything seems to be in its own segment. Everything is very, sterile. We're doing this segment now with Becky calling out AJ. Now we're going to do this segment now where, I don't know, someone's having a match and, Rhea's having a match and clearly Michin or B-Fab's going to attack her. And EO might make the save, right? And then we're going to do this segment now. And it's like everything's got its own little segment. It feels very scripted, sterile. WrestleMania felt that way as well. Every match had its own little slot, didn't it? So we do the entrance, we did commercial, came back from commercial, time for entrances, did the match, back to commercial. Time for entrances, did the match, back to commercial. Everything was just everything in the right place. No backstage interviews, no hype packages. Even the segments at WrestleMania were the attendance thing. You had John at the start both days saying, time now to start the show. And then you had John just before the main event both days. The one night it was Bianca. The other night was the Danhausen segment. It was just all laid out. Lovely template. It was all very clean. And I don't know, man. I don't know if, like, wasn't very exciting. We talk a lot about it being, like, comfortable and predictable and clean. And I mean, Night 2 showed you how it can work when it's done well. Night 1 can show you how it can easily fall apart if the in-ring doesn't perform. Both nights suffered from not having hype packages. So I think it's hard to pinpoint exactly, like, that's the fix. Because I think it's a bigger conversation than that. And I think there's lots of things that need to be tweaked and changed. So, yeah, that, looking at the generic characters, you can say is one. But I think, like, trying to keep it simple, first of all. Start with your main events. Make sure they're interesting stories. Make sure people care about those. Make sure you're not doing something stupid like dropping Pat McAfee into them. Then what you want to do is, make sure that the in-ring on the shows is better than it has been. I think if you started doing that, you'd be, making some progress. Certainly if the stories you're telling are a bit more unique, rather than just the generic ones that we do every single year. And, I think if you used to put even just that in place, we'd be in a better place and kind of build from there. RTX said, with Drew talking about Jacob's time in prison, was it a missed opportunity to have a Hell in a Cell match? You could definitely do that. To be honest, I mean, I would have loved a loser goes to prison match because, again, talking about stories that we just don't get. That is one from Big Boss Man Mountie from the early 90s, where the loser spent the night in prison. And I think, like, could you imagine if with all that talk about Drew saying, this is where you belong, Jacob, in prison, if we actually did a loser goes to prison match, right, spends the night in prison, Jacob wins, Drew gets dragged off by the police. And then throughout WrestleMania, we kind of watch him getting his fingerprints taken. We see him being chucked into a cell. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, some of the imagery there would be really fun. And he could have, obviously, a lot of fun with that after he comes out and spends the night. That would be good for Dominic. I mean, do you remember when Dominic was talking about being behind bars because he spent, like, a few hours in jail after being arrested when he went round to his dad's house. And then he was talking about what it was like in jail. Like, I always thought they could have done that type of match with him as well. That's a stipulation that we never see. If you want to talk about, is it going to be last man standing? Is it going to be submission match? Is it going to be 3 stages of hell? Like, something like that where the loser spends the night in prison. I don't know why we don't do things like that. I think kids would find it, like, so exciting. Adults would, I think, be down with something a bit different, like, rather than just seeing the same old stuff. And I think certainly for the Jacob story, I think it could have fitted because, as you said, it was such a large part of the build. It was such a large part of, like, this is where you belong, you're a jailbird and all that kind of stuff. You're a convict and, like, you could have done that. So, yeah, you could have done Hell in a Cell. I would have been tempted to have tried something a little bit different. I would have been tempted to have tried that. Afro Soul Reaper said, how bad would it have to be for you to quit WWE? It would have to be to the point where all the shows were making me angry and it was becoming, like, unwatchable. I mean, what I would say is I had an episode or 2 of SmackDown. I think the SmackDowns where Pat was on were becoming intolerable to me. Like, I couldn't watch that for an extended period of time. Like, they were annoying me and irritating me. And again, this is where we go back to that conversation of all heat is good heat. And it's like, no, it is definitely, that is not true. And I can speak from personal experience, that is not true, right? If you've got a heel that you are hating, but you're enjoying the story and you're engaged with it and you want to see that heel get their comeuppance, I hate this guy, I hope such and such beats him, but you want to tune in to see what happens next and you're really invested. Like, that's good heat, that's like good, that's entertaining, like you're having fun. But with the Pat stuff, with the nonsense that he was speaking, but not only the nonsense, I think the fact that he had derailed a story that we were so excited about anyway, Cody, Randy digging into the history. I mean, I'd love to hear Randy talking about Stardust and kind of throwing a bit of shade at Cody for that, right? I think the stuff we could have dug into, and we didn't get that because we had to get Pat out there. I mean, it did feel like it was Cody versus Pat by the time we got to WrestleMania. That's how it felt, because Pat had been such a major focus. And so that story just got completely derailed. And I think as well, because we live in a world where we know a lot of the rumors about what's going on and why, we know that he's not there because we believe this is going to be good for the story. We know he's there because TKO want to use his show. Like, they want to work with him and ESPN and, strengthen that relationship. And so we know that this is like horrible business reasons. That's why he's the focal point. That's why he's been shoved in. It's not to make things better. It's not for our benefit. It's not for the story's benefit. It's for TKO's benefit. It's for the benefit of strengthening their relationship with ESPN. And that is such a like, you are damaging your product. It's a little bit like when a chocolate company or some food company will change their the taste of their product because they can change an ingredient to a cheaper ingredient. Like, that's how I'd explain Pat, right? Like, here we've got Cadbury's chocolate, and they got took over by a company called Kraft. And I've heard a lot of people complaining that the chocolate doesn't taste as good anymore because apparently they've changed the recipe. Now, obviously, they've changed the recipe because they can now use cheaper ingredients. But so that benefits the business because they're not spending as much now. But the product has got worse, right? So the product suffers. And I would say that that's exactly what we did with Pat. We put Pat in to benefit the business, but the product suffered. The product got worse. So it's like, that's how I would compare it. So in order for me to leave WWE, it would have to be that, and there'd have to be like no end of that in sight. Like, it would have to be that SmackDown stays at that level where I'm tuning in and I'm frustrated and I'm just struggling with it, and there's no joy, there's no fun. I mean, one thing I don't want to be doing is hate watching. I'm not interested in hate watching. Like, I love WWE and I still love WWE, of course. I mean, I love it a lot after yesterday. But that was a very nice reminder of why we watch WWE. But yeah, don't get me wrong, man. Those SmackDowns in March were hard for me. They were not fun. I was not having fun. And I think if Raw had started going that way, and if SmackDown has like stayed that way, I don't know. I think I would be getting to the point where I don't know how long I could keep it up, because I would just be dreading tuning in, and I'd be dreading sort of having to watch shows that I could do nothing but complain about. I mean, it would have been awful. I mean, all I can hope for now is that Raw stays as good as it's been, and that SmackDown, now Pat's gone, and now we're past all the nonsense of WrestleMania, that SmackDown, you know, starts rising back up again. So that's what I'm hoping for, of course. So I think, to answer your question, I would say I was quite a way off. I don't feel like I was close. I think that I was quite a way off. I mean, I was mentally ready for Pat to be around till Backlash, maybe even through the summer, and I was mentally ready for SmackDown to be a struggle. But Raw has been okay. But I think if Raw had started going as well, then I would have been like, oh my God. But even then I would have been like, well, surely I've just got to make it to SummerSlam. If I can get to SummerSlam, Pat will probably go, and then maybe SmackDown will be back again. So maybe I've just got to hold out till SummerSlam. And I then have to start getting into that sort of a mindset. So as a result, I don't think I certainly was not close to not doing WWE. It would take something like that. And you got to remember, I've been watching WWE since the early 90s. So nothing they've done since I started when I was a kid has driven me away. So that's how unlikely it would be that for me to stop watching. So I think a lot further than maybe some people thought. But yeah, I don't want to diminish the fact that I was struggling. I was struggling with hard with some of those shows. Sumo Wrestling Daze, we're waiting for you, said Iron Sentinel. Do you know, I watched a bit of sumo wrestling. They came to the Royal Albert Hall and did some shows at the Royal Albert Hall. So I actually watched some sumo. It was all right. Daze, the fact that Theory is in the Vision, says Calvin, just takes the pins, but still doesn't make sense to me. What does he get out of it? Why isn't he a babyface? I think it does. It makes sense to me, actually, why he's in the Vision, but I don't think it's quite going to plan at the moment because of the injuries. So I actually said he should join the Vision, and I said he should take the pins. So I think I can explain this one to you. There is a little booking trick that works that's very powerful and has been used a few times that actually gets people over. And it's a powerful way of getting people over. And what you do, and they haven't quite done it yet, so I don't know if this is what they're doing, but it's what I would have done. You put Theory into the Vision, and you make him a nice guy, right? He's a nice guy that's just lost. And what you do is you have Bron Breakker being mean and moody. You have Bronson Reed being mean and moody. You have Logan obviously being mean and moody. But you have Theory just being that nice guy that's just, yeah, I'm here to help. What do you need, right? He's a good person. He's helping them, but that's because he's lost. I mean, he's tried being in A-Town Down Under. It didn't work. He tried being a solo star. It didn't work. And so he's lost. He doesn't know what to do. I mean, if he was not in the Vision, he could be at risk of being cut. He could just completely lose his job. So, okay, I'm going to be with these guys. This is going to help me, right? This is going to help me get some momentum, right? So he's with them. and they make him do things he doesn't want to do. You know, that he has to attack people. And you actually see backstage him going, I don't think we should do this. They've got a family, you know, and you can just get across that he's a good person. The others don't care. He cares. And so what you do is you kind of really get the crowds used to seeing him as being, he's a good person, actually. You know, come on, stand up for yourself. And what you want to do over time, I mean, it takes months and months and months. This is not a quick fix. But what you want to do over time is you really want the crowd to sort of be, come on, you don't belong there. Stand up for yourself, you know? Like, and in matches, he takes the pins and the others have a go at him. You're letting us down, yeah? You better put your ideas up, otherwise you're out. And he's like, I'm sorry, I'm going to do better. I'm going to do better. And the crowd start feeling sympathy for him. They start feeling a connection with Theory. And they're like, come on, Theory, stand up for yourself. And, you know, you're seeing, like, Bron pushing him around, yelling at him. And Theory's like, he's being abused. You know, just like how Kyrie is right now. You know, Kyrie at the moment is sort of being abused by Asuka. The problem with that is it's very stop-start. You know, it's very stop-start. I mean, we were doing it and then we weren't doing it. Then we went back to doing it. Like, you've got to commit to the story. And if you can do it, if you can tell the story correctly, it's very, very powerful. We saw it with Sammy in the Bloodline where they were trying to get him to attack Kevin Owens and he didn't want to do it. And the fans were like chanting for Sammy. And eventually he turns on Roman at the Royal Rumble. Like, to me, that was, you know, a really well executed, you know, way of doing that. You might remember when Chad was abusing Alpha Academy and everyone was chanting for Otis to kind of stand up to Chad. And so that was an example. Daniel Bryan did it when he joined the Wyatt family. You know, the fans were chanting for Daniel Bryan to snap out of it and rebel against Bray Wyatt. And he does. There's a fantastic moment from 2014, I think it's January 2014 on Raw, cage match, where Daniel sat on top of the cage, having just turned on Bray and, you know, broken free of the Wyatts, and he's on the cage yesing, and everyone's yesing in the background, and it was brilliant, right? So, I mean, there's many examples where you can find that this has worked, and I think, like, it could work for Theory, but it doesn't work if Bron Breakker gets injured and Bronson Reed gets injured, and all of a sudden all you've got is Theory and Logan. You know, all of a sudden you haven't really got a vision. So all of a sudden, like, it all just falls apart. I mean, we've got to the point with the vision where even Heyman is now not coming out with them at WrestleMania. I mean, think where the vision was this time last year where, you know, it was being put together with Braun and Bronson coming in and Seth, Heyman by his side. Look at where we are now. It's gone from being Braun, Bronson, Seth, and Heyman to, within the space of a year, being a tag team that's Logan Paul and Austin Theory. That's where we are right now. That is the vision. That is what was at WrestleMania. It was them two with speeds. There was no Seth. There was no Braun. There was no Bronson. There was no Heyman. So, I mean, that group is just... I don't think you can really judge anything that group's doing at the moment. I don't think you should look at that group and go, what are we doing with Theory? Because I think you could have had that plan that I just said. You could have had that as something you were going to work on. But where we are right now is so far removed from where that group should be that I think they're just in survival mode right now. I think they're literally just in survival mode. I think they're just getting through. We're just going to get through. We're just going to, you know, Bron Breakker will be back. So I think tonight we can maybe see Braun maybe rejoining with those two. Maybe we'll get some backstage segments. Maybe Heyman will be back around with them. Perhaps we can start, you know, making some progress again with this as a group. But I really wouldn't be judging them harshly by what you've seen so far. I think the train very much came off the tracks with that group. King Gamer said, given Brock's retirement, is it fair to say, in terms of recruitment, he's the biggest success with all the championships? Did he have more impact than Goldberg? He had more impact than Goldberg, yes. In regards to biggest recruits, I don't know what we mean by that. I mean, I can't say he was bigger than John Cena. But I think if you look at the amount of times that he main evented WrestleMania, I think if you look at his crossover appeal as well, I mean, his time in UFC as UFC heavyweight champion brought a legitimacy that obviously Goldberg didn't have. Goldberg was a football player and, you know, obviously a massive star in the late WCW days and, you know, remained a big star. But I think Brock, with his UFC heavyweight championship run, has got that crossover appeal where people know of him as being legitimate. You know, there's respect to Brock Lesnar from the MMA worlds. Actually, I saw some messages from MMA fighters, and I don't know if it was ESPN or UFC, but like when it comes to Brock, he does garner that sort of mainstream attention as a result. But again, I mean, he's the guy that broke the streak. He will always be the guy that broke the streak. And, you know, as we said, he went on to main event WrestleMania quite a few times. I think he's got about 10, 11 world championships to his name as well. So, you know, for me, yes, I would say he was bigger than Goldberg. In regards to like biggest, what was the word that you used? Biggest recruitment. I don't quite know what that means, as I said. I mean, he came through OVW because he came through the same sort of class as Batista, who was Leviathan, and John Cena, of course, and Randy. They all kind of came through that OVW class. So he went through that and then came to WWE. So I think, like, for me, he's, you know, one of WWE's biggest ever stars. Whether he is S tier or A tier, I mean, you can debate that, but for me, it's one of those that he's going to be in. It depends how harsh you are with S tier. So I never really hear of people saying he's on their Mount Rushmore top 4. I never hear people saying that he made a bigger impact than, say, like The Undertaker or Roman Reigns or John Cena or Stone Cold or The Rock. This is why, if that's your S tier, and maybe you draw the line there, and, you know, maybe he goes into the A tier. So I don't know. I can't really word it any better because I'm not sure what we mean by recruitment. But he's one of WWE's biggest ever stars, and his retirement is obviously massive talking point. I saw that getting mainstream attention. Doc Holiday, shout out to you, said it's 420. Let's go. The creative has done their part, blazing it up, passing joints for the holidays to make this Raw after Mania mind-blowing. Walking into the creative rooms, everyone's eyes are going to be bloodshot red. It is 420. Rob Van Dam Day. So, yes, happy 420 to everyone. I just hope that whatever they've got planned, it's just fun. This show is meant to be fun. It's meant to be a blow-off, a celebration, shocking, set things up. It's meant to be arrivals, but it's also meant to be the end of things. Like, I sort of feel like it's beginnings, but it's endings. It's like, that was WrestleMania weekend. We're wrapping it up in style. Obviously, we've still got WrestleMania crowd around because we're still in Vegas. So this is the end of WrestleMania weekend. This is still WrestleMania weekend. Hence why we've started so early. But in a way, it's also new beginnings because now we start what I think is the new season. I think last night was the end of the 25-26 season. I think tonight marks the start of the 26-27 season. WWE don't agree with that because they have like season premieres in September, but they don't mean anything because they just do that because I think that's when a lot of shows start, so they just try to get some free promotion. It's a little bit like when they do a World Cup, you know? They did a World Cup when the World Cup was on a few tournaments ago because they wanted to try and capitalize. I think it was about 8 years ago, actually. They did a World Cup. They wanted to capitalize on all the buzz. We never do World Cups. Maybe they do one this summer. Perhaps WWE will do a World Cup this summer, which could be fun, actually. A tournament with different people from different nationalities all competing to win the WWE World Cup. We never ever do it, but whenever the World Cup's around, we always want to try and jump onto that bandwagon, you know. So if people search World Cup, maybe some WWE images pop up, or WWE news pops up, or whatever. So yes, I hope they've got some ideas. I hope they've got some exciting stuff planned. I am borderline expecting JC Jane. I will be very shocked if we don't see JC Jane tonight. I don't know that we see JC Jane tonight, but kind of felt like she was done at Stand and Deliver. And so tonight I'm thinking, are we going to see JC Jane? I don't know about like a Ricky or an Ethan, but I mean, it would be very exciting if they came up, and I'd be thrilled if we had a draft announced. That would be great. In regards to Roman, I think him being confronted by Gunther, you know, Gunther wants a favor, and with Brock retiring, what if that favor is get me a title shot? You're the man with connections. You're the oracle. You're the wise man. You're the advocate. You know how to make things happen. Well, I retired John Cena. I retired AJ Styles. I beat Seth Rollins at WrestleMania. I want a title shot, and I know that you can make that happen for me. So maybe tonight is the night that we start the Gunther Roman build, you know. Don't know how you do that though, because are we really going to have Gunther lose to Roman? Is Roman going to lose the belt so soon? I mean, I wouldn't think so. So, I mean, that means we're going to have some sort of shenanigan, isn't it? If we do Roman Gunther at Backlash, we're going to have some sort of shenanigan, because we can't have Roman drop the belt so soon, but equally, we can't have Gunther lose. This is the guy that retired Cena, retired AJ, beats Seth at WrestleMania. He's on a run, he's on a roll, he's got momentum. Are we just going to have him lose to Roman at Backlash? I can't. I'm struggling a bit with how we're going to book this one, to be honest. We'll have to see. But expectation-wise, those are things that I'm looking at. So, Doc Holiday, thank you, my friends. Iron Sentinel, shout out to you, buds. Daze Obafemi is set to open Raw tonight after WrestleMania 42. Good. We'll find out what's next for Oba. He says he called out Roman last night, but he said end of the year. Roman responded and said, let's see how you do over the summer. Let's see if you're not just like a flash in the pan. I'll be very excited to see how you do over the summer. So don't know if they're going to just sort of keep, and they should actually keep him away from the titles. I think they need to put him in there with someone that he can beat, someone credible, someone that he can have a good program with, someone that's a heel as well, because Oba's the face, clearly. To be honest with you, I think the person we need is someone like a Drew McIntyre. A Drew McIntyre who's credible, who is technically a heel, who can take a loss, right? I know Drew fans won't want him to lose again after he just lost to Jacob, and that is the problem, really. It'd be better if Drew was coming in off a win, and, you know, had a bit of momentum. But, yeah, a summer program with Drew. I'm not saying Drew's the right person. Don't worry, right? Don't freak out. I'm not saying he's the right person. I'm just saying he's ticking the boxes that you would look for, because he is credible. He is a heel. He is someone that I think can lose and would be okay moving forward. He can take a loss and it's not going to hurt him or damage him. Oba's got to win whatever feud he goes into, obviously. And I think, like, we just need a little something to get him to, say, King of the Ring, where I think I'd put him in King of the Ring and I'd have him win King of the Ring. And then he goes to SummerSlam, competing for one of those world titles. Well, we're not quite at King of the Ring yet, so he's got to do something. And I don't think a feud with Roman is right, and it's not what's planned either, because we keep hearing the Gunther name. And I don't think a feud with Cody is obviously right, because, well, first of all, Cody's all kinds of banged up and seemingly still going to be in a feud with Randy. Apparently the reason that they did the punt kick after the match was to tell the audience this is not over. So if both the world champions are sort of out of the equation, do you have him go after a mid-card belt? After he's just done what he's done to Brock Lesnar? Are we really going to have him go after a mid-card belt? I've got no... for me, it's bigger than a mid-card belt. For me, he doesn't need it. Like, the mid-card belt is where you build someone up to get them ready to become like a world champion. And it's a good way of building them up and giving them an accomplishment and, you know, getting them over with the crowd and letting the crowd know this is someone, you know, like a Carmelo. This is someone we like. This is someone we think you will like. Trick Williams, you know. Oba doesn't need any of that. He doesn't need it. He's over. People probably want world titles on him now. So for me, it's about giving him something good and satisfying, something fun for him to do over the summer till we can get closer to SummerSlam, where I think that's where we can start talking about putting a world title onto him. So don't know who that person is. If you've got any suggestions, feel free to put it in. But the kind of boxes that would be ticked for me would be like a Drew McIntyre type box. A heel Sheamus would also be ticking that box. Heel Sheamus, we haven't seen as much. He's beatable. He's credible. Can you make it fun? Hopefully, yeah. I mean, you know, you could have some Donnybrook matches or whatever. I think the promos could be interesting. I think the Drew one feels better, but if Drew's not, people don't want that, then like a heel Sheamus would kind of tick those boxes. Problem is, Sheamus, last time we saw him was a face. And I think if he comes back after being away for so long, the fans will be on board with him. So you'd have to really do something to send the message, he's a heel now, you know? That's why that one doesn't quite feel as good. But yeah, we need to find some. So if he's opening the show, that's interesting. They're going to have to find some people for Becky. That list is short right now, said Shining Wizards. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That women's, we don't need Maxine again. We don't want to be doing that. So, yeah, I mean, we do have some women, obviously, in that tag division that don't need to be in that tag division. I mean, I don't know. Do you keep Nia and Lash together? Maybe you do. Perhaps that's worked and you just want to keep going with that for a bit longer. But, you know, Lash could break out. I mean, we could do something there. I don't know. Lyra, Bailey, do you keep them together? Alexa, Charlotte, you know, are they going to be breaking apart? Do we do an Alexa, Becky sort of a feud? That could be fun. I wouldn't be down on that. Julia, I mean, again, if we do a draft, it kind of opens up some possibilities. So we'll have to see. Yeah. Hello, Chris. Shout out to you. Appreciate it. Weird Flex said WWE should move Gunther to SmackDown unless Gunther is going to work with Roman or Femi. I don't know if Raw is big enough for Roman, Femi, and Gunther, or if they're just going to ignore each other, said Weird Flex. Push Up the Daisies says, let the fantasy booking begin. Connor said, would we do Trick Carmelo for the United States? I would. I don't know if I'd do it at Backlash. I think that's the match that people want to see. So again, do you just tease it a little bit? I mean, do you do Ilya Trick first? And then just, you know, that means that you can push Trick Carmelo a little further down the road. Because I think that's the one people want. You want to try and build it up so that people, you know, are really chomping at the bit for it. You know, there is a little bit of a thing with wrestling where you want people to want something, and then of course you don't quite give it to them straight away, so they want it even more. I mean, this is why Cody not winning at 39 and winning at 40 was the right thing to do. This is why Daniel Bryan, like, having a horrible 2013 where, you know, he was just being called a B-plus player, and, you know, people wanted him to win the Rumble in 2014 and he didn't. People were really frustrated, and, you know, I mean, we went on this big journey of Daniel just constantly being given obstacle after obstacle, and the fans, all it meant was the fans wanted it even more. And that meant when he won at 30, it was just this amazing. I mean, I don't know how Daniel winning the title at 30 is sort of remembered, by people now, because obviously a lot of us were there for it. But there's a lot of us now, a lot of people that joined wrestling after WrestleMania 30. So I don't know actually how people kind of go back and recall that. But what I can tell you is that Yes-all-mania, that yes movement, is still one of the biggest movements I've ever seen. I mean, the closest I think we've come to it is the We Want Cody thing from a couple of years ago. But even for me, the yes movement was bigger. I mean, whole segments would be disrupted by just how loud the crowd were. Just yes, yes, yes. And it was happening in other sports as well. Yes chants were breaking out, and it was just it was huge. Absolutely huge. So, yeah, I think, like, people want Oba to be champion. Make them wait. Not too long so that you miss the boat, but just, you know, make them wait a little. Make sure that it happens at the right stage, the right place. For me, the biggest stage we have after WrestleMania would be SummerSlam. So that's why, for me, SummerSlam is where, you know, I'd be looking to do it. Give him something to do over the summer and make it fun. Let's have some fun. Let's have a fun summer. And then in regards to Trick Carmelo, I wouldn't wait as long as SummerSlam. I don't think you need to, but again, you know, is it right that he's the next opponent? Your choice, but again, I might be tempted to do Ilya first. Maybe I'd have Carmelo just sell a little injury, and maybe I'd just have him just, like, you know, stay out the way for just a week or two, just so it makes sense as to why Ilya is next. And then, you know, bring Carmelo back, give him some wins, and then have him set his sights on Trick. So maybe I wouldn't do it Backlash. I don't know what it is in June, if it's Money in the Bank's like September, I think, this year. I'm not sure what the pay-per-view lineup is, but my point is, people want that match. Do you do it next? Maybe. You know, maybe. Perhaps you give them that. Or you make them wait a little bit. So I suppose what I'm saying is, I don't mind. If they go Carmelo, I get it. It's the one people want. If they make you wait for it, I get it. I'm sure what we get instead, if it's Ilya or something, will be entertaining. I think what people aren't looking for is a Sammy rematch. I don't think people are necessarily looking for that. So, yeah, I don't think people are looking for that. So, but there's plenty of other options around. I mean, there's so much great male mid-card talent. We're not going to be struggling for... I mean, what do you do next with Finn, for example? Well, I don't know what you do next with him. Where does he go from here? That'll be interesting to dig into. The promotional way to handle Oba is to let the fans get to know who he is. He has the look and the size, but who is he? I think that'll be what they want to do next, said Weird Flex. Oba push is too much, said Miguel. WWE are acting like they're in danger of losing out. They're young. Build them up this year. Give them great storylines. Maybe Trick wins the Chamber. Oba could win the Royal Rumble. Maybe both head to WrestleMania for the belts next year, says Miguel. Miguel, I hear you. Dylan said, my last memory is Umaga, Great Khali, 2006, because everything else was just shiz, says Dylan. Daze, what if The Rock returned to WWE in 2002? Well, he didn't, so we don't need to worry about it. But Robbie said, can we highlight that we are Roman for the longest period of time since 2019, says Robbie. Roman is on top. He has the belt, and that was a big statement from him last night, wasn't it, where he said that he is here for the summer. Chris said, do we think AJ Lee will be out for a while? Yes. She made a comment, didn't she, after WrestleMania, which is like, I never got a chance to say goodbye last time. Hopefully this isn't goodbye. Hopefully this is just see you soon. And there was, I don't know if you saw that clip of CM Punk knocking the phone out the hands of some guy. That clip's gone viral, right? But it was Bayley and AJ Lee really hugging each other, really giving each other a big hug, as if they weren't going to be seeing each other for a while. I'm not sure. I don't know if I'm reading too much into it, but there was like a big hug there. Punk came over and knocked the phone out of this guy's hands because he was filming Bayley and AJ hugging. It feels like there was something more than just "I'll see you next week" type thing, you know, or "I'll see you tomorrow" or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. That it felt like it was maybe a bit of a sensitive moment. Felt like, you know, and Punk came over and it was like, "Yeah, you're not filming that." Knocked the guy's phone out of his hands. I could believe that AJ goes away for a while now. Yes. I don't know where we are with her. I mean, I was really hoping she would be back and she would look to have a run, maybe wrap it up, you know, whenever. But I don't know. This, like, she was back at WrestlePalooza, went away. Came back for Survivor Series, went away. Came back for Elimination Chamber, went away. Came back for WrestleMania, went away. Like, you're just getting these bits, aren't you, really? I want to run. You know, the stuff I love about AJ, as I said, is that sort of mindset of hers where she's very manipulative and, you know, she was very good at that sort of character work. But it seems like she just wants to come in and do these odd appearances. And I don't think that's helping, to be honest, like with people connecting with her, because she is just going away and then coming back. And she's arguably guilty of doing what Punk is having to go at Roman about, you know, being that part-timer that just comes in for the bigger shows. So I don't know. I don't know if she's got a bit of thinking to do as to, like, is she just happy doing this, or is she gonna, you know, kind of do what Punk's doing and really, you know, have a proper run and be here on the weekly shows and get involved in stories? Or I don't know why she wouldn't want to do that. I don't know. I don't expect to see her for a while, though. No, not after those comments she made. Chris said, would like new with Punk, AJ, Page, Superstar. Would like new with Punk, AJ, Lee, Page, Superstar. I don't know what you mean, but what do you mean? We would like new. I'm not sure what we mean. New group or something? Jono said, AJ, Punk, are they taking a break for a while? I don't think Punk is. I'm not under the impression. I mean, he could go away for a little bit, like, you know, have a bit of a break for a little bit. But I don't get the impression that he's done now and he's gone. Netflix have just released a new poster. It's actually the new thumbnail for this, and this is their new poster. And Punk is absolutely front and center on it. So if WWE knew that he was sort of going away, I get the impression that he wouldn't be as prominent on this. Rhea's on it, which, as you can see, people are like, Rhea's on it, but she has just, won that SmackDown championship. And so people are now wondering if she's going to be moving over to SmackDown or if she's going to be staying. Are we going to switch the belts over? You know, could it be that Liv moves over? I don't know what we're doing with all of that. I mean, it's messy. We can't have both the women's champions being onto the same program. So we're going to have to do some sort of movement there. So, yeah, they dropped this. Punk is absolutely front and center on it. That just makes me wonder if, he could go away for a little bit. Like, he could have a little break now after WrestleMania, letting the body heal up. But, I mean, I don't know that means months and months and months. It might be a few weeks. It might be that, you know, he skips Backlash and, you know, kind of comes back. Because I don't know. I mean, like, this is a brand new poster. Why would he be so front and center? But then I suppose you make the argument, why would you have both of those on as well? So, yeah, it's one that needs to get sorted. And I hope we get a draft, as I keep saying, so that we can get some clarity on some of these things. Dalwyn, thank you, my friends. I appreciate the support. Thank you for sending in such a generous donation. A big thank you to everyone that joined us and everyone that donated. As I said, keeps us going, keeps the electricity bills being paid. It allows us to upgrade cameras, microphones, chairs, headphones, whatever. But, yeah, I massively appreciate it. Obviously, this is the biggest time of year. This is the busiest time. WrestleMania, everyone knows this, you know, it doesn't get bigger than that. So the weekend we just had is like the pinnacle of when it comes to wrestling. So the fact that so many people kind of spent that with us is so appreciated. I hope people found it interesting or maybe informative. You know, some of the theories that people were chucking around, you know, you kind of think about, you go, where is that going? And it's been fun. It's been a lot of fun. So Delwyn, thank you, my friends. Delwyn said the main event at WrestleMania was absolutely epic. Night 2 truly exceeded all expectations. I agree. I think that people are in such good spirits right now. I think the vibe right now is just so different to Saturday night. It's kind of funny, actually, to look back at where we were with... it was funny as to where we were on Saturday night to see, like, you know, what was being said and, like, see where we were Sunday night. It was just absolute chalk and cheese. What's this that's just come through? TKO president Mark Shapiro says the company has got complete control over WWE's creative decisions. Oh, okay. So is this TKO saying, listen, it's got nothing to do with us? First of all, it's got complete control. So we're responsible, good or bad, fact or fiction. You didn't hear about this stuff in the old days with WWE when Vince owned it because it was private. So they didn't put it out like their financial results. No one knew. They knew it was a success and the brand was strong and it had a legion of fans, but they didn't really know how the business worked. Then Vince went public and TKO formed with UFC and WWE come together. Those companies came together and launched TKO, which is a public company traded on the New York Stock Exchange, and everything is kind of out there. Don't care about this. I just care about... Talk to me about creative, right? What I would tell you, WWE has grown in every way. It's grown financial, but more important, it's grown its audience. It's grown social. It's grown stars. It's grown clicks. Great. Now, since TKO, we've got a new deal which put Raw, our big Monday show on Netflix, tripled our audience. And then we put SmackDown, which is our Friday show. We put that on USA. We put our developmental league NXT on CW. CW has 100 million homes and it's grew NXT. Then what we would call the premium live events, which is our big event. Can I just say, I don't think it did grow NXT. I don't think the numbers it's getting on CW are bigger than what... I'm trying to think back to what it was getting on USA Network. I think it's doing well, but I don't know that we can... This is where it's hard. I mean, when he says grew, he might be talking about a specific demo. He might not be talking about overall audience. You know, if you actually dig into the numbers, you might be like, well, it did grow because our 18 to 49 is bigger now. And it's like, yeah, okay, but I think everyone thinks you're talking about the overall audience, you know? So, and also, like, he's saying, like, they tripled our audience for Raw. Globally, that gets like 2 million, and we didn't really get the global numbers before, but that cannot have been tripled. It has not been tripled. Again, no way that has been tripled. And I don't even think any of the demos are going to have been tripled. So what is he talking about there? Again, he might be like, oh, I'm talking about engagement online or something. Do you know what I mean? The amount of, like, engagement tweets online has tripled. But I think people are going to read that and think you're talking about ratings. So you always have to take some of this stuff with a real pinch of salt. This is TKO doing business spiel, you know? Just, like, showing you the hand-picking numbers and sort of making them the focal point. I don't even know why I'm reading all this, because I just want to know about the creative stuff. And plus also I feel like there's a lot of waffle that I'm being lied to. Having Hollywood tie-ins and celebrities like Logan and Pat and Mark Wahlberg or Tyrese Halliburton, that's not new. It's just on a larger scale. We're spending a lot more money to market the brand and market the content. When you do that, you're going to win some folks over. You're also going to chase some folks away. They don't like it, or they don't like that, or it's too expensive, or I don't want to have to... I've got to watch WWE. I've got to buy Netflix, which costs this much. I've got to watch SmackDown on USA. I've got to have CW, so I've got to have cable, and now I have to pay for ESPN. And you can make some enemies really quickly. I was reading something today. A friend was showing me, if you want to watch the Yankees games this year, the full season through the playoffs, you have to watch them across 10 platforms, which costs $1,000 when you add everything up. That's just the way of the world today. So you will chase away some fans, and that's not good. But hopefully you'll get some quality storytelling. Oh, well, let us know when that arrives. And also programming around just the Yankees. If you go to Paramount Plus right now, you'll see UFC. You might buy... Oh, my God, this is so much waffle. Talk to me about the creative bit, or did I skip the creative bit? The Rock is the biggest star on the planet, right? We represent him. He was a wrestler for you. Every month we have one of those events. Crown Jewel. I feel dumber for having read this. An audio recording of TKO president Mark Shapiro speaking at the University of Alabama class has circulated. Shapiro was asked how much involvement TKO has in creative decisions such as Jelly Roll and Pat. He said, I'll kind of walk you through that. First of all, it has complete... It was, the bit I wanted was at the start, you know. It has complete control. So we're responsible, good, bad, fact, fiction. You didn't... This was waffle. Do you know what? This is what annoys me, to be honest, because people will see this headline. They will not read the article. And they'll go, did you hear that apparently TKO have got nothing to do with Pat being involved? Apparently TKO said that WWE have got complete creative control. That's what this says. TKO president says the company has complete control, right? And some people will read that and go, oh, so TKO had nothing to do with Pat. But actually, when you read the article, you go, where's that? Where does it say that? You go, so he got asked, like, what involvement did you have in Jelly and Pat? And he goes, well, I'll walk you through it. First of all, it has complete control. So we're responsible. You didn't hear about that. And then he just goes off about, hey, you didn't hear about this back in the day. You didn't used to hear about these things. But he doesn't actually go into any details, does he? He doesn't talk about Pat and who brought Pat in. And he doesn't talk about who booked Pat. He doesn't go into any of those kind of specific details. He's just, as a throwaway line, going, well, okay, first of all, WWE has got complete control. So we're responsible. I don't even know what this means. We're responsible. This to me is very unclear as to what he's actually saying here. I don't think he goes into any sort of detail. The rumor that came out was that it was Ari Emanuel, it was TKO that said that Pat had to be involved. And I can't say there's anything here I've read that's sort of telling me any different. He's just saying that it has complete control. And maybe that just goes back to what we said before, that TKO said we want Pat involved. How Pat was used might have been down to Triple H. Like, they might have said, we want Pat to be involved at WrestleMania, right? There's nothing here that says they didn't do that. But how he was used and the promos that he cut and what he actually did, that might have been down to Triple H and the Triple H creative teams, you know? So, I don't know. This just caught my attention because, I mean, obviously that's interesting. But you have to read the articles. You have to read the articles. You have to be watching the videos. There was another one, actually, just whilst we're on this topic. Paul Heyman dismisses the belief that Brock Lesnar retired at WrestleMania. Okay? Paul Heyman dismisses the belief that Brock Lesnar retired at WrestleMania. Now, when you watch that video, it was uploaded today, but it's clearly not been filmed today. It's been filmed a few days ago because he's talking about when Bron Breakker returns and what's going to happen when Bron Breakker returns. And as we all know, Bron Breakker returned at WrestleMania. He went after Seth. So it seems like TMZ recorded this video maybe Friday, maybe Saturday, like before Sunday. Maybe they, you know, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, whenever, right? And they've uploaded it today. But there's a couple of clues in there that would say this has not been recorded today. They haven't caught up with Paul Heyman today and recorded it because he's talking about when Bron Breakker returns just later in the video. So that says to me it was recorded the other day. They uploaded it today. But it's doing the rounds at the moment where people are getting it wrong. Like Paul Heyman dismisses the belief that Brock Lesnar retired at WrestleMania. But the video that they got that quote from was seemingly recorded before WrestleMania. So how about you ask him now how he feels about if Brock Lesnar is retired? Because the comments that you're quoting here might not be the comments that he would make right now. There's a lot of this that goes on with wrestling media where things are clickbaity titles or taken out of context, or it's quite rare actually for wrestle purists to do something like this, because I like them and I use them, but I wanted to watch this video because I was like, sure looked like he retired to me. So any comment where Heyman seems to be walking back the retirement is obviously very interesting. Do not take people's words for that. Oh, Heyman said this, and just go, oh, that's interesting. Do the work, right? And if you can't do the work, then find someone you trust that's going to do the work on your behalf by watching the video. And if you do that, then I have got questions, serious questions. I don't think this is what it's claiming to be honest. So anyway, sorry, Delwyn, I was just distracted by a couple of things that just came through there. So anyway, the main event match at WrestleMania was absolutely epic. Night 2 truly exceeded all the expectations. It had fantastic storytelling. Roman called Punk's age into question in the build-up, called his shot and went the distance until Punk's gas ran out. What a barn burner. So, Darwin, really enjoying the main event, really enjoying yesterday, and I agree. I thought that the main event was fantastic. I thought that yesterday was fantastic. We was full of praise. And as I said, if you're going to be critical when the times are hard and the show is poor, I hope you are willing to be full of praise when the product deserves it. And maybe some people out there didn't feel that it deserved it quite as much as Darwin, or quite as much as maybe some of the things we've said, but because we know Cage Match is at like 6.6, and maybe aren't feeling day 2 quite to the level that we were as a community. But what I can tell you, as I said, is Bleacher Report gave it an A-. I think 411 Mania gave it a 9. So I mean, there's a mixed bag out there. What I'm not seeing is people saying it was a 2 or a 3 or anything like that. Like, people seem to have been, it definitely was the show that has restored some confidence, put some goodwill back into the fan base, and really put us back into a much, much better headspace. So the hope tonight for Raw is that we can continue those good vibes. The hope tonight is that we can continue moving forward and, set up some really exciting stuff as we head to Backlash, because Backlash is not that far away. I think it's like the 8th of May or something. It's really quite soon. It's about 3 weeks or so. So it's really not far off. So I think I'm really looking forward to just getting stuck into, moving into that, getting some call-ups, and, really getting a fun show under our belt. I hope this is a Raw after Mania that we kind of look back on and go, oh, we had that. Oh, God, it was really good, One of those that we look back on with a lot of fondness. I don't know what they can do to achieve such a thing. I think there's quite a few injured people around. There's not really big legends that I would expect we could bring in. We never got Stone Cold. I don't know why you would bring him out on a Raw if you didn't bring him out at WrestleMania. I suppose you could bring The Rock out and have him confront Roman, but again, why would you do that on the Raw rather than do it at WrestleMania? But this is what makes this Raw so special. Do you remember when Cena beat The Rock at WrestleMania 29? I think, when was it that Brock came? Was it after? No, it was after 28. Sorry, it was when The Rock beat Cena. The Rock was in the ring. Cena. God, I'm getting all these names mixed up. It was when Rock beat Cena at 28. Cena was in the ring, and then Brock came back on the Raw. So they didn't bring Brock back at Mania. They did bring him back on the Raw. So, you know, that return was saved for Raw. So they've done it before where they do big things. Not at Mania. They do it on this show tonight instead. So we'll have to see. I'd love something big, juicy like that. But again, I'm not really expecting anything like that. I'm going to go in really just not knowing what we're going to get and just hopefully enjoy it. So, yes, Delwyn, thank you, my friends. Appreciate it. Really appreciate it. I'm glad to hear you had a good time. Chris said a new group. What, for Punk and AJ and Paige, putting them together as a group? I don't know. I don't know that AJ is going to be around, unfortunately. Punk might take a little break. I mean, I could believe that he needs to sort of recover after that brutal main event. And, you know, recharge the batteries, spend a little bit of time with AJ Lee. It's been quite intensive, hasn't it, the build for him towards WrestleMania. I mean, he obviously has been here each week. So I could believe now that he's no longer champion, just taking a few weeks. But I don't know that when we see AJ Lee next, she seemed to indicate she was going away for a while. So, don't know. We'll have to see. Plus, also, Paige is obviously in a tag team with Brie Bella, which is pretty random. So we'll have to see kind of how that all plays out. So yeah, Chris, thank you. Okay, let's get back. Daze, I've sent you a WrestleMania main event from 1 all the way to 42. Do you agree with my list? You've sent me... what? You've sent me WrestleMania 1 to 42. I don't know. I don't have anything in my notifications, but not that I can see anyway. These are my notifications. I don't know what. Don't bother tagging me in Elite Club, guys. I've got them blocked because there's so many places to get news from that I just don't use them. I find that not only do they put news, but they put like an opinion on there as well. And quite often, I mean, I find myself like disagreeing with what they've got to say. So I'd much rather just get my news from somewhere else. So I have people tagging me in an Elite Club, and I just have them blocked. I saw down here another one there. Look, I can't even see the tweet. I think there's another one here as well, and here and here. So yeah. I just have people like muted or blocked, and it's mainly largely because, like, as I said, they have opinion stuff that I'm just not bothered by. When it comes to news, I've got it covered. I've got my list. Here's my list. My lists are here. So when I want to find the latest news, I've got Wrestle Purists. I've got Wrestle Talk. I've got it all kind of listed here. I think there's another one as well. Maybe... I think there's 3 in here. I don't know who the other one is. Wrestle Ops. So I've just got this like list of news. So when I compile and scene, I just go down this list here, and it's got everything from the day that I need to know. So news I've got covered. The stuff I look for is like the interesting stuff, you know, the stuff that's the quirky, funny stuff. That's harder to find, to be honest, because that can come from anywhere. Anyone can put up a funny meme, you know? So, I mean, that's the stuff I struggle with. So if you're looking to send stuff over, that's the stuff that I'm really looking for. That's the stuff I really appreciate, because there's just so much fun, good stuff that's out there. But, you know, you'd have to be just scrolling through absolutely every wrestling account to find everything, wouldn't you? So, but news stuff, it's everywhere, isn't it? I feel like that just gets shared around quite a bit. Okay, Adam said, Daze, how about a hair reveal? Oh, I've done hair reveals before, but there ain't going to be no hair reveal today, though. My hair is in a right mess, having got through WrestleMania weekends. This is just because of laziness. Like, my hair is, like, messy. And the reason why I always wear a hat is because of the fact that, like, I wake up, have a wash, brush my teeth. It's just easy to have another one here. It's just easy to just shove a hat on. And I started doing that because when my hair, there are pictures of me without hats on. I used to have my hair sort of slicked back like that, shaved at the sides. And I'd be at work all day. And by the end of the day, it would all be messy. It would all have gone, you know, a day at work. It would have not been as sharp. So, you know, I'd get back home and then it'd be like, do I really want to sort my hair out for a video, or should I just put a hat on? So I just started putting a hat on, and then after a while it was just habit, and now it's just become like a bit of a thing, really. So certainly this you would not be seeing it in its full glory if I was to do a hair reveal now. JP said, Daze, you didn't end up watching most of WrestleMania. To think that I was so into it during 39 and 40. Glad to see that you're still kicking though, said JP. JP, shout out to you. I understand that. I think there's a lot of, I mean, again, this goes back to that bad heat. You know, this goes back to that conversation around, you know, if there's people out there saying I'm struggling, I'm not enjoying this. The problem you've got is they've got the option to change the channel. You know, there's so much stuff. It's not like back in the old days where there's a few channels and there's no internet and there's no social media and there's no, you know, massive video games that take hundreds of hours to complete. I mean, God only knows what's going to happen when GTA 6 comes out. I feel like the whole world's going to be off playing that. And, you know, honestly, for a few weeks there, the ratings could hurt a little. Because everyone might be off playing Grand Theft Auto. My brother wants to buy a PS5 just so he can play that game, you know? And he doesn't play games. He's not even a gamer. He never plays games. So if he's talking about getting it and getting a computer to play it, what about all those people that play games anyway? You know? People have waited so long for that. It's going to be the largest entertainment release of any game or film or TV show. It's going to be the biggest thing that's ever dropped. So, yeah, I mean, you know, you've got all these options that now if the show's just not hitting, people can just do something else. So 2025 was not a great year, and 2026 has more than had its troubles. But I don't know, man. I'm feeling good after yesterday. I'm feeling good. I'm in a much better place now where it's like, let's go, you know. I'm looking forward to getting stuck into whatever they've got for us tonight. Joe said, hair reveal or not, you're still handsome. Thank you, Joe. Same to you as well, my friends. Same to all of you. We're all handsome. Everyone knows that wrestling fans are the most handsome fans in the world. Big Tony said, Daze, I'm deducting 5 points from my WrestleMania score after seeing a 42-year-old Corey Graves twerk on TV. Yeah, that was on the post show, wasn't it? Don't forget, this is the stream after Mania. We get to expect some chaos. Yeah, well, that's true because this is a WrestleMania crowd. This is a crowd that just want to get that last little bit of fun from WrestleMania before they fly, probably tomorrow, of course. So people will have gone today, but those that are sticking around for WrestleMania, for Raw after WrestleMania, they will go tomorrow. Last year, we actually did NXT from Las Vegas, right? Last year, we did NXT from Las Vegas, and that was interesting because it kind of meant you could get a little bit more out of the WrestleMania weekends. It didn't really work because people didn't really stick around for it. You had like 1,000 people, maybe less than that. I can't remember the exact. I might be able to find the number actually on Cage Match. It was certainly, you know, in a decent space. I don't know if it was 1,000. Now I've said that. We can have a look. I want to know. I want to know the answer to this. So, yes, we did that, but they didn't see it as a success. So we've not done it this year. So NXT tomorrow will be in the Performance Center in Orlando. And so that means that tonight's the last night. which is a shame. So it is going to have a fun crowd, hopefully a vocal crowd, a crowd that just want to get that last little bit of WrestleMania out of Vegas weekends. And hopefully they should be in fine voice. Here we go. So this was WrestleMania Sunday. Then we had Raw. So what went down on last year's Raw? Let's have a little look. It's only matches. There was only 3 matches. So we had Judgment Day, Liv and Raquel against Becky and Lyra, title change. And then Becky turned on Lyra. Do you remember Becky came back at Mania? They won the belts, and then on the Raw after Mania, she turned on her. We had Io against Stephanie as a match. That was no contest. And we had Dominic against Penta for the... God, here we are. Penta as the Intercontinental Champion. Him and Dominic in an Intercontinental title match. So we had 2 title matches last year. I mean, people enjoyed it. 8.5 from Cage Match, by the way. You know? Cage Match that just gave yesterday a 6.6. They gave last year's Raw after Mania an 8.5. So, seems like, I can't quite remember what went down on the show, to be honest with you. But, seems like people enjoyed it. Let's have a little look, shall we? The Raw after Mania 41 has to be one of the best Raw after Manias that we've seen in a while. There was good matches, good segments, huge moments. It was a monumental episode of Raw, and it shapes what's coming in the future. We had moments like Randy RKOing John Cena. Oh, the Becky Lynch heel turn. Rusev returned. I mean, that's not gone well, but Stephanie making a statement on the main roster. Oh, was that her call-up, was it? Maybe that was her call-up. Sami Zayn returning and Jay having a moment. Right. Jay celebrating having just tapped out Gunther at Mania. And maybe Jimmy and Jay coming in. I remember us looking at Sami going, is he going to turn? Is he going to turn? So, yeah, I remember that. Gunther murdering Pat. Well, I don't wish the man had died, right? But maybe if we'd hurt him a little bit more so that he couldn't have affected this year, you know. Gunther murdering Pat. Braun teaming up with Seth and becoming a Heyman guy. It was genuinely an amazing episode that had me hooked following an underwhelming Mania. So there we go. That's what we had last year. We had Randy attacking Cena, Gunther attacking Pat. We had Bron Breakker joining up with Seth to start forming what would become the Vision. We had Rusev coming back. We had Stephanie being called up. We had new champions, women's tag team champions. And we had Sami return after being away for a little bit to celebrate with Jay after Jay had obviously tapped out Gunther at Mania. So we had all of that go down last year. That's what we had on this show last year. Let's have a look at the NXT that followed. Well, yeah, okay. Much more than I thought. 1,800 people. That's good. That's good. 1,800 people is good. They felt like it didn't work. They felt like the crowd were a bit quiet, actually. I think the crowd were burnt out. I think they had, if you think that you arrive on a Wednesday to get ready for WWE World opening up on the Thursday, or maybe you arrive on the Thursday, and then, of course, you got SmackDown, potentially Hall of Fame. Obviously, there's lots to see and do in Vegas as well. 2 nights of Mania. Stand and Deliver was also last year this weekend, so that show was happening. You might go to some of those indie shows. You got Raw. By the time you get to the Tuesday, I don't know how much sleep you've had. You're probably pretty knackered. Obviously, the Las Vegas heat as well. So by the time we got to Tuesday, the crowd were pretty burnt out. 1,800 is good, though. This was the NXT in Las Vegas, and we're not doing that so tomorrow we've got a pretty big show. We've actually got a casket match tomorrow. It's going to be Blake Monroe against Tatum Paxley. Loser gets put into a casket. I think we've got Sol Ruka Zarya seemingly having their final match against each other. So got that going down as well. And we've probably got some other stuff that I can't recall. But yeah, it is like, you know, they've done well to make it interesting. It is a pretty stacked, interesting episode of NXT. So, but just not in Vegas. It's at Orlando. It's at the Performance Center. But we did do it in Vegas last year. So there we go. That was just a little look at what is going down. They had an incentive to make Raw a good show last year, said Steve. After the poorly received Mania, I hope they roll with that momentum of Mania last night. Make this even better than last year, but we're going to have to wait and see. Netforce said, is that article referring to WWE or TKO as the company? I don't know. I mean, it says TKO has complete control over WWE creative decisions, but I don't know. I couldn't really make out what it was saying. It was very unclear to me. It was. I tried to kind of walk through it, and it was not very clear. I think what I would probably want to do is that I'd want to watch this. There's a video that's doing the rounds, so I'd want to have a look at that. But yeah, it was not like very clear. So I'd want to have a look and see what it was being said. Maybe the video would be a bit easier to... It's kind of hard to try and do that whilst we're, you know, streaming. So I don't know. If anyone's got a good read of it, then feel free to, you know, let me know in the chat what's being said, where the conversation is. What concerns me about those kinds of articles are that people can just read the headlines and that's it. They feel like they know what's in the article, but there's so many times where things get taken out of context. And there was one that did the rounds the other day, which was it's believed that Vince McMahon is involved in the Wrestlemania creative, right? So what happens then is you have people going, have you heard Vince is involved in the WrestleMania creative? But if you clicked the article, it was Jim Ross, JR, who said, I don't know that he is, but I would be surprised if he wasn't, right? It was an opinion. It was Jim Ross, JR, just sharing an opinion that he believed that Vince was involved in the creative. But the way that it gets taken and then turned into an article and the headline written, it makes it seem like breaking news. Breaking news. Vince McMahon is involved in the creative. And you see it all the time. All the time you get stuff like that. So this is why, like, I wouldn't go off the headlines. And certainly not from a place like Ringside News. I mean, they are amongst the worst for doing that sort of a thing. So look at the video, read the article. I'm not saying anything. Like, I would not put an unseen video out right now because I have not got my head around it. I read the article, which you saw me do, and I found it to be confusing. I couldn't understand what was being said. So I would want to try and understand it better before I was like trying to share any opinion on it. So I don't feel like I'm in a place to really say anything. Yeah, wow, amazing. Look at this. Paul Heyman said, I just want to congratulate TMZ for the magnificent exclusive news regarding my comments on Brock Lesnar's retirement. Unfortunately, what has been left out there globally trending exclusive report is the video was shot in New York 2 weeks ago. Context is everything. So there we go. We spoke about this, about the fact that in that same video, he said, oh God, isn't that just such a wonderful... I mean, he only dropped this like 17 minutes ago, but isn't that just like a timely gift from the gods? Just sort of to really reinforce what we've just been saying. Here's Paul Heyman going, I just want to congratulate TMZ for that video where it says, you know, that I'm casting doubt that Brock has retired by sharing a video we recorded 2 weeks ago, you know? So, there we go. a true gift. Sometimes the stars do align, and sometimes there can be a gift from the gods. Right, Delwyn, shout out to you, but really, you don't need to keep doing this. You don't need to keep firing in such kind donations, my friends. But I appreciate the said the future star Brock Lesnar saw the future Obafemi. Hand off Brock, believe in him. The future of the business is in good hands. I love Brock. He brings a badass energy every time he shows up. Brock will be greatly missed. Thank you, Brock, says Darwin. Darwin, I appreciate it, man. I really do appreciate it, but you don't have to keep sending in such kind generosity, honestly. But I really, obviously appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, one thing you can say about Brock, obviously, he's had his troubles recently, and I don't think now's the time to really be talking about that or dwelling on that. I mean, I think now's the time to maybe talk about his career and who he is as a superstar. And, he's one of their greatest of all time. I mean, he's main evented WrestleMania. He's beaten The Undertaker's streak. He destroyed John Cena at SummerSlam 2014. Got into it with Goldberg. Big shocking moment when Goldberg at Survivor Series 2016 came in, ended up squashing Brock, which was like, oh my God, what's this? I mean, that was one of the first sort of reaction clips that I put out on the channel. There was so much excitement around Brock, who had been so dominant since certainly ending Undertaker's streak, taking on like Goldberg. Goldberg was back, and the general consensus was that Brock was going to win, but it was going to be tough, and that was the sort of thought process going into that match. No one expected Goldberg to win by squash. No one expected that. The way Brock had been booked, no one expected that. And I remember it being a really short match. And I remember that was one of my very, very first reaction clips on the channel. And it was I stunned. I wasn't in a position to even be doing a watch along at that point. But there is a reaction clip up from that show, and it is just that's such a crazy moment. And so, yeah, you can just go back, and there's so many Brock moments throughout history, even in his first run as well, being like, the youngest champion, getting to the belt so quickly, beating The Rock at SummerSlam 2002, just make, him at WrestleMania 19 with that botch shooting star press as well, the fun backstage stuff that he was doing with Kurt, when Kurt was like, having fun. And they were messing around together. There's brilliant memories. I don't know what they're going to do in regards to like a video package or paying tribute to one of their greatest superstars. I don't know. Word on the street today is that Triple H didn't know it was going to happen. The streets are saying Triple H had no idea this was happening, and I can believe it as well. I can believe it. I can believe that they didn't know that the gloves were coming off, the boots were coming off. Everyone was under the impression he was retiring at SummerSlam. And I don't know why the decision was made to wrap it up at WrestleMania. Some people think this is all part of a story. It could be. Ultimately, it could be. I mean, we all saw Seth fake an injury in a match only to then cash in at SummerSlam. So Brock fake a retirement only to murk someone, and this to all be a story. I mean, yeah, it could be, but it feels real. There's nothing, Brock getting upset, Heyman getting upset. We're seeing stuff we just don't see. The boots coming off by Brock, you don't see. So, and gloves and boots being left in the ring, you don't see. It only means one thing. So, it's either a fantastic work, right, or it's real, and he's just decided, I want to go out on the WrestleMania stage. I want to pass the torch to Oba, and this feels like my replacement. This feels like the guy that's here to put old Yeller down, you know. So, yeah, I don't know what they're going to do. The belief is, though, that they had no idea that was going to be happening. So what they've got planned, I've got absolutely no idea. So, Delwyn, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you so much for the support. I really do appreciate it. Days, a reporter asked, how much control does TKO have? And he said they have complete control. The article didn't show the question that was asked, though. You do have to hear it. Right. Yeah, I mean, the article that I read said they have complete control, something like that. But as you said, who's they? I mean, I would take it as they being WWE. They have complete control. I feel like he is speaking on behalf of TKO, and he's saying they, as in WWE, have complete control. So I read the article that way, but people are saying that TKO are saying they have complete control. So I'm confused by it, and I would definitely need to hear that video. Yes, I would need to be sitting here. That video goes for 5 minutes 28. Hopefully there's some level-headed people that can sort of work out what is being said and report things accurately. This will be a good test, actually, for wrestling media. You know, if you are a good journalist, and I don't class myself as a journalist, but if you are someone that really wants to find the truth and you're not just interested in getting quick clicks, then, it'll be good to see what those accounts are saying in regards to this story. Because obviously there could be a story here, but it feels unlikely to me that TKO have come out today and said, we have took creative control of WWE. I mean, that would be a massive story. That would mean Triple H is sort of sidelined, if not pretty much binned off. And I don't see that being the case today. I don't see that being the news that comes out of today. I feel like we've got some crossed wires. I feel like we've got some miscommunication. I feel like we've got some reporting that's not quite accurate or being took in a direction it shouldn't be getting taken in. I don't know. I'll be very interested to see kind of what gets reported out of this. But officially, I don't know. I read the article and I just was confused by what I was reading. Recon says, happy Monday, everyone. Recon, shout out to you, my friends. Days, I was talking about the stream after Mania. There's lots of fans worldwide that are going to stop by the stream and chat and cause chaos. So good luck to the moderators. I think it'll be all right. I think it's been all right so far. I'm not expecting any trouble. Wrestling Biggest Fan said, leave creative to the creative folks. Not presidents, not AI, creative people. Why is that so difficult, said Wrestling Biggest Fan. Huddle Talk said, Mark Shapiro did say that TKO had complete control. TMZ are reporting that Wrestling Daze is a journalist and also a Russian asset, said Goober. That's the real news of the day. There's your big breaking news. That's news you can trust right there. I get all payments from what I do in rubles. Yeah, rubles and little dolls that go in each other. I was trying to think what else are Russia known for. I was like, what are Russia? And I was like, dolls. You know, those things that go in each other. I've just got like thousands of them. That's how I get paid. I'm a Russian asset. Daze, are you kidding me? You're 2025 scoop of the year. That's true, actually. Yeah, but I retired that stuff, didn't I? I got the scoop about AJ Lee coming in, and then I officially retired. I'm not a journalist anymore. I hit a home run. I swung once, hit a home run, and I retired on the spot. I didn't even finish the game. I just retired there and then. Done. Connor said, Daze, we have got 2 unadvertised matches revealed for Raw tonight featuring NXT talents. Okay. Well, let's wait and see, shall we? Because we don't really be bearing any spoilers. I mean, I don't mind like people opening the show, whatever, but really at this point, I'd like to just have the surprises be surprises. We're an hour and 15 minutes away from. I mean, there could be some NXT talent that appear tonight. Maybe that's their call up. Maybe they're just making an appearance because they're in town. But yeah, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see what they've got for us. Tyler said, Daze, I hope you enjoyed Mania this year. Hopefully we can build from a great show. How great was the Demon and having him back? Do we think Mattel make a figure? 100%. There's not many things that I'm absolutely certain about. But as long as Mattel keep the contract with WWE and there's not some crazy thing where they, don't make figures anymore, how do Mattel not make the first Demon that we've had in 3 years? I mean, they're doing it now. They're working on it right now. I mean, they'll be making loads. I wouldn't even be shocked if they did Irresistible Forces 2-pack with demolition masks. I could see that. I could see them making those. I could see them doing CM Punk with the jacket, the Larry jacket, the names, his entrance jacket for the main event. I mean, if you're a Punk fan, that's a big figure, isn't it, to have? That's CM Punk in the main event of WrestleMania Night 2. We might never be there again. So I could see them absolutely making that. Obviously, they're already going to be working on a Danhausen. That just goes without saying. But yeah, Finn Balor, of course. It's going to be like pretty much the top of the list coming out of this WrestleMania to make that Demon Finn Balor. So they've made Demons before. I think they've done pretty much most of them. I'm not aware of any Demon that's never had a figure. So maybe, I don't know if he dressed up as the Demon on like an NXT. Maybe they didn't do a figure of that or something. But like any Demon at a PLE or a TakeOver. I mean, even NXT TakeOver UK, when he came out as like a bit of a Jack the Ripper type vibe, they did figures of that. So, I mean, yeah, WrestleMania, it's happening. It's happening. Mattel, obviously, like, always looking to bring new characters in that they've not made before. But the truth is that, you have to wait for them to get under contract like Demolition. So they made Demolition in 2010, 2011. Then they couldn't because Demolition have been on the out for quite a few years. But they signed contracts, and so now they can make figures of them again. And so, of course, they jumped on that. Of course they did, and so they should. And the same with Jesse Ventura. He was on the out. He signed a Legends deal. So they made figures of Jesse Ventura again. So, you get those figures that come in. But by and large, what they do is they have to keep making Romans and Seths and Becky's so that they stay in the line. And so you can't just keep putting the same figure out. You got to find new ways of putting. Sometimes, like with Roman, he doesn't really change his look loads, I mean, he has, if you compare Big Dog to Tribal Chief, he has. But, what we saw last night, black trousers, the boots, no shirt. I mean, you might be able to change the colour of the gauntlet, the hand gauntlet, but he might have wore black and gold before, to be honest. So, I don't know. I mean, that Roman look for last night is not really drastically different from a Roman look we've seen before. But, this is what Mattel have to do. They have to keep putting out Romans, keep putting out Seth Rollins, keep putting out Becky, keep putting out, like, those big stars, CM Punk. And one of the ways they can get those figures out there is by just constantly updating and going with the new looks. So that's CM Punk from WrestleMania. Let's get it out there. That's an important figure because that's him. That's the figure of him in the WrestleMania main event. And this is why, it's hard if you're a collector to just get one Punk. Because which Punk do you get? Do you get Pipe Bomb Punk? Do you get WrestleMania main event Punk? Do you get Punk that returned? which they made as a figure as well, him returning with just the white t-shirt. I think that might have been a ringside exclusive. So that's how they get you, really, and that's how you end up with like 50 Punks, 50 Beckys, 50 Baileys, 50 different, Undertakers with the grey gloves, the pink gloves, and all this stuff. So yeah, they'll definitely do that, Finn Balor. No doubt whatsoever. Do we reckon that we get a better Raw than last year? And any returns, said Football Talk. I can't say it'll be better because we just looked at it on Cage Match, and last year it got an 8-point sum rating. So for this to be better than that, that would be a big ask. And it seems like some big stuff went down. John Cena getting, laid out by Randy. I remember being very excited. Bron Breakker joining up with Seth was a big development because all of a sudden it wasn't just Seth and Heyman, it was the start of something bigger. And obviously we know that would become the Vision. We know that wouldn't quite work, but it's still very exciting last year. So you're going to have to do some big stuff tonight to even match what you did last year. So I think what I would say is if you can just get something close to last year to match last year, then I think we will have it good. If we come away from tonight thinking this show was an 8, oh, I'll take that. Oh, I'll absolutely take that. I'll take an 8. SmackDown has been at like 2s and 3s. So Raw has been better. Raw's been in the 7s. So, if we can do a great show that's just really fun, big announcements, people confronting each other, and we're like, can't wait for that, Gunther confronting Roman, for example. Don't know what's next for Oba. We should find that out tonight. Maybe we get a title match somewhere, some belt. Maybe Penta defends tonight against someone in a really fun match, I think I expect tonight to be really good. I really think tonight is going to deliver. But I suppose what I don't know is how good is it going to be. I don't know that I can say that I expect it to be as good as last year. But I think if we can just get around that sort of same ballpark, then I would absolutely take that, yes. I think most of us would. Right, Michael, shout out to you, said, I was so excited when Triple H took over. I think it's been downhill since WrestleMania 40. Either Triple H is in charge of creative and he's bad, or not, and he's making the best of it. What do we think? And Michael, shout out to you, but it's one that we cover a lot, so I won't spend too long on this. I want to answer, though, because you've been very generous and you've asked a very good question. I think, for me, it's hard to pinpoint where the problem is because the answer is we don't know. Like, we're not back there. We don't see the process. There's obviously a mystery around, the creative teams, who is working well, who's coming up with good ideas, who's not, who's coming up with bad ideas. Is it a case that Michael Hayes, Bruce Pritchard, they're just out of touch? It's over. Like, they were good back in the day, 20 odd years ago, 30 years ago, but 2026, it ain't working, right? And we need some younger, more vibrant people in there that can sort of, take us to a new era, a new place. Because it feels like we need a bit of a refresh. It feels like we need a bit of a wake up. It feels like the product needs a bit of a shake. It needs something interesting to happen to it, right? It's gone a bit stale. It's gone a bit stagnant. It's gone a bit just predictable. It's just gone a bit flat. I think, I agree with you. WrestleMania 40 is probably the start of the decline. And I think we didn't quite know that in 2024 because there were still some good things happening after WrestleMania. But I do remember that at the end of 2024, I remember us saying, right, this is going to be good now because we're about to go to Netflix and they're going to go big for Netflix. They're probably saving stuff for Netflix. And there was this goodwill around because it had been so fun. 2022, 2023, all the way up to WrestleMania 40, that I think if we look back now, I think the back end of 2024 was us just going, this is fine. The shows weren't a disaster. They were okay. but we were looking for the Netflix move. We were looking for when SmackDown was going to be on USA. Don't forget, Raw was on USA on a Monday. And on Friday, SmackDown was on Fox. And we knew that at the start of 2025, Raw was going to Netflix. And we didn't know what that was going to look like. But, oh my God, it's going on Netflix. Like, so many people are going to be watching it. It's going to be a massive boost. And it's going to be crazy. And they're going to put their best foot forward. And I bet all their good ideas they're saving. I bet they're saving all their good ideas for Netflix. And these were the conversations that we were having at the end of 2024. And I think actually now, in retrospect, we can sort of say, I'm not sure they were saving their best ideas for Netflix. I think actually what might have happened is that creatively, that stagnation was starting to show at the end of 2024. And I think when we do go to Netflix, we didn't get the boost that we were expecting. Raw didn't magically become this amazing new era that we were hoping for. And 2025, as we keep saying, was seen as a disappointing year. And then 2026 so far, I felt I saw some green shoots. I certainly do think that Raw is not in a terrible place at the moment. But SmackDown just fell off a cliff in February and March. Just absolutely fell off a cliff. So now we're in a situation where it's like we're waiting for, this to be the reset. Really good night last night. I expect tonight to be good as well. And we're sort of hoping, if Pat's gone and we're past the WrestleMania stuff now we can get stuck into the summer programs. And so now we want like a really fun summer, and hopefully there's a little bit of pressure off. It's always a very pressured time when you're in WrestleMania season and you're locked in for WrestleMania. And, it's obviously very pressured. There's lots of promotion that has to be done. And so hopefully now that we're past that, we can just have a fun summer. We can do some really fun stories and feuds, build some characters, head towards SummerSlam. And so, yeah, I'm kind of hoping that we're in a good spot. Or will be in a good spot. Maybe do a draft and, King of the Ring and things like this. So I'm hoping that we can build on the goodwill from yesterday. And I'm hoping that we can put distance between the Pat stuff and we can, move to a better tomorrow, right? So what I would say is we live in eternal hope. I mean, we hoped that 2026 was going to be better than 2025. We hoped that WrestleMania 42 would be better than 41. We're now hoping that the summer is going to really kick on and we can build on the momentum of yesterday. I think in regards to like Triple H and his booking, I think I understand like him taking the blame. He is the most important part of that machine. He is the person that signs everything off. There are good reasons to be concerned, because the show consistently for a while now, shows have not been good enough. And I know there's injuries, but there will always be injuries. There's always been injuries. The product is just not good enough. But I don't know if he's the problem or if the creative teams are just not coming up with enough good stuff. Because he can't be expected to book Raw and SmackDown every week by himself. If what he's being presented by the teams is not good enough, he can't rewrite the whole thing every single week. I don't think that they're coming up with great scripts that he is then ruining. I don't think they're coming up with good stuff and he's then scaling it back. I do find myself asking the question of like, what the hell are the SmackDown creative team doing? What the hell are they presenting to him? I would love a camera in that room when the SmackDown team pitch the shows that we've been getting recently. And I'd love to know if he's trying to fix stuff or tweak stuff, maybe he is making them worse. But whatever's happening on the SmackDown side, the blue side, it is broken. I feel like you could get rid of all of those people, bring in a whole new team, and just flipping start again. Because the reason why I don't pin it all on Triple H is Raw has been okay. I mean, as a community, we've been scoring Raw, and the scores for Raw have been okay. So he's in charge of Raw, and Raw's been getting 7s, and people have been enjoying stuff to do with Raw, and that's been okay. SmackDown has been the dumpster fire. So I think I'm putting at the moment a little bit more onto the teams than I am onto Triple H. But, you know, Triple H hasn't got tons of goodwill with me at the moment, because I just think overall the product is not where we would want it to be. And he's got to take the fall for that. It's his name above the door. So he's got to take the fall for it. But I think if we really, really want to turn this around, I don't think it's as simple as Triple H out, Undertaker in. I really don't believe that's the answer. I really, really do not believe that's the answer. And the reason for that is because when Triple H was running NXT, people loved him. He was fantastic. He was the golden child of booking, because he was booking a 1-hour show in the same building each week with great superstars, and it was really fun. And I think booking a 1-hour show compared to booking 3 hours of SmackDown and 2.5 hours of Raw, with rosters so much bigger, and pressure, 100 times more than when he was booking NXT. It's so wildly different. Looking at what Undertaker's doing with AAA, it's great, but it doesn't mean that you can take him and then all of a sudden put him on the main roster and he will magically make SmackDown feel 3 hours of SmackDown feel like that, and 2.5 hours of Raw feel like that. That's 5.5 hours a week. And it's a show that travels around the world, and the rosters are so much bigger, and there's big stars that have to feature each week. You've got to use Punk, you've got to use Roman, you've got to use Becky. You can't afford to not have them on the show because they're star power that bring viewers in. So you've got to use them, and you've got things like overexposure. I mean, to be honest, trying to find and build a story over 6 weeks is not easy, because you get repetition. You're going to do promos, you're going to do a brawl, and you just you've got this repetition because you're having to fill out 6 weeks worth of stuff. So it's hard when you're having to do that for all these different feuds. He hasn't got to worry about any of these things. He hasn't really got to worry about any of that when he's got his 1-hour show a week on a Saturday. So I think it's this is why I think it's a hard job. I think whoever's in that position is going to get things right and wrong. I think the responsibility, first of all, primarily, I look at the creative teams. I'm seeing a Raw team that's delivering a better show than the SmackDown team is delivering. So that would be my first area to look at. My first area would be, why is the Raw team doing well? Why is the SmackDown team not? What's the problem? Who's the problem? Someone's the problem. Get that sorted. Then I would want to see how the shows look with Triple H still in charge. And if they still feel flat, then maybe you go, okay, Triple H, I think you're reining things in too much. You're not being adventurous enough. I think that you're keeping things a bit too safe and stale and comfortable. I think we do need someone that's got a bit more vibrancy about them. And then maybe you put that person in, and if the two creative teams are firing and the person over them is challenging them and, do you know what I mean, pushing them and trying to find different things, that vibrancy, that excitement. Again, if you look at Unreal, you don't see it. When you look at the creative teams, it seems flat, it seems sterile, it seems boring, it seems just bland. I mean, they're just old men sat in a white room, just twiddling their pens around, just sort of trying to think of ideas. It just seems so lacking, it really seems flat. So, and that's the brain of the company right there. That's where all the ideas come out of. So if you get a glimpse of it and it seems so uninspiring, you can't help but get a bit concerned, can you really? So it's easier said than done. It's so easy to sit here and say these things. Because again, with the clips we might be seeing on Unreal might be them in hour 10 of a 12-hour meeting. And of course, it's going to be flat. If we saw hour 1 and 2, perhaps it would be more lively. And perhaps there would be great ideas flying around, you know? So it is unfair, but I can only comment on what I see. And what I see are shows that struggle and a creative team that seems very uninspiring. And so for me, you know, there's definitely something that needs to be looked at. But without more information, I couldn't say exactly what it is. You know, you'd need to go in and work with them and have a look. So, I don't know. If I'm Triple H, that's what I'm thinking, and that's what I'm looking at. And, you know, I'm really giving some thought as to what do I need? What's lacking? What do I need? Where am I? How do I turn this around? How do I improve this? How do I get better shows? Why is Raw doing better than SmackDown? You know, this is where I would be. And, you know, maybe a draft helps. Maybe changing a couple of people in the creative teams help. Perhaps trying to be a bit more daring, you know, taking a few risks now that WrestleMania's out the way. Perhaps I'm like, okay, now WrestleMania's done. Perhaps I'm going to take a few chances in the summer that I haven't been taking. And let's see how it goes. You know, let's see how it goes. So, I don't know. Hopefully some answer in there for you, Michael. Jono said, Dragon Lee with his wings. Rey Mysterio as Deadpool. They would be decent figures. Yes, I agree. Always got to be a little bit careful with the Rey stuff because you can kind of get into a bit of trouble if they're seen as being a bit too close. I mean, famously, Hulk Hogan had to pay Marvel, I believe, to use that Hulk name. And I think I'm right in saying Ray might have run into a bit of trouble with Marvel for some of his, and DC, for some of his ring gear before as well, which is why he's never really got adventurous with it, you know. And this is also why I was a bit surprised to see the Deadpool stuff, actually. I didn't expect to see the Deadpool stuff, so I would imagine that he got that cleared and that they got that all sorted. So I'd imagine the figures can be made. I mean, we have done figures of some of his older gear before, so I completely agree. But I know there have also been some issues with that in the past with the copyright and everything, so just something that they're going to have to be aware of. But yeah, I think it's a really good shout. They were some excellent attires. Daze, do we see a new Bloodline member tonight? I'm just thinking back to what happened on the SmackDown after WrestleMania when Solo took out Jimmy and then Tama debuted, says Nick. I mean, I think there was rumors of Tama coming in, so we'd have to look as to who's rumored to be coming in. And at the moment, you've got Takahashi and you've got Evil from New Japan. They're rumored to be on the way. Last we heard was about a week ago, and apparently they still weren't in the system yet, so I don't know that we can necessarily expect him. Plus, Takahashi is expected to go to NXT. So there's no one down in developmental that's like ready to come up and be part of the Bloodline. I don't think they would just get Zilla from Reality of Wrestling and put him on the main roster, because Reality of Wrestling is kind of where people go before NXT. It's not like a big company like AEW or New Japan. I mean, Tama and Tongaloa came from New Japan, which is like the biggest promotion in Japan. And so they came from there and went to the main roster. Penta and Rey Fenix came from AEW. Zilla is in Reality of Wrestling, which is the company Roxanne came from before she joined NXT. So I don't think you take someone from that company and put them straight onto Raw. That company to me is a company that's a feeder for NXT. So I can't really see who it would be. I can't really give you a name as to who it would be. There's no one that's really linked or rumoured to be coming in from that family that could join. So the only names I know of are Takahashi and Evil. Maybe you get something from those guys. I think the company did want Evil on the main roster, but I heard he wanted to go to NXT. Whether that's true or not sure, because obviously we're dealing with reports, and we know that not every report that we read is correct. So, not expecting anything in that regards. I think I am expecting some NXT call-ups. And maybe a return, but I don't know who it would be, actually. You know, you've got Sheamus, but who else is out injured? I mean, Kevin Owens would be a hell of a surprise if he was coming back, but there's no word that he's coming back. So it's hard this year because I don't really feel like there's loads of sort of names that we're sort of waiting on or hoping for. So, yeah, I'll have to see. I'm kind of going in just sort of like, let's see what we get. We need to give someone else a chance beside the Samoan family. There are other people in the world. They aren't that fantastic, said Travis. Rational Gaze said Tama Tonga rules. I wish they'd push him solo or have him and Nakamura as a team. Well, they seem to be teasing something there, don't they? So I think your wish could come true. I think the OG Bloodline reforms and they'll feud with the Vision. I think we get Reigns versus Bron Breakker. Usos theory, says Adam. Okay. Booker T owns that reality of wrestling, said Awesome Possum. He does. Yeah. It's a great company. You know, they do, they're a great, like, local indie sort of talent, and a lot of their talent comes into Evolve and all of that. So for me, like, the Zilla conversation, he's at that level. So I would expect, not saying that this is what happens, but I would expect his first place that he would go would be NXT. And then he would spend time in NXT just like Solo did. And then he would get called up to the main roster. Talatonga, Tonga Loa, Tama Tonga all came, and JC, from New Japan, which is a much, much bigger company. It's the biggest promotion in Japan. And so, you know, I think they had a lot more confidence about putting them straight onto the main roster. If Zilla was in AEW, they'd probably have confidence putting him on the main roster. But this is why I just can't quite get with the, is Zilla going to come in and be on Raw? Is Zilla going to be at WrestleMania? Like, to me, is still too far down the ladder when it comes to professional wrestling. And you sort of work your way up through the different stages. He's still quite low down. So I think there's probably a bit more work that needs to be done there first. But yeah, I mean, like, honestly, if he's got his head screwed on and he's in a good place, I don't know why WWE wouldn't bring him in and use him on NXT, because NXT could do with his star power, because Zilla's name gets mentioned quite a bit in these streams. NXT could really benefit by having him in the system, and people could then start going, oh man, I can't wait for him to come up. You know, he could work with Roman, he could go up against Roman, you know. You start getting people excited. You start giving people another reason to watch NXT as well. And so I think it'd be good for him, it'd be good for NXT, it'd be good for the fans, getting him in the system, getting the hype going, working on the presentation, sorting out anything that needs sorting. I don't know what his promos are like. I don't know what his matches are like, to be honest. You know, so I don't know why they don't do it. I don't know why they don't go and get him and drop him in NXT. But at the moment, he's not under any sort of WWE deal. Travis, Maggie, hello. Hope you're well. Mr. Dow Jr. said, this is why competition matters. AEW had their chance in 2019. I don't think Tony should have fired shots at WWE. He should have just focused on his promotion. People watch AEW because WWE sucks badly. Thoughts? Oh, and ask people to watch AEW. No, I agree. We actually had this conversation the other day. I think that was an unnecessary barrier. I think he made a miscalculation. I think he thought that there was a lot of fans, because 2019 was not a good year for WWE. It was actually a good year for AEW to start. I mean, historically, 2019 is seen as one of WWE's worst years, and that was the year AEW started. So I think what he did, the trap that he fell into, was he saw the chatter online being very negative, much like it's been recently. Because 2025 was not good. 2026 has not been good. I think he saw the chatter online and he was like, if you're tired of WWE, right? If you love wrestling, what wrestling should be, then come and watch our promotion. Come and watch AEW. And I think he made a real miscalculation. He believed that all the complaining and the moaning was people just ready for an alternative and that they would just leave WWE. And those lapse fans that have had enough and left, they would go to AEW as well, and that he would get all these viewers, right? But the thing is, right, and this was the miscalculation, and this is a miscalculation a lot of people make, actually. This is when people go, well, if you're going to moan about it, why do you watch it? Well, we watch it because we love it. Like, we love WWE. It's been there for us during hard times. We've got great memories of when we had figures and videos for Christmas presents. You know, there is a love for WWE. We want to see it succeed. We want it to be the best that it can be. And our criticisms come from the best place possible, right? The absolute best place possible. It's like we are critical because we want it to be better, we want it to succeed, and we want it to be the best that it can be. And if it's going down roads that feel like wrong roads, like this TKO road, right, where there's too many ads and there's no hype packages and the matches are not long enough, you know, we're not saying that because we're done, we're off. We're saying it because we want them to change course and we want them to fix it so that we can enjoy the product even more, right? And hopefully others will watch it and enjoy it just as much as we've enjoyed it in the past, right? So it comes from a good place. It's not that we're willing to throw it away. It's not that we're ready to walk away and just start watching a whole new company. So if you're going to position yourself as being anti-WWE, they're rubbish, we're brilliant, stop watching them, start watching us. I mean, all you're going to do is actually get a lot of WWE fans going, who are you? You know, who are you? What are you on about? You know, all of a sudden, how dare you say that about WWE? WWE is brilliant, actually. Did you not see the Firefly Funhouse? Huh? We've got the women in the main events. You know, we're investing more in women's wrestling. Firefly Funhouse, Bray Wyatt, The Fiend. Shut up. You can't say anything bad about WWE, yeah? We can. You can't. That's how it works. So I think it was a miscalculation. I think he should have been, look, WWE's fantastic. It's the market leader, you know, but we just want to offer something extra, you know. We're not positioning ourselves as competition. We're just positioning ourselves as more. Come and join if you want. Everyone's welcome. There was never any need for these shots back and forth. There was never any need for you was always going to have a degree of tribalism, but the amount of fuel that got chucked on that fire was more helpful for WWE than it was for AEW. WWE are quite happy for the tribalism because if their fan base, which is larger, is going to be anti-AEW, right? Then that means their fan base are not about to leave and start watching, are they? WWE doesn't want to lose its viewers. So if WWE can present AEW as the enemy, then tribalism works brilliantly for them. But AEW is starting from scratch. It doesn't have a fan base. The only fans they've got are people that are Kenny fans or Bucks fans, All Elite fans, maybe some New Japan fans. You know, they're having to make a fan base. So in 2019, they need to attract as many people as possible. They need some of those WWE fans to come and check them out as well. The tribalism doesn't work for them. So Tony Khan coming out with his little shots and Cody breaking the throne and all these little digs and everything, it limited the growth of AEW. I do not believe. I think it's arguably their biggest mistake. Arguably their biggest mistake. I think there's other mistakes they made. You know, the fact that they, you know, lost control backstage and it resulted in CM Punk, which was a massive get for them. Them losing CM Punk was a disaster. They never really recovered. They still haven't really recovered. They're in a better place, but they're still not where they were when CM Punk was there. That was a massive disaster for them. Some people would say the whole making certain people EVPs was a big mistake as well. Giving the wrestlers maybe a bit too much freedom was a mistake. Maybe Tony being too hands-on with creative was a mistake. So, you know, I think it's not been plain sailing for them, but I really don't think the tribalism has helped them at all. I don't think that's been a benefit. So, but hey, that's AEW. You know, they've obviously had a real bumpy road, and they're still there though. They're still hanging on. They're still, and you can say they're growing again, right? It's been a downward trend. I think they hit a bit of a rock bottom, and I think they're kind of on their way back up again now. That's how it feels to me. So they've got an opportunity now to maybe reposition themselves and, you know, not take shots. If I was Tony Khan, I'd be having words with the talent saying don't do it, because that just plays into their hands. It doesn't help us. It only helps them. We want to be seen as welcoming. We want to be seen as an open door for wrestling fans. There shouldn't really be any reason as to why people feel a reluctance to watch our product. Like that, it just does not help us to have any reason as to why someone would, like, oh, there's enough reasons anyway. I mean, you know, Jim Cornette kind of going off about them has obviously been quite influential. There's the whole Cornette's group, you know, that are obviously anti-AEW. So there's enough reasons out there anyway for people to, you know, not like AEW. We don't need to give them more. But anyway, that's their problem. I don't watch AEW. But I always felt like that was not in their benefit. Nita Nitro, hello, said, have you seen the new National Wrestling League? No, I can't say I have. The NWL. What's that? Is it connected in any way to the National Wrestling NWA? Is it associated to them? It makes me think of Real American Freestyle. That's the new sort of wrestling thing that launched, wasn't it? RAF. That was the Hulk Hogan, Eric Bischoff thing, but no, I can't say I've heard of National Wrestling League, so you'll have to fill me in on that. I'm anti WWE after that Brock loss, said Trude. Daze, I'm not gonna lie, I think Tony calling WWE the Harvey Weinstein of pro wrestling closed a lot of doors, in my opinion, said Rapturous. I think there's lots of reasons, but I mean, the thing is, when you make it tribalistic, you then get anti-AEW accounts. So, do you know what I mean? Then all of a sudden what you see is you see accounts on X and you see things online where the community forms around hating AEW. Like, you encourage a community of people to, like, actively put content out to make your promotion look stupid. They take the worst botches, they take the worst moments, they take stuff and make fun videos out of it. And do you know what I mean? Like, it just becomes like this whole sort of movement. And I can't say that wouldn't happen anyway, but I don't think it would have been to the degree that we saw. So it is what it is. I mean, you're right. There's been loads of stuff. WWE have encouraged it, by the way. This is not Tony Khan just coming out and doing it out the blue. I mean, I know that there's been conversations where WWE won't let AEW run in certain buildings, and if they do, WWE has said we won't run those buildings if you allow AEW here. WWE have had words with toy stores. If you stock their figures, we won't let you stock our Mattel figures or the Mattel figures. And WWE have done stuff like that people don't even know about. And then, of course, you've got WWE, like, Tony Khan accused them of contract tampering, you know? So again, I have to say all of this is alleged because I mean I've heard of stuff and I've read of stuff, but I can't say that I've seen it directly. So I'm going to say it's alleged, but there's enough smoke out there where there's plenty that's been going on from the WWE side to make this as difficult as possible for AEW. I think we can all understand why WWE would do that, right? So I think we can all understand why they would do that. So, yeah, I mean, and I think a few times what's happened is Tony has took the bait. I think a few times Tony has snapped back. I think he's lost his cool. I think there's a few times where he's been pushed and as a result he's responded. And this just plays in WWE's hands. I mean, you're absolutely right. Focus on yourself. Put on the best product possible. Don't worry about them. They're going to antagonize you. They're not going to be happy that you're in their space. But don't respond to it. Rise above it. Be as welcoming as possible. And, I think that would have been the most beneficial way forward for them. But whatever, they're still here. We're at year 7 now. It'll be year 7 for them at the end of the year. A lot of people didn't think they would make it that far. So even though they've done things wrong at times, they've clearly done enough right to survive. Some people will say that's only because they're being bankrolled by Tony Khan, but whatever. I don't wish them any ill will. I'm not bothered. I don't watch them. They're not really on my radar so much. I might see the odd clip from time to time, but I don't wish them any ill will. Daze, who do we think the Demon could face next? Well, I can't imagine he's just done with Judgment Day, so I don't know if he's going to go after JD McDonough or something. I mean, it could be fun if he joins up with Rhea, and it's like Liv and Dom versus Finn and Rhea. Like, that could be fun. I wouldn't be against that. I mean, I don't know how long we need to spend on Finn sort of getting even with Judgment Day, but I think it might be a bit strange if he's just done with them now and he's out. But I wouldn't spend too long on it. I don't really feel like there's much meat on that bone. He just beat Dominic. There's only really JD for him to go after, and do you know what I mean? Like, there doesn't really feel like there's much meat on that bone. I don't know what Dominic's going to say. If Dominic's just going to be like, I'm done, I don't need it. Maybe Finn does just go off and maybe look for a mid-card belt or get stuck into a feuds, Finn and Drew or something like that, So we'll have to see. I think it's not easy to say what's next for Finn because there's quite a few options. I think I'll just be surprised if that's it. We're done with Judgment Day. I think I'm probably expecting just a little bit more from that story. Jordan, hello, said, forgive me, but I don't think Surviving is given enough credit right now. They're definitely in one of their best periods, said Jordan. Yeah, I don't know. I don't watch them. I mean, all I can say is they kind of hit a bit of a rock bottom when they were getting ratings of like 500,000 and I mean, I remember when those ratings were coming in and some weeks they were hitting 1 million. I remember actually like 2021-ish kind of time, the rating would come out and it would be like, has it done 1 million this week or not? And most weeks it was a no, but it was 850 or it was 870 and it was that kind of ballpark. And I remember a lot of those anti-AEW accounts going, oh, no Millie, right? We are so far removed from that. They got down to like 500 and some odd thousand in their viewership. I think the viewership has kind of improved, but then there's been a bit of a change with the TV ratings now. And last number I saw was like 700 and some thousand. So I feel like they're probably back to the level they were 2024. It feels like the ratings are about where they were in 2024, but down on where we were in 2021, 2022. So the journey they've been on is that they've gone down and now they're starting to build their way back up, as I said. Financially, I think they are viable. I think they are profitable. I know a lot of people say they're being bankrolled by Tony, but I'm sure Dave Meltzer says that they are profitable. The TV money they get does cover all their expenses. So I don't know. I don't know where their break even is. I don't know. I mean, the concern is that the ratings have not been good. I don't know when their next TV deal is coming up. People obviously are a bit worried that when it's time for that next TV deal, if the ratings hadn't improved, and there are improvements, but if they hadn't improved, would the deal have been lower? Would they have been as profitable? It's, do you know what I mean? Like, they're doing fine. They're doing fine. They're doing fine. I don't have the exact numbers, but they don't feel like a company that are really bothering WWE so much anymore as where they were when Punk was with them in, 2021, 2022. Roman should have been DQ'd last night when he hit Punk with the steps. Well, ref discretion, isn't it? Ref discretion. I think for me, I just had to lean a little bit more into ref discretion. I think the ref could have DQ'd and it would have been understandable. But I think equally the main event of WrestleMania, I think that referee letting that one slide so that the main event of WrestleMania could continue, I can buy that as well. So I think for me, that was definitely a road I didn't want to be going any further down than what we went down. And I don't think we did, really. Some people might say that, he shouldn't have powerbombed him through the commentary table and all that stuff. I don't really worry about that. That's just him chucking him around the ringside area. If he goes through a commentary table, whatever, if he gets chucked into a ring post, whatever. I feel like it's different if you pick up ring steps. That's a weapon. I mean, you're actually physically using an object there as a weapon on the outside of the ring. And, that, of course, can be DQ'd. I mean, it would be the same as grabbing a kendo stick or grabbing a chair and smashing him. For me, that's, obviously not allowed in a one-on-one match, but there has to be a degree of ref discretion. And listen, Michael Cole was leaning into that. Michael Cole was very much, you've got to expect extra ref discretion. This is the main event of WrestleMania. So it was not enough to derail the match or ruin the match for me. It was a talking point. It was I hope we don't do too much of this. And, I would have been fine if it hadn't have happened in the match, but I'm not going to be such a stickler that it's like, no, match was ruined, should have been thrown out in that moment. I'm not. That's fine. It was fine. We got it. It was ref discretion, and they went on to have an absolute banger match. Right. How about hitting the ring posts? No, I mean, to me, we're getting into obviously grey areas where people might feel different. But for me, if I'm battling someone one-on-one and I'm on the outside of the ring and I'm chucking someone around, if they land into a ring post or they land into a barricade or they land into a commentary table, I can always say that, I'm just throwing them bad. I'm slamming him. I'm chucking him around, just like I'm doing in the ring. It's just on the outside, there's a lot of stuff you can bump into. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't have a soft landing. So, if I'm going to Irish whip you into the ropes in the ring, you'll bounce off the ropes. But if I Irish whip you on the outside, you could go into a ring post, you could go into a barricade, you could go into a commentary table. It is just more dangerous on the outside. And there are things that you can, get thrown into. I think, though, if you pick up ring steps, there's not really an equivalent to that in the ring, is there? There's not really anything when you're in the ring that you can pick up to use as a weapon. You are just using a weapon. There's not really, I can't really explain that away. I can't, I am picking up an object and I am smashing it in this person's face. And whichever way you want to carve that up, it's grounds for a disqualification. It's a weapon that's being used. It's the same as a kendo stick. It's the same as a steel chair. It's a weapon. It just is a weapon. It doesn't really matter that it's on the outside. It's a weapon. So I feel like you can explain slamming someone onto a commentary table. You slam people in the ring. I feel like you can explain Irish whipping someone into a barricade or Irish whipping them into a ring post. You can Irish whip people in the ring against the ropes or whip them into the turnbuckle pads. But once you pick up some steel stairs, I'm struggling now to know it's fine because what? It's a weapon. It just is a weapon. And so when he started using that, even I was like, And the ref was right there as well. And it's like, ref discretion. That's all you can rely on, really. That's all you can turn to is ref discretion. But for me, like, these two, it's fiery. The ref is not... There's a bit of pressure on the ref, right? Where the ref is not going to want to stop the main event, the night 2 main event of WrestleMania, because one of the wrestlers used some ring steps once. He's going to obviously let them know you can't do that again, but he's not going to want... I can believe that he's not going to want to stop, and the same, if he grabbed his head and smashed it into the ring post, right, and used the ring post more as a weapon, you can sort of say, well, that's just the same as smashing him into a turnbuckle in the ring, right? It's just on the outside, it's not padded, right? In ring, it's padded. On the outside, it's not padded. So you can maybe use that as a bit of an excuse. But, this is where ref discretion obviously comes in. So I could buy it. I could accept it. It was not a challenge for me. It's not like a big barrier for me to be like, it's just one of those where you go, I hope we don't do too much of this. Because there is going to have to come a point where ref discretion just runs out. And it's like, right, you're taking the mick now. This is now basically a street fight. I mean, if they'd started grabbing kendo sticks and chairs and just started throwing the rules out the window, I mean, at some point, the ref's got to call a DQ. Just like at some point, the ref's going to have to count out. I mean, you can't just stay out the ring for like 30, 40 seconds. Like, at some point, the ref's going to have to count you out. Like, the rules are the rules. So there has to be a little bit of leeway in the main event of night 2 of WrestleMania. And I think that is a grey area for people. And I think that's where some people are like, no, this is the rule. And as a result, they broke the rule. But yeah, ref discretion gives you that leeway. Do we think someone using a cast or a leg brace is grounds for DQ if they're holding it, using it as opposed to wearing it? Yeah, that's a grey area, isn't it? But, I mean, that's an interesting one, actually, because the first time I was introduced to that was Lex Luger. When Lex Luger in 93 was a heel, he actually had a metal plate in his arm. So he was like knocking people out with his arm, and people were like, how's he done that? Like, he's just knocking everyone out cold. And it turned out there was a metal plate in there that had been... So he basically... His arm was basically a weapon in a way. And so there was all this talk about he was going to have to wear a pad to kind of cover it over. But that's like a real grey area, isn't it? Because, I mean, it's just his arm. I mean, like... So that was kind of interesting, to be honest, to sort of explore that. And actually, when he became a babyface, he would use it against the heels, but no one cared because they deserved it. And as time went by, it just sort of stopped being a bit of a feature, really. It wasn't something that he was using all the time. So I've never really got an answer on it, to be honest with you. Like, I think Stone Cold, obviously, you see a lot of knee braces now, and we don't tend to really use or acknowledge them as being a weapon. Obviously, if they take it off, that's different, and start clobbering you with it, then that would be different. And a mask as well, that's also like if you've broke your orbital bone or something. Again, sometimes we just don't acknowledge that as being like an advantage. In fact, I've seen people wearing masks that have been punched in the face and they sell it. They get punched in the face and they react as if they've just been punched in the actual face, and they sell it, even though clearly their face is being protected by a mask. So there are a lot of grey areas, let's put it that way. There are a lot of things with pro wrestling that you're not going to find consistency. You're going to find different scenarios result in different reactions, and that kind of stuff can get a little bit messy, to be honest. I mean, what I would say is if you've got a knee brace on because you need it as a support, as long as you're not using that as an actual weapon, taking it off and clobbering someone, then, you need it. Otherwise, your leg will buckle. So, I mean, I don't think anyone's got any issue, with that. If you've got a cast on your arm, I mean, that's quite rare, to be honest. That makes me think of Cowboy Bob Orton, who would use it as a weapon. And then, of course, him being the heel, he'd make out that he needs it. And, I don't know what you're talking about, kind of a thing. So those are exceptions that we don't tend to visit too much. So I would say a lot of it is to do with context. A lot of it's to do if they're a heel or if they're a face. And it's probably best to not try and just have a one rule fits all, because you will always find exceptions if you do that. So I think it's better to just sort of look at each match sort of in its own context, because otherwise you'll trip yourself up by going, no, this is the rule. And then there will always be someone going, well, actually, on Raw back in 2002, this happened and that was not the case. So, you don't want to put yourself in those positions. So, I would say that it's a grey area. I was watching the Pat show earlier, and Pat said when he did the count, he should have done it faster, but he was talking about how he had to run to the ring and the door his neck, and it was funny, said Eric. Thank you, Eric. I have no interest in what he's saying. The guy came in, spoke a load of nonsense, and now he's, on TV going... I mean, he's just come out on his show and gone, do you know what? I was wrong. Wrestling doesn't need saving, Cody's fine. And it's just the biggest pile of nonsense. It's so bad. No part of it is good. And even what he's saying on his show today is just so bad. It's just, thank God it's over. That's all I can say. I think he has gone temporarily. I think the Backlash tag match is probably off. But as I've said before, do you think he ain't coming back and being in a Rumble? Do you think he's not going to appear at a future Mania? Do you think he won't jump on and be a guest commentator at some point? Do you think he's not going to feature when we go and do a big show in Indianapolis? To me, they love him. TKO love him. Triple H loves him. And, he's got that show, which they would still love to be promoting wrestling on. And so he's just always going to be an option. He's just always going to be there. I struggle to believe that that's him done forever. I would love to think that's true. That would be every birthday, Christmas present I could ask for. But I'll believe it when I see it. Jordan said, I'm certain AEW made money with Punk. Those crowds and shirts were everywhere. Well, yeah, definitely. And not only that, I mean, their ratings were in a good place, a stronger place as they were ever. I think there was a legitimacy that he brought as well, in the sense of, this is CM Punk. It's a bit like when they got Jericho. I mean, it's all well and good having these great wrestlers in your company, your Swerves and your Darby Allins, but obviously if you've got that name recognition of a Jericho or a CM Punk or an Edge when he went over, I mean, that is worth its weight in gold. That's why Tony Khan snapped them people up, because that name recognition and that affection for those wrestlers, that's hard. That's really, really hard. It takes years and years and years to kind of build that. So bringing those people in obviously is a great way of helping ratings and bringing new fans in and telling some interesting stories. And so if you lose someone like Punk, it's a big loss in a lot of different ways. So that was a big blow to them, a big blow to them. Jordan, shout out to you, buds. Iron Sentinel said Pat should go to AEW. Yes, oh, that'd be great. That would be great. He could be their problem then. Netforce said, I think Brock retiring might have been a swerve. I think Gunther could call him out for one last match. I think it's a little bit strange that Triple H no Triple H on a post show. Maybe he was worried about a backlash, said Netforce. Well, to be honest, he did not appear at the post show for, I think it was the Rumble or Elimination Chamber. When he was doing the press conferences, he was getting asked questions I don't think he appreciated, right? I mean, he was having to answer questions about Vince and Janelle Grant and all this kind of stuff, right? I mean, he probably would have had to have answered questions about Jericho. And to be honest with you, if Jericho's not coming in, why does he want to talk about AEW? Why does he want to just have finished the Royal Rumble or Elimination Chamber, then walk in a room where people want to talk to him about AEW or Jericho or things that are not going to be happening, right? You can understand how that is just not beneficial to him. Like, it's not beneficial. That is not going to, that's not putting the focus where he wants the focus to be. So what he did was he went, right, that's not working. Let's on the post show, we'll have the wrestlers go out, not in front of the press, but on the panel in front of the crowd, right? And we'll do that. So he tried that. And then he went out there and got so much grief after SummerSlam. I mean, there were so many chants and things that were being chanted at him. And as a result, the fans were making it known that I think wasn't the chance of you effed up and all this kind of stuff at him. I'm trying to remember what the show was. Was it SummerSlam? We Want Cross being chanted as well. And all of a sudden, he was getting grief off the fans. Because obviously, could you imagine if he'd gone out there after night one? Could you imagine if he'd have gone out there, sat on that panel after the disaster that was night one? What the hell would the fans have chanted to him? So, even on night two, which was a much better day, when Roman was sat out there, the fans were chanting FTKO. That's what the fans were chanting, FTKO. So, imagine if Triple H was out there, you'd probably have FTKO chants. And God only knows, right, what else would be getting chanted, but it would not be constructive. So what we actually saw from Triple H, I think it was Elimination Chamber, was he stopped doing that. He just did a little corridor interview with Jackie Redmond. Because I remember one of the questions being about Danhausen, and he was like, I think we're in for a pretty fun time with Danhausen. And it was just a couple of questions that he answered in a corridor interview, and that was all you got. And do you know what? WrestleMania, we didn't even get that. There was no going out and being in front of the fans. There was not even a corridor thing. He has gone from doing press conferences like Dana White does with UFC to now just not making any appearances at all. So I don't know that it was anything specifically about WrestleMania. I think it was a process where he was just, I can't be doing with this grief anymore, man. I'm getting it from the press. I'm getting questions that I really don't want. And now all of a sudden I'm getting flipping the crowd having a pop at me. So he would have got it definitely. Because after night two, there was FTKO chants. Lee said, everyone is loving Danhausen at the moment, and rightfully so. But how long will it last? Everyone loved Doink back in the day. How long did the Doink gimmick last? Well, to be honest, I think the Danhausen love will be okay. Comedy tends to do quite well. The problem with Doink was that obviously it was played by Matt Bourne, and Matt Bourne had his challenges, right? And so it ended up changing over and being played by a few different people. And the nuances of Doink kind of stopped. So I don't think that they could get out of Doink what they wanted to get out of Doink. Doink was meant to be this kind of sinister clown, who he was funny in the sense of he would pull pranks on wrestlers that, you could find funny. But he also had a darkness to him. I mean, do you remember his music when he would come out? Dun, dun, dun. And they had evil clown laughs. and he would come down looking glum, right? I mean, there was a darkness to Doink that a lot of people don't remember, or for some reason, like, just remember him being... I think because when Matt Bourne went, like, I don't know if Dink was in when Matt Bourne was around, but we got rid of the darkness, and we just had, like, you know, we just turned him into a throwaway kind of comedy act, and we had Dink with him, right? But all of a sudden, he was being played by people that just weren't as good wrestlers, and so the quality of the matches was not as good. And to be honest with you, I don't think they were people that really cared about the presentation. Like, they were just there to be a clown, and that was it. I think Matt Bourne, the first incarnation, there was a darkness to the character, and there was more depth to the character, and there was more you could do with the character, and he was a better wrestler as well. I mean, he could be on PLEs and put on really good matches, but when the others came along, you know, like, they were jobbers. It was being played by, like, enhancement talent then, and the character just died. So I think Doink is a very different person to, like, compare to. I think I would compare to R-Truth. And I would say, when did we stop finding R-Truth funny? And I would say, I don't think people did. I think that R-Truth has had some great moments that people have enjoyed throughout the years. I think his comedy is different to Danhausen. R-Truth gets confused. For me personally, I think R-Truth can miss quite a few times, where I find his getting mixed up and confused to be just a bit predictable, a bit repetitive. But then he'll do something that works. You know? I mean, I enjoyed when he thought Danhausen was Asuka because of the face paint. I thought that was really good. I thought that was an example of where, you know, it worked. But then there's other times where he gets confused, and it's so silly. Like, the confusion is so nonsensical that you're just like, okay, yeah. So, like, for me, like, did we get tired of R-Truth? No, we didn't. There's an affection for R-Truth because he's given us so many great moments. And I think with Danhausen, as long as he can just keep providing, he can miss sometimes. We all miss sometimes. So, I mean, it's fine for him to miss. But, like, I think that segment at WrestleMania was really, really fun. And I do feel like we're only just scratching the surface with him as well. I mean, right now, we're doing a lot of You Are Cursed, right? And we're sort of exploring that at the moment. But there's other stuff that he can do. He doesn't have to just be the curse guy. You know, there are, like, other things that he can do. And we saw, didn't we, him coming down with, like, those micro wrestlers all dressed up as him. I mean, that wasn't about cursing. There was nothing at WrestleMania that was really about cursing. He just said he was a big fan of Cena. He got one of those micro versions to punch Kit Wilson in the dong. He then punched Miz in the dong, did a five-knuckle shuffle, his version of, and Miz got carried away by those little Danhausens. So there wasn't really anything that was like, you're cursed, and then we saw the repercussions of it. Actually, what we got at WrestleMania was a different segment from him in a way that I think people really enjoyed. So I think that we are okay. I mean, when did people get tired of Santino Marella? When did people get tired of R-Truth? I think that comedy is hard to do. I don't think too many people do it in WWE. I think when it does get done, and get done to a level like Danhausen is doing, it's well received. So I think he's got a bright future. I don't think it's going to run out of steam like within a week or month or 2 months. I think, like, WWE are guilty of, like, hammering stuff into the ground, right? So, I mean, he's got to make sure that he's staying fresh and coming up with new stuff. But they'll ride the curse thing for a while, and then it'll be time to kind of, you know, do something else and look at something else. But yeah, I think his shelf life is going to be okay. I think it's a good question to ask because you could see that it might go stale. And just cursing people, you know, that could get stale. But again, you look at R-Truth and his confusion, and people have loved that for years and years and years and years and years. And Santino, like, mispronouncing names, like John Cena, and all of that, like, that was, you know, and the Cobra. I mean, again, like, there's puppets and things you could probably bring in, and there's a whole world of stuff that you could do with Danhausen. We haven't dug into his backstory. We could have, like, he could have, like, a mentor where he teaches them his ways. Maybe they try to do curses, but they haven't quite cracked it, and maybe something else happens when they do it. And he could be like, I've never experienced this before. And do you know what I mean? Like, I think there's lots and lots of stuff that we can dig into. So a very bright future. I mean, he's just come in and made such an impression. It's been fantastic for him. So I like him. I liked what I saw from him in AEW. So when we were trying to figure out what was going to come out of that crate, I said if it's Danhausen, honestly, I'd be okay with it, because I think he'll work in WWE, and I think that he's a very is very fun, very funny superstar. And I was ready to move on, actually, from like just the R-Truth type confusion, and I think he's brought something different. So I think it's going to be okay. Delwyn says, credit to Punk. He's been on a great run with that world title. Since Roman winning a new title, being back on top with the old music, building an incredible title reign, everyone is excited to see more Roman, said Delwyn. Yeah, that was a big statement from Roman. Roman saying that he was, going to be around for the summer. Like, that's a big, big statement. I'd imagine that he'll send that message again today, that he's back, and it's not because that's the moan, that's the complaint. Even in the opinions video, there was people saying, I didn't mind who won, but Roman is a part-time champ, and I don't want a part-time champ. And that was my thing as well when I did my predictions video. I was like, look, if I've got to choose between Roman and Punk, I'm probably going to go Punk, and a large reason is because he's around. So when Roman won, I wasn't disappointed. It was fine. But to hear him say, I'm going to be around for the summer, you kind of go, oh, well, that changes things. That's quite exciting. That's massive news. When Roman's on the show, it's a bigger show. So to have him around for the summer is a great boost for WWE. He said that on the post show. Not everyone's going to have seen those comments. I would imagine he'll make comments on Raw and kind of, get that message across. I'm here, and I'm here for the summer. And then I expect, like, Gunther to sort of step up. That's what I'd be expecting. So, Delwyn, thank you, my friends. We are 3 minutes, if that. We're getting very, very close. Jono said tonight, Finn Balor, JD. There are rumors of Sol Ruka and Liv, but I'm not sure how true that is, says Jono. Jono, thank you, buds. Let's see what we get. There's no preview. Nothing on the WWE website, nor should there be, to be honest. So it's just a case of just enjoying whatever we get served up. This is always one of the most exciting Raws. Okay, Jared said, back again for the Raw after WrestleMania. Jared, welcome. Welcome, everyone that's joining us. We have just done nearly 4 hours. And I feel like I've been here for 5 minutes. Seriously, I feel like I've done an hour. I don't feel like that was any different to normal, to be honest. But let's go. Dave's big show tonight. If anyone does, who do we think's going to interrupt Oba and Roman? I think Gunther interrupts Roman. I don't know about Oba. Maybe Heyman. I don't think we're going to be seeing Brock. I wonder if, like, we get a little moment from Heyman where Heyman's all upset and says you are the man. Someone's going to have to come out and step up to Oba. I think it needs to be a heel that is credible and, like, someone that Oba can go into a feud with and beat. as I said, Drew McIntyre or heel Sheamus, someone credible. I would say Aleister Black, but we haven't built up Aleister Black, have we? I mean, Aleister Black, I just feel like Oba would run through Aleister Black. I don't feel like that would be much of a challenge. I do feel it would be a challenge against Drew. I feel like it would be a challenge against Sheamus. Oba would win, but he'd be in for a fight. Yeah, it'd be a banger. But like an Aleister Black, I don't think's really going to be much of a problem. So it needs to be some sort of heel that's going to provide a test. You know, a Bronson Reed could have been fun if he was around. The only problem is you'd have to faff around with the vision, but yeah, we haven't got him anyway. Okay, we're about to get underway. Robbie said, I never understood the part-time stuff, especially with how Triple H books the champions. They feel part-time already. Cobra said, Oba and Bronson, what do we think about that? Well, he's injured, isn't he? I don't know when he's coming back. So Bronson would have been a good shout, buds, because credible, beatable. Oba would have had to have got the win there, of course. But I mean, you could imagine them going up against each other over the summer. But I mean, the thing is, when you've beaten Brock, there's not really too many other places to go, is there? Because Brock Lesnar is like the mountaintop in many ways. He's legitimate. He's the biggest star we've got, like, size-wise. I mean, he is... That was a massive win. Right, we're just having a look at what went down at WrestleMania. Big J said, Raw after Mania. Let's go. Let's go, man. Let's flipping go. Yes, very exciting. Can't wait to see what they have got up their sleeve for us. The Danhausen moment with all the Danhausens coming down to the ring. The Miz being carried away. So we're just seeing some replays at the moment of WrestleMania. Jimmy J, hello my friend, said, hey yo, hope all are well. Let's enjoy Raw. Let's go. Let's go, buds. Big J, Raw after Mania, LFG. And Florida Man said, mark my words, Brock isn't finished until Gunther gets the favor from Heyman. Well, if rumors are true, I don't know if WWE knew that Brock was going to do what he was going to do, because there are some reports today saying that Triple H didn't know that Brock was leaving the gloves in the ring. So the favor could have been setting up the Brock match, but WWE genuinely might have been caught off guard by Brock doing what he did. So I just don't know. I don't know if this is a work. I don't know if this is legit, but I am operating under the opinion that it could be it. That could be it. I don't have a Raw stream to retweet, which is annoying. Okay. Okay. Right. Video package underway for WrestleMania. Obviously, it's going to be a long video package as it covers both days. Obafemi potentially, we're going to say potentially, sending Brock Lesnar into retirement. As I don't know if this moment right there was planned or not. The gloves coming off, the boots coming off. Seemingly called it a career. I saw people talking about that. They were like, don't know if he is done, because Michael Cole said seemingly called it a career. But again, if they didn't know, then they wouldn't know to say that that was it, would they? If legitimately he did that in the moment, then you can understand everyone going, has he retired? Has he just retired? The Unreal footage for this could be quite interesting. Okay, word on the street is we're opening up with Oba. So right now we're about to wrap this up and we're about to see... There we go. You're going to see my ass all summer. That's what Roman said. Right, Michael Cole just talking as we're about to go over to this first segment, Oba Femi. We're at T-Mobile Arena. Roman Reigns is here tonight. Okay. Let me get to a few of these. Jared said, I've got a strong feeling that Fatal Influence is going to join Judgment Day. Do you think so? Wouldn't that take that group up to like 6 women or something? We've already got 3 women in Judgment Day. If Fatal, what do you mean, like just temporarily? The Beast, Brock Lesnar tonight. What, is that going to be Brock actually on the show? Okay, green shirt guys in the front. Let's go. Here we go. The Raw after WrestleMania begins. Oba Femi. I believe, if rumours are true. We got Oba chance. We got Oba chance. Okay, here we go. Boom. David, Seth and Gunther will tag at... Seth and Gunther will tag at SummerSlam. Is that SS? SS always means Survivor Series to me. Seth and Gunther will tag at SS to end the vision. It is Oba. Oba about to make his way down to the ring. Oh, he's in a suit. He's in a flipping suit. Oba Femi is suited and booted. Oba making his way down to the ring. Look at this. People are in fine voices. This is businessman Oba Femi making his way down to the ring. He looks good in a suit, doesn't he? He looks really good in a suit. Harry said they showed you chanting Jelly Roll on Netflix. That's unfortunate. Well, there you go. If ever you wanted proof that WWE don't ever ask permission, this guy chanting for Jelly Roll would be all the proof you need. Okay, Oba in the ring in his suit. What's he gonna say? Kyle said, will we see NXT call-ups tonight? I would imagine so. We do tend to get them at this time of year. David said, Booker T has overdosed on Ico Pro. I think he's been overdosing on Ico Pro for a while, to be honest, but I get that vibe. Okay, here we go. Oba Femi in the ring. Loud Oba chants. I mean, look at this guy opening up the show. Look at where we are right now in 2026 with Oba chants. Loads of green shirt guys as well in the front row. Lots of people wearing the green shirts. Oh, Oba Femi. Loud Oba Femi chants ringing out for the ruler. Oh, is that Andy? Is that Andy wafting a Wrestling Daze head around? Oh, he better not leave that one in Vegas. Well, there we go. Pretty simple. Pretty straightforward. From Oba. Didn't know what he was going to say. I'm not sure if anyone's going to interrupt, though. Well, look, the lights go out. Yeah, did he do the pose yet? That's a slightly different pose for Oba. Is that all? That's it? That's all we get from Oba? The ruler has arrived. And that's it? I mean, I ain't down on it because, I mean, it is pretty cool, but... I think people might have been hoping for something a little bit more than that. The ruler has departed. He did, didn't he? I hated that, said Tyler. We need a poll. Let's do a poll. Metal Mama, shout out to you, buds. Let's get a poll. No speech. I mean, he doesn't... It's difficult in it because he's an attraction. He's all about impact. I don't think we need anything too lengthy. But him coming down and saying your ruler has arrived, is that... Asuka, just having a few words for EO. So EO's coming out. Are we going to that match now, are we? Are we going to do Asuka EO now? Your ruler has arrived. Here's EO. Here's Rhea. This is my brutality. That was awful, said Exposing. Okay, Rhea, the new WWE Women's Champion. Let's go. Let's flipping go. Sean Rossap said that Oba strut is over big time. Jared said, I think Perez and Raquel are going to leave JC with Live. With Live is dollars. I think Perez and Raquel leave. Oh, JC with Liv. Right. Got you. So those two go. Roxanne and Raquel go. JC comes up and joins up with Liv. Okay. Rio are making their way down to the ring. I did not catch who they're facing. I mean, what I would say is that is not a long open, so whatever they've got, it must be a pretty stacked show that they've got planned. That Oba segment, I think they could have farmed more reaction out of it, maybe. Days, if someone were to do something similar to Bianca, where they use their hair as a whip, would that be grounds for disqualification wearing a hair extension? Yeah, that's that was a big talking point as well at the time. She doesn't really use it so much. I mean, if you think about all the Bianca matches, it's not like she uses the hair whip in all of her matches. And actually, I think a large reason for that is because it's not fake. When she's whipping people, the marks that get left are real. That's not makeup, obviously, because you see them come out during the match. So I'm thinking in particular, like Liv, when she got whipped round the stomach, Liv actually said she had a mark there that you can still sort of see. Like, There's not really anything pro wrestling about that. Like, these people are actually just being whipped, like, for real. So I think obviously all of that's been scaled back, but you would see it quite a bit in her matches, certainly more when she was in NXT. And there was a big conversation around, like, is it a weapon? And, you know, you had people saying that it was. You had people saying, no, it's her hair. Because that's not a real braid. That's not, like, her hair isn't really that long. I believe that that's clips in. So, I mean, technically it is a weapon. She chooses to have it. But it's interesting because it's not something that I can't really think of any other examples of it, you know, where people were using their hair as a whip. So again, it's one of those that's been a talking point. It's one of those that we've kind of chucked around. I mean, I don't think she should do it in front of the referee. I think ref's discretion would come in again, to be honest. I think ref's discretion would come in where if she did it, he'd probably have a word with, like, you know, don't do that again, yeah? Because that could be seen as you using a weapon, and she'd be like, oh, sorry. So, yeah, no, I won't do it again. Whilst in the corner, Liv's like, desperately trying to suck in air. So, yeah, these are like the grey area ones. I think you'd get away with doing it once in a big match. It'd be like the ring steps being used, but I certainly don't think you can be doing it repeatedly. And you couldn't be doing it repeatedly anyway, because you are actually whipping your opponent. Okay, Kabuki Warriors coming down to the ring. If Brock comes out, then Gunther is definitely interrupting. Maybe Paul turns on Brock, said Spawny Boy. Okay, we have got Kabuki. Okay, Corey Graves is just singing the praises of Jade Cargill. I think that match went better than we were expecting. Is it Kabuki? Kabuki Warriors versus Rio. I think this first match will be pretty well received. There's some real big fans of Rio out there. And this match can also be used to get us to the Asuka Io match that we thought we were going to get at WrestleMania and didn't. And again, we can bring the, you know, the abuse of Kyrie back into the focal point again. So there's a couple of things that can be achieved with this match. I'm not sure if I'd had it as the opening match. I don't know what else we're getting tonight, though. Okay, the favor that Gunther wanted was a match with Roman, said JoJo. Pushing Up Daisy said Kyrie isn't supposed to open umbrellas indoors. She's cursed. It's a good point, that is, Bud. She's probably her own worst enemy, isn't she? Can I just say, if you look in the background, right? Look towards the left. You'll see someone in a yellow top. So right next to the steps, it's like a yellow, looks like a Lakers jersey, right? I believe that's Wrestle with Andy. And he keeps holding up what I believe is my face. Because he did that before when he went to WrestleMania. I believe this was WrestleMania 40. And he lost it. He legitimately forgot to take the sign with him, and he left my face in the... I don't know if he left it in the arena or if he lost it just around the streets of Philadelphia. But my head is out there in the world somewhere. I bet someone found it and used it for some sexual misadventures. Yeah, that's what I would imagine. That's what I would like to think happened. And he said, I'm going to go. He said he was going to go to WrestleMania again this year. So, yeah, Wrestle with Andy that joins us on a regular basis. He is there. And as I said, I think you can see him in the crowds. If ever I go to wrestling, I will take a Wrestle with Andy head with me. Roll up there by EO. Doc said, I can't believe WWE used Wrestling Daze sarcastically rooting for Jelly Roll as a clip. Painting Daze as the biggest Jelly Roll fan. I know. Well, I didn't even see it, but like, you know, I'm not bothered by those things. But, oh my God. Now everyone in the world thinks I'm a Jellyhead. Now everyone in the world thinks I'm like Jelly Roll's biggest fan. That's gonna, do you know what I mean? My street creds. And everyone hates the flipping celebrities. So now, like, my street cred has just been absolutely destroyed and I haven't even got any. Haven't even got any to get destroyed. But if I had built any up, now everyone thinks that I'm just like the biggest. Oh, thank God. Could you imagine if I'd sarcastically been cheering on Pat and they used that? That might be enough to drive me away from WWE. If they'd shown me, everyone hates him, and they used me sarcastically, go, Pat, 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 like that, and they'd use that. Oh, you can't trust them, man. You can't trust. This TKO company are evil. They are evil. They'll take your words out of context. They'll make you look like a right fool. Oh. Knee coming in there by Asuka. Kick coming back. Oh, she loves that kick. She did that at Wrestlemania, Rhea. That capoeira kick. Looks really, really good. Right now we've got Rio in control. Asuka's in there. She's getting around the back of Asuka there. Back elbow there by Asuka. Rhea over against the ropes. Big boot. Oh, Asuka just fell into the referee and grabbed a hold of him as a distraction, which is very good. I thought it was a little bit of a botch where she'd stumbled and grabbed a hold of him. But it meant that Kairi could do some stuff in the background. So it was planned. She knew what she was doing. She's a pro. Kairi lands on Rhea. Rhea goes down. Kairi at the camera. We're hyped. We're hyped. Let's flip it and go. David said Jellyman Daze. That's not what we're called. Jellyman Daze versus Veggie Mike Grayson, said Davids. What if he sees that Jelly Roll and he's like, oh, I'll have to invite that guy to one of my concerts. That's nice, that is, that he was cheering for me. Do you know what I mean? Like, leave me alone. Honestly, that is horrific misrepresentation. Shots coming in there by Kairi. A jellyhead, said Pie. Listen. My lawyers are going to be contacted, yeah? We're going to get this sorted out. Right now, we got Asuka in there with Rhea. She's dancing away. We do have a whole row of green shirt guys. I wonder how he felt about that when he got there and everyone was in a green shirt. Asuka pushing the head of Rhea there. Rhea with a big slap to Asuka. Kick coming in there by Asuka. Kick's coming in. We're still at commercial break. The green shirt guy has formed himself a gang of green shirt guys and gals. This is really getting out of hand. Yeah, it is. And where's Trinidad flag guy gone? That's my question. Do you know what I mean? He's the true leader. I don't get it, to be honest. I mean, green shirt guy is a rich guy that has the best seat in the house at every show. And people love him for it as well. He's become like this legend. I just see him as a spoiled rich man. That's how I see him. I see him as being part of the problem. I see him as being an enabler. That's what I see. I see him as someone that's keeping TKO in business. That's what I see. I see the enemy. That's what I see. In my eyes, that's basically Hitler. And all these people have come dressed as Hitler. We got a front row of Hitlers. That's what I see. But as long as people are having fun, you know. Again, look, she goes over to distract the referee as Kairi delivers a kick. Smile on Kairi's face. She doesn't deserve our sympathy. She knows what she's doing. She's in an abusive relationship, but I think, honestly, I'd like to see it be a case that Asuka distracts and Kairi's a bit more like, I don't want to. You know, this isn't the kind of person I am. But instead, she's like, yeah, bang. I love being evil. Asuka's in. Kairi's going up. Fark said WWE needs to sell green shirt guy shirts. Oh, don't enable him even more. I just said he's part of the problem. Kick coming in. You will never get that seat. Front row, in the middle, it is always going to be his. I mean, not that any of us are going to be able to afford that seat anyway, but, you know. It's the principle. If I want that seat, I should be able to get that seat. But none of us will ever get it because of him. It's part of the problem. Stop idolizing him. Big kick coming in there by Io. Kairi comes in. Ooh, Kairi kicks Asuka. Io with a smile on her face. Io charges over, duck underneath, over the other side. Nice. Drop kick. Down go the Kabuki Warriors. Kip up there by Io. She flips over. Let's go. Yes. 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 It's a pretty fun opening match, actually. It's a pretty fun opening match. Double knees over the other side. Io again charging him. Another double knees. Kairi flops to the outside. Io on her hands. And we did another one again. Kick coming in there by Io. Asuka goes down. 1, 2. No joy. 0 joy. We looked for joy and it couldn't be found. Working on the arm. Big Mig said, how could you, Daze? I'm disgusted. You're a secret jellyhead. Big Migs, look, there's some really nasty rumours going around at the moment. There's a lot of fake news. There's a lot of fake news doing the rounds at the moment. You just need to know that their misinformation department is working very well in WWE, yeah? Taken out of context clips. Can you believe it? It's over. It's over. Just thank God that it wasn't me praising Pat. I would have cried myself to sleep. Oh. Kairi goes for the pin on Rhea. Drop kick there by Io. Johnny, shout out to you, buds. Hope you're doing well, my friends. Asuka coming in, grabbing a hold of Io. Io rolling up Asuka. Io stomping down. Shot coming in there by Kairi. I feel like this match quality has been really fun. The energy here, the pace of this, this is good. As a match, this is way better than the kind of matches we've... Whoa, why does she keep doing this? Why does Io keep doing that? Why is someone that's called the Genius of the Sky keep, flipping, smashing her head off the ground when she does suicide dives? Riptide to Kairi. Oh, God, that was moody, mate, honestly. Over the moonsault lands. 1, 2... 3, Io gets it. She's going to do some serious damage to her neck. Referee's having a word with her there. That is not the first time that has gone wrong. That is the 3rd time in just the past couple of weeks that a suicide dive by Io has nearly resulted in a flipping broken neck. Yeesh. The genius of the sky. Hitting a nice over the moonsault, but even Slam X says, EO, please stop doing suicide dives. There's Asuka on the outside. Tristan said, I'm going to send WWE a clip of Daze chanting for Pat. Don't, Tristan. Come on, we're all friends here. We're all friends here, Tristan. Yeah, we all love and support each other. We're all here for each other's mental well-being. Okay, we're seeing another clip of WrestleMania. Let's get a poll up, shall we, for that match. What did you think about the match? Tristan, shout out to you, buds. I trust you will make the right judgment call, yeah? Okay, we're backstage with Penta. Adam Pearce said that was incredible. Here's Javon, the young OG. Congratulations, Javon says. I was going to be champion. I'm not going anywhere. Okay, so just a few words there between Penta and Javon. There's... Oh, Ethan Page. Did he just say newest superstar? Right. So it is a call-up for Ethan Page. There we go. Ethan Page and Javon know each other very well. Yeah, Ethan, like, wrecked all of Javon's jaw down in NXT. Do you remember that? All ego is here. Ethan Page has arrived. On Raw coming up next is going to be Punk. CM Punk live next. CM Punk live next. Liam said, I would love to know what sort of job Green Shirt Guy has to have all this money. How does he manage to book the same seat each time? How does he get first? Oh, here's Los Americanos. I'm not sure of his job, but I did see a clip. I was sent a clip of someone saying, like, how do you get that seat? And he was like, he said his answer was on location, which is kind of WWE's, you know, premium seat in first dibs kind of where you get the tickets from. You can buy tickets to shows when they go on general sale, but I believe like on location is for those people that want the first seats and, you know, like that. So he's clearly got a relationship with them where I would imagine they reserve that specific seat for him. Maybe he pays a little extra for that, but that's his seat and they know not to sell it. And as long as he pays them the money, they'll give him that seat. So he when someone asked him, there was a clip, he said just on location. What he does for a living, though, I'm not sure. Okay, Los Americanos have come out, and they're just... These people cannot dress like us. You people have no culture. You people have no respect. Okay, so we've literally just, like, berated the crowd with Los Americanos for a little bit. You can't dance. You don't dress as well as us. You don't have any culture. So is he sending a message to the OG Americano? Viva Mexico. Hannah says, Bon voyage. What if the real WrestleMania is tonight? And night one was just a rehearsal. Felt like a rehearsal. I don't think Reigns has been pinned when using the head of the table theme. Well, hopefully we get something really good tonight. We're 35 minutes in, and it's been okay. I mean, you know, the ruler coming out at the start, I think people wanted a bit more from that, or something from that. But that opening match was pretty fun. Coming up next, we got CM Punk, so this should be interesting. The Spanish announce team's in the house. Dave's green shirt guy reminds me of that WWE fan from 80s and 90s. Was that Vlad? Love Vlad. Vlad didn't get those front row seats, though, that same front row seat all the time, but he had good seats. There's Royce Keys. There's CM Punk. Is that a few boos for CM Punk? His face is a bit banged up. Mate, there should be nothing but respect for CM Punk. What reason would there be to boo him? He just gave you a fantastic main event. He lost. He put Roman over. Like, I don't really get any negativity to CM Punk. Yeah, it is mixed. There are boos. You can hear boos. You can hear CM Punk chants as well, though. I can hear OTC chants. He started to do that, hasn't he? I mean, I don't know if that's going to be a permanent thing where he walks out, stands there for a moment, then says it's clobbering time, and then the music hits. That's what he did at WrestleMania, and he's just done it again here as well. So is that like a little tweak to the presentation? Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. I like it, said Jordan. I like it, said JJB. I'm not down on it. I'm not down on it. It just seems like a little tweak to it. Signed in the front row said simps for Liv. Okay, CM Punk then in the ring, looking out around at the crowd. I've got no idea what he's about to say here. Let's see what Punk's going to do next now, said Brony. Now that Roman feud is done. Peter said, Punk announcing retirement tonight, says Peter. Well, that's really interesting, isn't it? To be honest, because what? He didn't leave his gloves in the ring, but where do you go after main event in night 2 of WrestleMania? We got some boos, we got some CM Punk chants. I mean, what is next? What is next? Where does he go? Does he need more title runs? I'm in agreement with you. Not that he retires, but I don't know. I've been dealing with a lot of loss. He says he's been dealing with a lot of loss. The real heroes, people that make this place. People are applauding that. He says, give it up for them. And the crowd burst into loud cheers. I lost last night. So he says, you lots helped me get through all of those losses. Thank you for helping me process all this grief. You're going to help me get through my loss from last night as well. Okay. I stayed ready. If I didn't stay ready... Oh, I don't know why you're booing that. CM Punk says, I like to yeet too. I don't think he was expecting a J mention to get booed. CM Punk said, I'm still the best in the world. He said, I proved it. I gave everything. It just wasn't my night. I'm going to stay ready. Ah, it's good, that. It's really good. Oh, here's Cody. Wow. Here is Cody. This is interesting. Obviously, these two had a confrontation. Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about banged up? He's banged up. He's real banged up. He's got shades on. Jesus. Okay. I know a lot of people out there don't like Cody. I get it. Maybe just give him tonight off with the booze. Right? Do you know what I mean? There's got to be some empathy in the world. Mate. Yeah? We'll boo him next week. How about that? Right? We'll boo him next week. Oh. Is he just going to get in and go, here you go, mate? I mean, I don't know if you've said this, but it's buggered. Look at Punk having a look at it. Look at it. Oh, it's bad, mate. It's really bad. I kind of can't stop looking at it, though, to be honest. CM Punk does the woe for him. There we go. Oh, my God. Does he even know where he is? Does Cody even know where he is? I mean, if his eye has took that much damage, what the hell has happened to his brain? Is this you, says CM Punk. Okay. Yeah, where is this segment going? I mean, he has got a history. Cody said, I'm glad you got those flowers. You deserve them. Are you saying I should feel like a loser? That is weird. pepper necklace. Oh, we got a new name for the Ulafala. The path is clear. Few boos for that. Yeah, people like this. People like that. So there we go. A little moment between Punk and Cody teased. Okay. Just say when. Cody Rhodes in the ring with the WWE Championship and a messed up eye. Just said to CM Punk, just say when. And that's a match that I think a lot of WWE fans would love to see. I think that was a good segment. I think there was a lot there to unpack. I think there was a lot of... I think Punk in high spirits was kind of really fun. There felt like a real freedom to that as well. I mean, that did not feel like it was really scripted. Kind of like, you know, where he was like, calm down, Vegas, we're friends, you know? Felt a bit loose and fun and free and... Did it get us anywhere? No, it teased something. Down the road. I think it gave us an update of the mindset of CM Punk. I think we got to see that nasty eye of Cody. Okay, we're hearing from Finn Balor right now, so... He chose Dominic Mysterio, so we're talking about JD. I brought you in. Tonight, I take you out. I brought you into this business. Tonight, I take you out. Okay, Ethan Page. He's got the same music. Ethan Page is now on the main roster. Nails and NY is going to be absolutely thrilled. She's a massive Ethan Page fan. Free as a bird, CM Punk is teasing he might team up with Michael PSA, said Florida Man. I kind of like him being like in good spirits. I sort of like that. Do you know what? I proved I'm the best in the world. I went out there, I gave everything, and do you know what? It just wasn't my night. Some might look at me as being a loser. I don't feel that way. I kind of like that. I feel like there's life lessons to be learnt from that. He can choose whether to look at reaching the very top of this business, which is main event in WrestleMania, in my opinion, night 2. You know, get in there and losing. You can choose to look at that as failure, or you can choose to look at it as the biggest moment in your career, achieving all of your dreams, and the one final part, just getting the victory part, just not being your night. And having that mentality of, I'll get it next time, you know? And maybe there won't be a next time, but you can work towards there being a next time. I feel like there's life lessons there for us all. I kind of like that mindset. I like that mentality. I like that. Gonna keep myself free. Don't know when the next opportunity is coming. Okay, Ethan Page is in the ring. They're just showing the speed moment. Okay, I saw the couple of things sent in. So, King Yeti, shout out to you, my friends. I need to catch up with some of these. King Yeti, really appreciate it, bud. Firing in some gifted memberships, and the same with Phantom 6715 as well. Phantom, King Yeti, thank you, my friends. I don't know how many new members have kind of been added to the channel, but we look to do membership streams each day. We obviously normally do them about 10:30, so we were live today. But we'll be back with it tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll start at our normal time for NXT. We'll be doing our Tuesday stream. I might mix it up. We haven't had a chance to like really dig into members' thoughts. I might do that instead of the quiz tomorrow. But yes, we'll be back with all of that tomorrow. So, Phantom, thank you. King Yeti, thank you. Appreciate it, my friends. Saw another couple of super chats I need to just get to. KCM said, I hope they don't go right away to Ober Roman. They should build that and save it for the main event of SummerSlam. I agree, but I don't think they will, because I don't think they will go straight to that. The rumors are that it could be Gunther next. So I don't know that we will be going straight over to that. But I agree with you. We should build towards it. That's the one that people want to see. Connor said, Daze, did we enjoy WrestleMania 42? Overall, of course. I mean, WrestleMania is still WrestleMania. So, yes. I think night one obviously was a bit of a struggle. I gave it a 5. I don't think that people were quite as generous as that. And night 2, I went 8.5. Maybe my score was boosted by the fact that night 1 was so poor and night 2 was just so much better. But I genuinely think it was a massive improvement on night 1. So if night 1 is a 5, night 2 to me has got to be in the 8s. So, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about my scores, to be honest. I'm happy to stand by them. And I think, without even knowing, they, I think, reflect well with things like Bleacher Report. They said night 1 was a D+, night 2 was an A-. So I'm kind of seeing a lot of similar scoring, you know. Night 1, not good, bit of a disaster. Night 2, drastically better. And certainly you lot kind of saying that in the opinions as well. Lovely cutter there by Stunner, actually, by Javon. Connor, I hope you enjoyed it, buds. David said, Io Rhea will have a Hulk Andre build. The build for Hulk Andre wasn't that long, actually. It was quite short. Bobby just got Hogan, came out on the chat show, and Hogan was like, what's this? Why are you with him? And Andre grabbed the necklace, ripped it, and I think there'd been a week where Andre got a trophy, Hogan got a trophy, Hogan's trophy was bigger, and that was just like the final straw. And I mean, I think we've already done Io Rhea last year. We can go back to it. I wouldn't mind going back to it because their matches were so good, but yeah, I don't know quite where we're going to go with it. They've kind of done the feud and then become the tag team. Maybe we do go back to them feuding, but they just seem to be friends at the moment, don't they? Duck underneath there by Ethan. Forearm shot. Down goes Javon. Loopy Girl said, hi, Daze. Hi, everyone. Hello, my friends. Hope you're doing well. And Jared said, Ethan Page against Javon Evans, NXT. Yes, if you do watch NXT, then this is the kind of action we've been watching last year. This is the kind of match that you would have seen and did see in NXT with Ethan Page versus Javon. Javon, of course, very, very impressive. And Ethan Page, a very good heel. I mean, he is a very good character. worker. He knows how to sell, how to put on like a solid match. He doesn't have that sort of spectacular moveset, but he's just a solid professional wrestler. He's very good at his promos. He knows how to be a heel. He knows how to generate some heats. He's good, reliable. He'll be a good addition to this roster. Javon against the ropes, bouncing off that top rope and takes Ethan over. We're done with hour one. Guess where we're at? We're out. We're out again. Javon to the outsides. Jumps on the barricades. There we go. Look at that. Look at the young OG taking flights. He says, guess where we're at? Guess where we're at? We're out. Because that apparently is what the kids are saying when they're indoors. They're out. Silly kids. Hey, what are they like, eh? In the ring goes Javon. Chris said, why can't I see any membership? I can see it next to your name, buds. So I'm not sure as to if it's not showing in green or anything. Should do. It's got the thing next to your name on that little super chat. 6-7. Javon in control. Radiated Zombie said, can we get Ricky Saints on SmackDown? Yeah. I think there's a good chance of that, yes. Robbie said he is main roster contract. They may keep Ricky a little longer, but who knows? They could also bring him up. Okay, right now Javon is down. Ethan getting back in. Big kick coming into the side of the head. We're going to score that Punk segment. Corey says that Ethan is a gentleman outside of the ring. But in the ring, he's an animal. Shot coming in there by Javon. Another shot coming in by Javon. Shot coming in. Other than Ethan call-up and maybe seeing Cody's eye, I don't know that we've had anything really mind-blowing so far tonight. Obviously, we've still got time. I think it's been a solid show, a fun show. I don't know that there's been anything too earth-shattering yet, though, apart from, as I said, Ethan call-up is obviously goods. Knee coming into the back. And right now, Ethan with a headlock on Javon, keeping him grounded. Tristan said, my prediction is that the OVW4 of 2002 will headline the Hall of Fame 2027. It just feels right, says Tristan. Do you think that they would want to put them all in at the same time, though? I mean, you are dealing with the likes of, Randy, Batista, Brock and Cena, like, all going in the same year. That's a lot of headliner talent to just be putting into the same class. I don't know if they'd want to do that, or if they'd want to put one in and then do the next one the next year. Do you know what I mean? Suicide dive there by Javon. Okay, Javon diving into Ethan. I don't know if we're back from commercial break, but right now, Ethan swinging away. Shot coming in there by Javon. Kick coming in by Javon. That looked moody. These two going out there, working at a nice pace. 1, 2... Yeah, Javon with a massive, look at that, springboard kind of clothesline. Michael Cole said, Javon, I don't know how he's moving like this. Not after what went down in that ladder match as Ethan comes over, throws in a big shot. Ethan climbing up right now. Javon in the corner, throwing in a headbutt. Big shot coming in there by Ethan. Javon, goes straight over. Nice. Oh, lovely work there by Ethan. Goes for the cover. 1, 2. Javon kicks out. Javon kicks out. On we go. 2K Gamer said, Raw hasn't been that great. What are your thoughts? Honestly, I'm so used to those horrific SmackDowns. I've actually enjoyed the show. I think it depends what you're benchmarking it against. If you're going to benchmark it against those great Raw after WrestleManias where it was just non-stop shocks and call-ups and bonkers matches and beach balls being bounced around in the crowd and fun chants and just all of that stuff, like, we feel like we're a little bit away from that, to be honest. It doesn't feel like that's where this show is. But if you compare it to the SmackDowns we've been getting, I think it's pretty fun. You know, the opening match you lot said was good 96. That's okay. Nice, well-paced match. That's a pleasant watch. As well as that, the Punk segment you lot said was great 72. You enjoyed it. Right now, we've got Ethan being called up, and we got a fun match with Javon. This will be all right. So, I think... Rusev. Shot there by Javon. So, I think this is fine. Like, it's not a difficult watch. It's a fun watch. But, again, it's gonna... If you compare it to some of those great Raws after WrestleMania, I think this one at the moment is falling a bit short. But we've still got an hour and a half to go. Javon going up. Javon crashes into the ring. Ethan. That might give Ethan the win. Rusev might have just been too big of a distraction. Yeah. So there we go. Rusev is in and he's throwing in kicks on Javon. Ethan is backing away. He doesn't want any part of this. So Rusev unloading on Javon. Let's get a poll, shall we? They've got a backlash thing in the entranceway. Oh, Penta's coming to make the save. Penta is racing down. Coming in there by Penta. Super kick. Rusev grabs the leg. Duck underneath. Against the ropes. Super kick there by Penta. Rusev going down. Penta, the current Intercontinental Champion, climbing up. Ethan Page getting involved. I wonder if this will be a tag match. I wonder if this is building towards like Rusev and Ethan against Javon and Penta or something in the future. Boos are ringing out. Ethan jumps out the ring, backs away. Rusev stomping away on Penta, and now we've got the accolade in. This would be good for Ray Phoenix, wouldn't it? Penta in trouble, bring down Ray Phoenix, Lucha Bros. But we do not get that. Instead, Rusev. I think the fans are chanting Rusev sucks. So Rusev stands in the ring. He's got the belt over his shoulder. Looks out at the crowd, and the fans aren't really buying it, to be honest. Oh, yes! We've got a clip from the Hogan documentary! Come on! We're eating good, guys. We're eating good. The IC title does fit Rusev, though, says Billy. Well, Billy, I think it fits most superstars because it's Velcro. So you can pretty much adjust it to whatever Whatever. Michael Cole said it's the first WrestleMania without the presence of Hulk Hogan. Four-part documentary series with the last interview with Hogan. That'll be dropping on Netflix soon. We're backstage with Judgment Day. Backstage with Judgment Day. There we go. Pretty sure WWE has shown that whole documentary. There's a lot of people in America that I don't think have seen it because they had commercials. We didn't get commercials. We had to deal with the Hogan documentary, which is no chore, no problem. Here's Danhausen. Okay, Danhausen, this could be fun. Very evil, very nice. Ba, 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 ba. The man that spoiled WrestleMania. Danhausen arriving in the Danhausen mobile. He's still got it. There we go. He's still got the Danhausen mobile. But you know Mattel are working on that. You know Mattel are making that. He's absolutely decked out in Danhausen merch, isn't he? There's more smoke coming out of that than there was coming out of Seth's jacket at WrestleMania. Look at him. John Cena passed the torch. Danhausen is the new GOAT. The smoke's a real problem here, isn't it? The smoke's a real problem. Oh, it's been a big weekend for Danhausen. Big weekend. He did get his blimp. Okay, new list of demands. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Danhausen cereal. Okay, has he got his cannon? The old school way is the best. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. I'm down for Danhausen cereal, and I'm down for a Danhausen animated show. Danhausen cereal, I think, is really interesting because it made me think of Booty-O's, and Booty-O's was so big for the New Day, like it took on a life of its own. Like if he genuinely did get Danhausen cereal made, think of all the stuff he could do with that backstage, eating it and like doing fun little commercials for it, or he could say that eating it gives you good luck, you know? I reckon there's some fun that he could have with that. Okay. Danhausen cereal would sell, said Corey. Definitely. They were selling Booty-O cereal in FYE. I don't know if they were selling it anywhere else. But about 10 years ago when the New Day were doing that. Yeah, it sold. Okay, we got Funny Marco in the crowds. Oh, okay. Paige, Brie Bella, Nikki's there as well. happy then. I thought, oh my God, yes, they're using the old theme. I was so happy. I was like, yes, it was just for WrestleMania. And then it kicked into it. Oh. Dun 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 dun. I was like, yes! We got rid of it! Oh well, we can't have it all, can we, eh? We can't have it all. It seems like they've already sort of remixed it, you know? Days live is trouble, says Corey. Even her tramp stamp says so. That's a good point, actually. It's a good point. Okay. Judgment Day are in the ring. Are we going to get something interesting out of this, do we think? Booze ringing out. Sally said, I can't listen to the song. It's haunted me for hours since I last heard it. Honestly, there's a few people that have got in touch to say they actually quite like it, you know, so. There might be a couple of split opinions on that, but I think the general consensus is not great. Okay, so there was You Deserve It chants. Liv Morgan in the ring, Judgment Day in the ring. They're a big group, aren't they? Even without Finn, there's a lot of them. Okay, we are at 1 hour 17, probably about the halfway point of the show. You know, it is going quick, man. It's flying. To my Judgment Day family. You guys, you have been my rock. Love you guys. Love you guys. She wants to thank Stephanie. We beat the hell out of each other. They wrestled for just over 6 minutes. We beat the hell out of each other. We went to war. This is my division. This is my show. I wonder if we're going to get Stephanie coming out. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Sol Ruka arrives. Is that a change to the theme? Here's Sol Ruka. You're such an inspiration. You're the top woman in this division. She says you deserve it. You've got some nerve. Okay. I'm going to say this as nicely as I can. You're no Liv Morgan. This is just exactly the same as Paige and AJ Lee at the moment. I was here to congratulate you. If Adam Pearce makes a title match now, this is going to be so interesting because this is exactly the same as Paige AJ Lee, Raw after Mania 2014. You people are acting like you want to see a fight. You think you can handle this? I really wanted him to say the belt was on the line. I really wanted him to say the belt is on the line. I don't think it's a title match. I don't think it's a title match. It's not a title match. I don't think so. He didn't say it was for the title. That would have been great. I don't know why we've not done that. Just heard Michael Cole say how? How? Don't think we were meant to hear. Huh? I swear there was just a bit of Michael Cole there, but I think they've cut his mic. Yeah, they're just showing some signs of the night. From Brazil to Vegas. Don't know what we were zooming in on there. 5,000 miles this person's traveled. What the hell's that? Thank you, Lesnar sign. This is my first Raw. We got a Danhausen. Ah. My favourite is better than yours, Finn Balor. My mom thinks I'm at school. The greatest women's champion of all time. We got a Liv Morgan fan. We got an OTC fan. Liv Morgan is the greatest women's champion of all time. We got quite a few Liv Morgan fans in the crowd, actually. Michael's first Raw. I wonder if that's Michael. Wake up, you are toxic. Got a Kit Wilson fan. I think she had a Chelsea Green hat on. So there we go. A few signs in the crowd. Whoop that trick. Welcome home, Paige. Why are none of these funny? What happened to people taking funny signs? Days, Cody Punk is Mania 43 match. Thoughts? Be another face versus face, wouldn't it? I don't know. I think I'd want something else for Mania, or unless one of them's a heel. Okay, there we go. That was Signs of the Night. They're not going to let the ladies cook tonight. They're going to give us a tease, said Wrestle Rants. Okay, they're just showing us Joe, Jonas, Bianca, that moment. Liv dancing her way down to the ring. Randy Cody feud is going to continue, and I think Randy will eventually win. How and when do we think Punk Cody will be? Cody without the belts. What do we think now? Is Pat out? I think Pat's out, yeah. I think Pat's out for the time being. I don't think he's out for goods. In regards to Punk and Cody, I think it was teased. And we might have to go to that. I mean, it really depends where Randy is. I mean, there's been reports that he went into Mania hurting. So we're going to have to find out how serious that is. Obviously, we needed to find out how serious Cody's injuries were as well. So, to be honest with you, I would imagine there's probably a little bit of like, let's get out of Mania. Let's have a look and see how everyone is. And let's keep our options open. So I think you're right. I think we'll end up carrying on with the Randy feud. I'm not aware that there's any injuries severe enough where we have to abandon it. But once we're done with that, you know, at some point, I think we do kind of bring Punk into the equation. I don't know what Punk's going to do in the meantime, though. But that's definitely a tease. That's a seed that's been planted, isn't it? That is going to lead to something. Sometimes they do these things so that they can gauge the reaction. Genuinely, they do them so they can see how the fans react. So they can gauge like what the interest is. So they might have done it to sort of see, you know, is that something the fans really take? Is that something the fans are really looking for? I mean, you're right. It could be that they've got a bit of a plan for Punk. They've got a plan for Cody Randy. But let's just tease this. Let's see how the fans react to it. Let's see what social media's kind of reaction is. Is this something that fans really want? Should we look at this for SummerSlam? I don't know what the reaction to it would be. I don't know that people are like desperate for it. I think it's something people would watch and be happy with, but I don't know. Are people like, yeah, I need that match. Oh my God, that's a dream match for me. I don't know. Right now, Liv throwing in a kick there to Sol. We are underway with our next match. This is Liv Morgan versus... I don't know why this is not for the title. I really don't know why this isn't for the title. This is the Raw after WrestleMania. This is where we do the bonkers fun stuff. I mean, if you want to, don't want to put the belt onto Sol, then just have like Judgment Day get involved and, you know, do a screwy finish if you have to. But to not even put the belt on the line is like, it's a bit of a shame. Maybe they want Sol to win, but they don't want to put the belt on her. Liv just slaps Sol's backsides. Her derriere. As Sol gets up to her feet. Knee coming in there by Liv. Throwing in some knees. Liv picking up Sol. This is match number 3. We had Rio against the Kabuki Warriors. We had Javon against Ethan. Now we've got Sol Ruka versus... Liv. I think Sol's in action tomorrow on NXT, isn't she? Isn't she facing Zarya tomorrow? She's probably going to have to jump on a plane tomorrow morning. So, look at that. Straight off. Moonsault him. Bang. Do we think Sol loses tomorrow against Zarya? Well, I would think so. Yeah, I'd think so. I would think that she would put Zarya over and, you know, here she is now on the main roster. Up alert, hello. Daze hope all is well. Everyone might not agree with me. We have our likes and dislikes. This Mania was the worst there has ever been, said Opala. Yeah, there's been a lot of differing opinion with the Mania. I think most people would agree that night one was a struggle. I think most people are feeling good about night two, though, so... But yeah, there's been a lot of chatter about WrestleMania, as you could imagine. It's going to be a long flight, so probably going to leave and head to the airport shortly after this match, said Steve. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it is quite a long flight, isn't it? Vegas to Orlando. Drop kick to the back there. 1, 2, shoulder up. I think that Punk Roman and the ladder match saved night 2 for me, says Opala. Radiated Zombie said, is it your dream booking Soul Zarya getting back together? No. I would say that's not my dream. Very much ready for that to be done, to be honest. Anyone that's been following that story, they've been teasing splitting for so long, and they even split them, and then they put them back together again. So, very much looking forward to wrapping that up tomorrow and Soul being on the main roster. Liv in the corner, putting her sleeper holds. Sleeper hold in on Soul. Jessica Carr just counting away there. Okay, bang. Soul goes down, face first. 1, 2, shoulder up. Crowd a little bit quiet here. Little bit quiet. Headlock is in again. Is JC going to go to SmackDown? Well, JC was the one we were feeling really good about getting called up. I thought there was a real chance we could see her tonight, but now that we've had Soul come out, I'm not so sure. I'm guessing this show is going to end with Roman. That's what I'm thinking. We're going to close this thing out with Roman. We've got about an hour left. We know that Raw goes about 2.5 hours. So we got about an hour left to go. Did Jay turn heel? Well, we haven't seen Jay. Will we get a Hogan ad, said Corey. Well, we've already had one. We may get another, I'm not sure. Okay. The reason it was slow and quiet is because we were at commercial break. We're back from commercial break now. Suplex coming in there by Liv. She's doing 3 amigos. 3 amigos by Liv. There we go. A little shimmy by Liv. Suplex, though, there by Soul. Soul is down. Liv is down. Okay, right now we got both women down. On their knees, exchanging shots. Back and forth. Another shot coming in there by Liv. Soul over against the ropes. Coming in again. Big right hands. Yeah, shot coming in there by Soul. Unloading on Liv. Slapping away there. Throwing in some chops. Kick coming in. Elbow to the back of the head. Good work here by Soul. She's looking really good. Against the ropes. Back elbow there by Soul. Liv goes down. She doesn't look out of place at all, does she? But then we knew that she wouldn't. If you've been watching her in NXT, you know that she's an incredible talent. Very innovative. She's got some great unique moves. Obviously, her finisher, the Soul Snatcher, being one of the most notable. But nice drop kick there. Missile drop kick by Soul. Kip up by Soul as well. Backs over to the corner. She's getting the crowd back on side. Knee coming in. Liv goes down. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Liv. Shoulder up. I've been a fan of Soul since the first time I saw it in NXT, says Corey. Opala said she reminds me of Jeff Hardy. Yep. Yeah, I can see that. Authorized said, let me guess, Liv wins because of Judgment Day help. Okay, we got a little "This is awesome" chant that's breaking out right now. It's not a thunderous chant, but it's there. So, Codebreaker by Liv. 1, 2. Apparently Liv called Soul during the match a stupid B words. Rhymes with itch. Okay, Soul going over to the ropes. Liv is up, coming over, looking for Oblivion. Soul rolls through. Lovely kick coming in there by Soul. Super kick, Soul. Snatcher! Yes! Liv manages to roll. Oh, I'm not sure that she should have rolled, man. I think someone should have pulled her out. I don't know that she should have rolled. She hit that Soul Snatcher so sweetly. Look at that as well by Soul. Lands on Roxanne. Lands on Raquel. Crowd are loving it. The Soul Snatcher is such an amazing move. Fans are chanting, holy. Nice. Yeah, it's true, actually. The counter to the Oblivion into the Soul Snatcher. Zarya! Oh, I wasn't expecting Zarya. Zarya attacks. The irony is these two will probably be on the same plane together, traveling to NXT tonight. That's the irony. So why was this not for the belt? Why was this not for the belt? Belt could have been on the line. Zarya could have attacked. Liv could have retained. So Zarya attacks. These two are going to be battling each other on NXT. Soul Snatcher, such an incredible move. I'd imagine there might be some that haven't seen the Soul Snatcher. I mean, they'll be flipping blown away with that. Soul gets in. Oblivion connects this time. 1, 2, 3. Liv wins. Liv wins. Now we have to listen to that song again. Stupid Soul Ruka. Stupid Zarya. Look what you've done. Now I gotta listen to that flipping song. Yeah, that was sick. I don't know, man. I really don't know about Liv rolling out the ring. Well, I do. I don't like it. Jacob said, do we like the Trouble song? Personally, not really. Oblivion connects there by Liv, puts Soul away, and Liv Morgan retains. Oh, hello, Stephanie is coming out. Stephanie's coming out. Or at least Stephanie's music hits. There is La Primera. Stephanie is standing in the entranceway, looking over at Liv. Liv comes over. Maybe we're not done. Perhaps these two are on a collision course. Liv holds up the championship. Smile on her face. And just a little stare down, just a little moment. Do Do we want to see Rusev get a push, said Jacob? Well, I don't mind a Rusev push, but I hope we do something interesting with the character. Just feels a little bit stale to me at the moment, that character. It's not a character that really excites me, or it's not a character that I'm clamoring to see more of. So you're going to have to give me reason to get excited, or, you know. So, yeah, we'll have to see what they do with that. Okay, we've got the hosts of the Let's Rap About It podcast. Yes! Let's go. Rosenberg's a hater, and they both crack up about that. Brock Lesnar, Obafemi. We got some dude. What's this in the background? What's going on? Some dude in the background dancing away. Okay, we do have a Brock Lesnar video package. I stand alone by Godsmack. What an arrival this was, man. What an arrival this was. I tell you, that's saying something, isn't it? When Dave Batista said he's terrified. He's like a movie character. There he is in UFC. Do we think we go over tonight? We went till about 3:45 last year. We could always just go over a little bit if they need to. Oh, hello, Dana White. It's no problem for them to get UFC footage, is it, if they need it, considering TKO own both. The streak is over. Saudi money might get Brock back. He doesn't need it. Stupid politics never given us Brock Batista, says Metal Mama. Cole got Graves to pop with the hater comments, said Ohio. He did, yeah. They did. Okay, I don't know what we're getting out of this. I don't know what comments are going to be made. And there's the... Well, we don't get any comments or anything along those lines. We just get Logan Paul coming out. Here come the Vision, but they're coming out with Paul Heyman. We could get some interest. I'm glad Heyman's with them because that could mean that we could take a second. Now, Paul Heyman has one singular vision. Oh, hello, we got a Backlash thing. Backlash Tampa, 9th of May. CM Punk, Oba, and Rhea were the 3 superstars that were being advertised there. So the Vision making their way down. Where's Bron Breakker at? I don't know if this is just about the tag belts or if it's a case that we're going to bring him out separate, or don't know. At least Heyman's back with them though. Okay. Reed said that he's in Vegas with a photo today. Didn't say WWE, but I would think. Oh, Bronson Reed. I don't know where we are with this recovery. Chelsea Green says that Ethan didn't even text her to tell her that he was now on the main roster. Obviously, they were mixed tag champs together, the AAA mixed tag champs. Chelsea and Ethan. Okay. Theory and Logan in the ring. Heyman's in the ring as well. I do get the feeling he might say a few words. Heyman jumping out of the ring. Okay, this Raw after WrestleMania feels a bit flat, said Who Dat Saints J. I thought we were going to get more after last night. I have to agree, to be honest. So far, we've got like 45 minutes left to go. And we didn't get much out of Oba at the start. We had a fun little Punk segment, which is probably the best part. And then there's been a couple of call-ups with Ethan and Sol. But I suppose we know that the future for Liv still looks to be Stephanie. We don't really know what the future for Punk is. We don't really know what the future for Cody is, although we can predict that it's going to be Randy. So yeah, I mean, there's not. It's a fine episode. I mean, it's a fine watch, but again, if you're going to compare it to some of those old Raw after WrestleManias, this is just not that level, is it? But we still got Roman. They could end with a big bombshell. Connor said, is Roman up next? I think is the final segment. Okay. Heyman was just looking at the green shirt guys. Here we go. This could be interesting. He is going to say a few words. Heyman with a microphone. This could be interesting.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Paul.
He had a whole speech prepared. Yesterday was so unexpected, it will live in my heart for the rest of my life. Phil, he called him Phil. I can see a wrestle with Andy sign in the crowds. It's getting animated in here. Wow, he's fired up, mate. One final time, maybe. Take him out of the then, now, forever. He goes into the forever bit. Let's talk about the now. We're experiencing a resurgence. I love how he went off on the people in the truck for not taking Brock out of the then, now, forever. Can he go off on the creative team next? A personal message from Logan Paul. Oh, Jesus. This is like having to deal with that Trouble song. Booze raining down. Oh, you lot really enjoyed that match. Look, it's got a great rating. Great 57. Okay, boos are raining down on Logan. I think I'm there booing as well, thanks to Andy. I'm joining in. I'm there. I'm boo. I promise you that sign is saying boo. Boo. Although according to WWE, it's probably saying jelly roll, jelly roll, jelly roll. I'm sick of these YouTubers and streamers coming into our business. I hate these outsiders, says Logan. Nothing that happened at WrestleMania matters. Maybe on night one, to be honest. That might be true, actually. Night 2 was better. The boos are telling WWE that Logan is money. Just stop reacting, said Dr. Lucha Lala. That is true, innit? We did learn that. That is true. What a magnificent. Oh. Gunther, sir. I owe you one. When you're ready, I will repay. Oh, we're bringing out Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker is coming out. Okay, I saw your face in the crowds, says Gentleman. Yeah, that's Wrestle with Andy. Good friend of the channel, joins us all the time. in the community. Okay, Bron Breakker making his way down to the ring. Okay, he's got a jacket with B on the back. I wonder if that's like a new logo or something for Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker is back. Theory goes over and Logan goes over and they give him a hug. I have to see what's Bron Breakker feel like that. Okay, we got some barking going on. Woof, woof, woof. It's going to be very interesting to see what he's got to say here. One year ago. One year ago is when he became the leader of the Vision. He joined the Vision. He might have been the leader in his mind. Okay, they started singing Seth's theme. He's actually talking calmly, not angry, said Dr. Luchalala. So the fans start singing Seth Rollins' theme. Okay, Seth's coming out. Seth's coming out. Every single day moving forward, I am coming after you. I am going to attack you. We got a chair shot from behind by Seth. That was not a great plan. Shot coming in there by Logan. Logan smashing Seth. Another shot coming in. Another shot's coming in there by Logan. Street Profits. Of all the people to come out, the Street Profits are coming out. Well, we ain't seen them in a while. Street Profits are here. They're running down. Street Profits getting it. Montez looking good. Montez looking good. Okay, Street Profits are in there. Seemingly they're going to be going after Logan and Theory. Yeah, look at Montez. Montez going over against the ropes. Over the top. Lands on Theory. Down goes Logan. Tez deserves so much better than still being in Street Profits, said CJ. You wanted a return, said Trenton. Shots coming in there by... all this blood on the face of Bron Breakker. Ah, kick coming in there by Seth. Okay, we got blood with Braun Breaker. Shots coming in there by Seth Rollins. He's unloading. Stomps coming in. Kicks coming in. Kicking away at the moment. That kick missed completely, said the Ribs. Spear there by Braun Breaker. Braun Breaker taking the shirt off. These two, of course, on a collision course. Probably Backlash. Shirt being ripped off of Seth Rollins. You can see his ribs are taped. Everyone. Where's that blood coming from? Okay, Seth Rollins. Oh, he's picking up speeds. Against the ropes. Spear. Down goes Seth. I don't know where that blood's coming from, but there's quite a bit of it, isn't there? I mean, he's really been clattered with that chair. So that chair shot bust him open. It did. It really did. It really did. Okay, let's get a score, shall we? Everything that just went down from Heyman's comments. Braun Breaker, Street Profits. I mean, there was a fair bit in there, wasn't there? Oh, yeah, forgot about this. We've still got Finn Balor against JD. I forgot about that. JD, Finn, and then Roman, said Conrad, yes. I think he might have bladed when he was on the floor, said Brim. Yeah, he could have. Unless he got clipped nasty with that chair. I mean, it's kind of crazy how much blood there was. You cost us golds. People ask me, how could you throw away 20 years? Do you want to know the truth? It was easy. The Finn Balor that we knew and loved is dead, says JD. Club WWE. When's this starting? When's Club WWE beginning? One ultimate membership. Join the waitlist. There's Trick Williams. What that trick? What that trick? There's a woman that's sort of dancing. She was like filming next to him. Okay, here's Balor. Balor coming out. Finn Balor, JD. And then, as we said, wrap this thing up with Roman Reigns. Maybe close out the show with Gunther confronting Roman. Bum, 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 bum. 25 minutes left and a match to go before Roman Reigns segment is going to be about 5 minutes, says Adam. There we go. Finn Balor making his way down. This is a serious entrance, says CJ's. Well, it's certainly not the Demon. Finn Balor going for the number 2 man on the hit list. I mean, like, the chemistry between these two should be fantastic, actually. The chemistry here should be great. They know each other so well. I went back and watched. You can see a cut on the back of the head as he tumbles out the ring. It looks pretty good size as well, says Pilskin. It looked nasty, honestly. I don't know what caused it, if it was a blade job or a chair shot, but yeah, there was a bit of blood there, weren't there? Fair bits of blood. Okay, we are really in the final run of not only Raw, but also WrestleMania weekend. Of course, we are back tomorrow. We will be doing NXT, but of course, that's not to everyone's taste. Not everyone watches NXT, but we'll be here for it. Should be a good show as well. As we said, there's going to be a casket match. We'll be seeing Sol Ruka and Zarya in action. So, fear not, my friends. We are still around tomorrow. But, yeah, we're about, 25 minutes away probably from saying goodbye to WrestleMania weekends. I was just looking at this here. This is from Wrestle Purist. There was the chair shot, and then that was the back of the head. I think it's kind of hard to see, though, isn't it? Don't think that's the best picture. If I can find a better shot of like the back of the head, then to be honest, he might put some out. If ever you get an injury like that, they tend to like to put out close-ups online so people can go, "Ooh, that's moody." Okay, people don't understand the bond between Montez and Dawkins. It's brotherhoods. I wonder if there's ever going to be a Hulk Hogan documentary, said Wrestle Squash. I actually don't know. Like, we've been talking about this so much, but I don't know when it is. One night they love you, one night they don't. April 20... Oh, my God. That's tomorrow. April 22nd. So, what? Wednesday. Let's go. Wednesday. Thank you, Monique. Okay, they're just showing a few more shots from WrestleMania. I will be watching that documentary. I mean, to be honest with you, whenever the trailer's been playing, I've always been giving you, like, looking in the chat, my attention. So I haven't really been paying it a great deal of attention. So, yeah, I will be watching that. I am kind of looking forward to that. In a way, it sort of feels like the full stop, really. The end of not the end of Hulkamania. That will live on. There'll be shirts and his beat shops will continue, I'm sure. But this is his last interview and this is the last... I don't know what other documentaries they could do, really. Any documentaries they do after this is just going to be people talking about him, whereas this has got him in it and interviews we've not heard and friends making comments, enemies making comments, and we know how Brett feels about Hogan. I don't know. I think it will be very, very interesting. I'm not sure when I've stopped watching it how I'll feel and what kind of my takeaways will be, but JD making his way down. Dagrimon said, they really need a documentary about Hulk Hogan. I'm surprised they've not done that yet. Okay, here we go. We are underway. There's about 20 minutes left in the show. And we are up and running. So, Finn Balor against JD McDonough. And JD going into the crowd right now. Shot coming in there by Finn. JD goes down. We're in the crowd. Shots coming in. Did the bell ring? Is this like no count out or anything? Another shot coming in. Kick coming in there by Finn. Shot coming in there by JD. And we're over in the timekeeper's area right now. Okay, Bella sounded. Chop coming in there by Finn. So the bell hadn't sounded. It has now, though. Against the ropes goes Finn. Okay, David said, Roman says, I've beaten everyone. I need Giant Darby, says David. Well, there's definitely an opponent on the horizon for Roman. Bobblehead is the chance. Into the midsection. Top rope enziguri there by Finn. Finn is climbing up. Oh. Comes crashing down, but JD moves out the way. Knee to the back as Finn Balor goes to the outsides. Nice. He's got his ribs all bandaged up. Doc Holliday said, I know the lack of jelly roll tonight has maybe put a big negative knock onto your score. I'm sorry. It is true. The only thing I tune in for is jelly roll. I'm a roller. I'm a jelly head. And, I mean, it was clearly, as you saw, my favourite part of WrestleMania was when Jelly Roll delivered that massive splash. So, yeah, this has been a very challenging show for me. I love them celebrities. Don't you dare take that, WWE. I'm not safe saying anything anymore. Balor gets in the ring, breaks the count. Oh, lovely work there by JD. 1, 2. Kick out there by Finn. They will take that now. Oh, no. Oh, it's the worst as well because I'm always sarcastic. Sarcasm is like my go-to. And now they're using it against me. That's cruel. That is cruel. Kick out there by Finn. This match carrying on. Perhaps we are going to go a little bit longer. I mean, I think we can still fit in Roman and get it all done by half past, but I think we're looking at about 17 minutes left. Liam said, why haven't we had Becky tonight? That's a good question. Shot coming in. I mean, she is the new Intercontinental champ. Kick coming in. Down goes Finn. Bang. I mean, we will have seen from Rhea, Cody, and Roman by the end of the night, so we would have had 3 of the 4. Oh, hang on. Did we have all of them? No, we've had Liv as well, so we have had all 4, haven't we? Mid-card wise, we've had Trick. He was shown in the crowds. We've had Penta. He came down. So it is just the women. Oh, they just don't like women, do they? If you think about the top titles and the mid-card titles, it's Becky and Julia that we've not had. Perhaps we'll get a little summer after this before Roman comes out. We might get summer. If they made a jelly roll ice cream, Daisy's head would explode. Oh, that's the dream. People very excited about Finn Balor being back in trunks. Nice. Good work. JD down. Finn Balor. Oh, there's a bit of blood. A lot of blood tonight. Can everyone stop bleeding? Balor busted open. We've got blood around the mouth. Shot coming in there by Balor. Alan, shout out to you, said, I've been subscribed for a few years. I've been a caretaker for my mum, and she's doing better. Hopefully can be here and on Exmo. Alan, shout out to you. I'm glad to hear that about your mum, buds. Jelly days. I mean, come on. I know I've been eating a lot of Haribo recently, but let's not get cruel. Goes. Actually, I do have another pack. I forgot about that. I've got another pack right here. Lovely. Snacks. I got snacks. Headbutt. Oh, headbutt there by JD. Balor goes down. Shoulder up there by Balor. Big Migs said, did you see Shapiro's comments? What an a-hole. I didn't understand them. I need to watch the video. Right now we got JD going up. Moonsault. Finn gets his boots up. JD goes back into the corner. We might be coup de grace him. We might be coup de grassing. Here we go. Gets it. 1, 2, 3. Finn Balor gets the win, even though he is absolutely drenched in blood. Dominic from behind is not really drenched. Dominic gets in there. Starts attacking Finn Balor. But where do we go now? We've already done the Demon. So what do we do now? Just a normal match. Do we follow up Dominic versus the Demon street fight with a normal match? Balor, drop kick. He's going to the outside, climbing up. There has been lots of blood all weekend, said Steve. I don't know. This is basically EC dub. That's what this is. EC dub. EC dub. EC dub. Oh, there's Gunther. Gunther. Was you aware of the presence of Bron Breakker? There's no me and Paul Heyman. Mm-hmm. Gunther said he's going to get that World Heavyweight Championship back very soon. LA Knight. Okay, so it seems like they're on a collision course then. So what's going down in this Roman segment? Bobby said everything surrounding Mania just seems off this year. Oh, there's Becky. There you go. Next, you get her next week. You get Becky next week. Joe Hendry concert next week. He's on Raw for goods. Michael Cole says Joe Hendry's on Raw for goods. Okay, here's Rhea and EO. Who's that standing in the background? What's going on? Okay, Rhea says she's going to go be the champion SmackDown needs. Oh. You be safe. Oh. It's over, guys. It's absolutely over. There's Liv. Guess I'll see you around, says Liv. Okay, there we go. Interesting segment where we say goodbye to Rhea. She goes over to SmackDown. Roman Reigns coming up then to wrap this show. Vehicle arriving. Wrap this show up. People are acknowledging. Vehicle arrives. There is the OTC. Roman Reigns. OTC. 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 Okay, this segment could be really interesting because I was expecting Gunther to interrupt, but we just had Gunther. So what the flip's going on here then? What's this about? We're seeing Roman walking backstage. There's no music or anything. There's no commentary or anything. We're just watching him walking backstage. Is this the full time we get? Well, we got 7 minutes to go. Okay, he's making his way to Gorilla. It looks like they're building Gunther LA. I agree. Oh, there's Jimmy and Jay. Jimmy and Jay congratulating Roman just as he goes walking out. Why don't you come with me, says Roman. It's pretty exciting, isn't it? Roman coming out with the Usos, with Jimmy and Jay. We're just a Sami Zayn missing, aren't we? For a full-on Bloodline reunion. Maybe a Heyman as well. Okay, OTC live next. This is Bloodline 3.0, says Billy. Bloodline 3.0. Okay, they're making their way down to the ring. There's a nice little moment that was where he bumps into them two and says, "Come with me." What are we getting out of this segment, though? How are we ending this show with a bombshell? This theme is the best theme, and we all know it, says Ryan. Where is Roman's sweet pepper necklace? Said, yeah. Who dat Saints J? Why were the Usos there? I think they were just there. I think they were there to congratulate him. I think. Because he looked like he was going to go out there on his own, didn't he? And then he stopped and went, "Do you want to come with me?" Where's this going? Where the flip is this going? If Zilla comes out, I am... Opala, thank you. It's got to be The Rock, could you imagine? Jesus. That'll be one of the great WWE moments of all time if The Rock comes out and goes like... something like that. Imagine that. I'm certainly not pinning my hopes on that. Okay, Roman is in the ring. If I was Gunther, I would feud with LA too. It's much less painful, said Relaine. Roman in the ring then, looking around. We are at commercial break. We're just going back. This is going to be our final segments. Hoping for a big segment. Okay, OTC chance. Las Vegas. Acknowledge me. Oh, makes sense that we discuss some family business, said Roman. This could be interesting. Roman says he misses this. He misses this. I miss doing business with you guys. Few yeets breaking out for Jay. Some rapper from the 90s can run his mouth off to you. When we come together, no one can touch us. When we were like this, we ran this business for 4 years straight. I'm not asking you to serve me. Just asking you to stand with me. Okay. I think Jay would do it. I'm not sure about Jimmy. I think Jay's down. You're the OTC. You'll always be our tribal chief. Okay. They're throwing up the wands. Jimmy throws up the wands. Jay throws up the wands. Ah, this is interesting. Jacob. This is interesting. Where's this going? Is he going to join them? Jacob's coming out. Where's this going? Just as they threw up those wands. Oh, this is family. Are we going to do a Jacob Roman feud? I mean, I'm so here for that. Jacob coming off a win at WrestleMania as well, you know. This could be really tasty. This could be really good. Please let this be a thing, said Davids. Got some Fatu chants. It's been a while since I last saw you. Oh, I assume you're out here to acknowledge me. Nah, that ain't it. Jacob steps up to Roman. I don't think Roman's thrilled. And he's got a backlash. I'm upgrading. Breaks with it. Oh! It's fire, mate. It's fire. Backlash, Roman, Jacob, World Heavyweight Championship. And we've got Fatu Chance, you know. Fatu Chance ringing out. That's good, isn't it? That's really good. It's thin air up here, Jacob. Can you handle the burden of having to acknowledge me if you lose? I'm not sure you're ready. I'll see you next week on Monday Night Raw, little cousin. Roman gets out the ring. Okay, they've all got out the ring. So next week on Raw. I mean, he's already said Backlash. I mean, it's locked in, isn't it? Talk some sense into him, Roman just said. I like that. I like that. I'm here for Roman, Jacob. Oh my God, I'm all kinds of tangled. I'm all kinds of tangled. He will talk to him. Do you know what? I think he will talk to him and we'll probably get this all sorted out, to be honest. And then what we can do is we can do Roman versus my queen, Jelly Roll. And that can be our Backlash main event. So, yeah, hopefully they get this worked out. I don't think there's enough talking in wrestling. And I think that we can maybe get this talked through and, you know, clearer heads will prevail. So let's get a score, shall we, as to what people thought about that main event segment, the Roman segment. What did you think? Nowadays, that's fresh and clean. Reigns, Fatu, we need this. It is fresh. The only thing I would say is it doesn't feel like Jacob's going to get the win this close to WrestleMania. Like, you know, Roman just got the belt, is around all summer. Is Roman about to lose the title to Jacob? Kind of felt like whoever was going to step up first was probably going to lose. I'm not down on it, though, because I agree with you. Jacob coming out is exciting. It's logical. He wants the belt. He wants to better his family. I don't know, though. Is there animosity between Jacob and Roman? I mean, I don't know of anything. I mean, this is family. They're a very proud family. Part of me does wonder, or part of me thinks, should we have, wronged Jacob a little bit before Mania to better explain why this couldn't have been sorted out? I don't know. I feel like I'm into it. I'm not down on it. Jacob needs to be over. They need to have him beat Oba and Braun clean, said Armando. Roman Jacob for the World Championship at Backlash will be a fantastic match, said Connor. Hello, Sonny. Hope you're doing well. Hear me out. Solo Jacob Zilla against Jimmy J. Roman later in the year. Eric said, isn't Jacob a SmackDown superstar? I suppose, yeah, but I wonder if we're going to see a bit of a switch. I wonder if they're going to use him. I don't know if this is long-term or short-term. But maybe he's just coming over just for this program, because Backlash is only a few weeks away. So is it that Jacob's coming over during that match with Roman? Maybe someone interrupts. It's a interesting match for Backlash. Jacob's just over here temporarily. Whoever interrupts, you know, maybe Drew interrupts, and then Jacob has to go back to SmackDown to deal with Drew. Gives Roman just like a very interesting first opponent. I wonder if something like that is the booking plan. I can't see Roman dropping the belt to Jacob this soon. Tristan said, I think Jacob loses. The stipulation is that if he loses, he has to acknowledge Roman. I think Jacob could end up joining the Bloodline. That's interesting. Backlash is 2 weeks this Saturday, said Kader. Brian said Jacob is going after the title. It's great after his win from Drew. At least he's being booked forwards and not stalled. Why isn't Jacob going after Cody, says Mad Dog. It's a good question. Why come over here and go after Roman when you could go after Cody, who is the champion of the brand that you're on? It's a good question. Drew is off doing some Highlander film, said Johnny. That is true, but Backlash is, 2 weeks and something away? I don't know how long the filming is. Plus, also, I heard the other day they've managed to get a schedule where they can sort of fit Drew's wrestling appearances in around it. So, I don't know how disruptive the Highlander filming is going to be. Whether he goes away now for, several weeks, I don't know. But the last thing I heard was that they'd managed to fit the wrestling stuff in that they needed to, so. What if it was a family match up till SummerSlam? They could then have Roman versus Solo again, and then have The Rock return at SummerSlam, says Henry. Forever Ed said Jacob needs the belt off Cody. Get the bloodline with all the belts again. Adam said, how long do we actually see Roman holding this belt? Is this a long-term reign? Maybe Mania next year? Is it at a loss to Oba or Gunther? My guess is, at the moment, I don't have any reason to believe we're not going to do Rock Roman next year at WrestleMania. I don't have a reason to not think that's where we're going. So, if we're going to do that, I think you build Roman up over the next year so that, the OTC is as big as he's ever been. That means a lengthy reign, lots of wins, and that means we get to WrestleMania and we do, The Rock, the final boss against the tribal chief, the OTC Roman Reigns. I just think you build towards that, if that's what the plan is. In regards to Oba, I would probably focus him on the championship. That's what I would probably try and do. Because I think building up Roman for the next, 12 months, if the end result is this massive, monstrous match that's undeniably the biggest match that you could make in pro wrestling, him against, The Rock. Like, God, can you imagine? Can you imagine how big of a deal that would be if we do Roman Rock at WrestleMania? I think you've got to really bear that in mind if that is where we're going. So it could be a long run, yeah. It could be a long run. Or it could be a case that he loses the belt at SummerSlam because of The Rock. And then that means that he didn't really lose. It was because of The Rock, and then that sets us on that path. So I think he's got it until at least SummerSlam. And then I think it'll be very interesting to see how they book him if we are heading towards that match next year. I know this is Raw, but shout out to Jade at WrestleMania. She held her own. Rhea was great too. Sorry, Tiffy, said Alan. Connor said, I'm going to rate this one a 7.5. Adam said it would be an 8 for an average week, but for Raw after Mania, it's 6.75. Mr. Dell Jr. said, what would we rate this out of 10 compared to other Raws and SmackDowns? Yeah, I mean, I think this one for me is probably 7.5. I'm feeling like that. I mean, I sort of felt like the show was a bit flat. I mean, I don't know why, but like the Sol Ruka, Ethan Page call-ups were nice. They are not the biggest deals, though, because I think what we've been doing with Sol Ruka in NXT has been a bit frustrating. So it's not like before where we had, you know, like when Oba came up, that felt like a big deal. Because, I mean, he was champion and, you know, we knew he was going to be a big deal. But, like, Ethan Page has been, like, the mid-card champion NXT. And, I don't know, like, him coming up is, like, he feels like a nice addition. He doesn't feel to me like someone I'm like, oh, my God, you know, the game just changed type situation. He's a really good addition. He's going to be a really good addition to the roster. And with Sol Ruka, we've just been faffing around with Zarya. And so in regards to her, she's coming up a little cold in my eyes. I feel like she's going to be very exciting to those that don't watch NXT. But if you watch NXT, she might be a little bit cold because we've just been doing some really mid stuff with her in NXT, in my opinion. She's in the middle of a feud that I just want to end. I just want it to end. You know, if she'd been, say, women's champion for a while, putting on bangers like JC Jane, like, that would be good. So I think the NXT call-ups we've got are great. I'm not down on them. But I don't think, I mean, I was not screaming the house down. I was not like, you know, this is amazing. I think that they're good additions to the roster. So they were fine. They helped the score, but I can't say that they're taking me to any crazy numbers. Oba at the start was a little, you know, just a statement, really. A little lacking. Could have done with a little more. Rio, Kabuki Warriors was fine. Punk segment I enjoyed. I enjoyed the Punk segment a lot. I'd say the Punk segment was probably my second favourite segment after Jacob coming out at the end. I'd say the Punk segment was second. You lot said Rio Kabuki Warriors was good 96. Javon Ethan, good 95. You really did enjoy Sol Ruka Live at great 57. The Vision segment, I think you scored at good 98. I just need to go back and double check that. Because I kind of got lost a little bit there. And we're doing the Roman segment right now. So, yeah, I feel like it was just fine. It was a really solid, very easy to watch show. Didn't find myself getting bored. Don't know if there was too much there that kind of feels earth-shattering or anything like. But the Jacob thing at the end was very, very good. I had a lot of fun with that. So, yeah, I agree. I think I'm largely where a lot of you are. Like, for an average episode, this was very, very good. If you're going to compare it to classic Raw after WrestleMania episodes, I think this was okay, but we've seen much, much better in the past. Much, much better in the past. But yeah, there we go. I mean, that was WrestleMania weekend, and I think we carried on the good vibes. I'm certainly not coming out of this Raw feeling all glum. You know, I'm feeling pretty good. I feel like night 2 of WrestleMania and this show kind of probably did keep the momentum going. But I don't know if it will have blown people's minds. Jono said there's 3 events in May. We got Backlash, we got Saturday night's main event, and we've got Clash in Italy. It's going to be a big month, said Jono. Well, I'm really looking forward to it, Jono. I mean, that's great for me because obviously we'll be doing them all and we'll be doing the weekly shows. And yeah, brilliant. I just hope that we can squeeze like a draft in and make sure that the company is in a better place. I think by not doing a draft last year, that was a big, big hindrance for them. Command and Console, shout out to you. Doc Holliday said, when I saw Ethan, all I could think was Ricky Saints, Cody Rhodes on SmackDown. Right. That would be good. They're very good friends. I could go with that. Roman Reigns SCN is feeling a bit more positive than I was. Said it was fantastic. Oba made a huge statement. Ethan Page Raw debut. Soul debut in amazing match. It was a good match. Seth Braun feud begins. Street Profits are back. CM Punk Cody upcoming feuds. Not sure if it's an upcoming feud or if it was just a little bit of a hey, when you're ready, come and see me type thing. Old Bloodline back, Jacob Roman. So, I mean, those final two things were the final segment. And as we said, you know, Soul, Ethan, that was cool. Street Profits being back, that was cool. I mean, I can't say they're the biggest names coming back, you know. It's not like the return of Brock Lesnar It's not like Jericho just came back, you know. The Street Profits are back. So, yeah. I don't think it's an unfair score. I don't think like a 7 in the 7s, 7.5 is an unfair score. But if there's people out there that really enjoyed it, really like, wow, that was fantastic. I mean, goods. Mystic Mist said Seth will definitely try and destroy the bloodline, said Mystic Mist. Let's get your scores for that Roman segment. So you scored it great 69. Great 69. Okay. Very good. RTX said this is just telling us that we ain't getting a draft. Well, in May we might not, if they've got to fit all those shows in. But I don't know, can they put something in the books now for early June? I'm all right if it's early June. But yeah, I do feel like they need one. I don't think we can just keep limping along. Even just some sort of superstar shake-up or something, you know? Real John said it was good, but it didn't feel like a Raw after WrestleMania to me. Daze, do we think this means JC will be on SmackDown? Well, I would think so. Yeah, I would think so. The Shield, Seth, Roman, and Moxley. Uji, shout out to you. John Moxley's, I think, under a pretty good AEW deal, so I don't think we'll be seeing him. Days, what I'm saying is, do we expect Finn Balor will try and get a title run soon? He could go after a mid-card title. I don't see him being around a world title at the moment. I think it's quite crowded up there, so maybe a mid-card title. Rapture said, if there was a wrestler who could do it, could we see Ilya being the first person to beat Gunther, Jacob, Ober, and Brom? I don't know. I couldn't tell you what wrestlers were already in that position, you know. I know Ober lost to Tony D'Angelo. I don't know if Tony D'Angelo has got wins over Braun. He's not faced Jacob. I don't know. I mean, that's not something we tend to keep a track of, is it? Who's the first to beat these four individual wrestlers? So, I mean, Ilya has got a chance. Jonah said, I do wonder if Punk goes to SmackDown at some point. What is there to do on Raw? I think Cody Punk is the plan for 43. The question is, Roman, which doesn't need a title, is also. Kura said, what do we think about a future Bloodline War, like original versus solo? Well, what do you mean? I mean, are you talking about solo Sokoas? I mean, we've done that. We did that. We had that at War Games, didn't we? So we've kind of already done solo and the MFTs against the original Bloodline. I want to say that was at the end of 2024. Word Life Cena fan said, Days, could we see Ober Roman? Yes. End of the year. Mad Dog said 7.2. It was a good Raw. Lot of interference. Or otherwise it would have been an 8+. Days, I thought Joe and Keanu were going to have a feud. But now it looks like Joe is on a Monday night. We got Joe, Sol, Ethan, most likely JC and Ricky on Friday. Yeah. Do we think Ricky, Lola, and Hendry being called up after SummerSlam? No, well, Hendry's up, isn't he? He's going to be on Raw next week, and Michael said that he'd been called up. Shining Wizard said, the obsession with The Rock is coming back is strange. I don't think he's going anywhere near a ring again, said Shining Wizards. Oba will eat the sweet pepper necklace. That was a good line, that was. That was a good line. Brony said, we need a draft for SmackDown or else and repetitive. I think Fatu is finding his way into the bloodline. Okay. Let's end this poll, and we need to go and sort a breakdown, don't we? I'd like to try and get that going in 4 minutes or so. So I think we'll look to kind of wrap things up there. Well, there we go. I mean, that was a pretty long stream. We started 4 hours before, and then we just did 2.5 hours of breakdown as well, and stuck around a little after. So yeah, we've nearly clocked in at 7 hours here. I'm going to go off and do the breakdown. A big thank you to everyone that joined us, not just tonight, but also all over WrestleMania weekend. I hope you had a good time. Obviously, we are moving on to NXT tomorrow, so if anyone wants to join us, we will be back for that. And yeah, seems like May is going to be very busy with Backlash coming up, Saturday night's main event, and did you say Clash in Italy is in May as well? Where we actually go over to Italy and do a show. Yeah, I've got a lot to fit in, haven't they, in the month? That is a lot, so yeah, should be a fun month, May. Hopefully we can keep the momentum going, so. Command and Consort said, Roman match for Jacob seems like a natural level up from Drew. Thank you, my friend. Right. I'm going to go and set up for the breakdown. I should be back in a few minutes' time. So thanks for joining. Appreciate it. Bye for now.